Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 1551 Avatars in the Making. The Bright Republic enacted all kinds of policies to mobilize the private sector into contributing to its defense. The government did not coerce mech pilots to fight, but provided incentives to those that did. Forcing those unwilling to fight would never work, as instances such as running away as soon as the Sandmen appeared would always take place. Right now, many Brighters still possessed confidence that their state could weather the storm. They were used to dealing with pressure due to their frequent wars against divisions, but that was not enough to explain why so many outfits volunteered to the front. Everyone was looking ahead. As long as the Bright Republic defeated the Sandmen, it stood to gain immensely. The star systems of the crumbling Coman Federation and beyond were up for grabs. The only issue was that all of them had been swept to a ruin by the Sandmen and required centuries to rebuild. Even so, the payoff would be immense. With the promise of territory and other rewards to every outfit that participated, this was a golden opportunity for Mercenary Corps to become something more than a shabby band of mech pilots. Gaining their own land, industries and more would elevate the mercenary commander into the upper ranks. The mech pilots would benefit as well, becoming vassals that owned and managed important properties. With this rich promise, the Bright Republic successfully incentivized many profit-seeking outfits to help defend its star systems. I'm not aiming to gain more land or territory. Ves spoke to Melker in the latter's office. Then why volunteer our troops? Aside from being the right thing to do, I have 3 reasons. Ves raised a finger. First, as you know, our avatars and sentinels are still very green. The little missions you've accepted isn't enough to forge them into a solid entity. Am I right? As the Avatar commander, Melker was keenly aware of this. It's better than before, but we aren't truly united as of yet. It takes true battle to forge the kind of martial tradition we want. Right. So deploying them to the front against the Sandmen is the best way to do so. We'll suffer casualties though, Melker cautioned. When we volunteer our troops, they'll fall under the command of an officer of the Mech Corps. There won't be any slacking off. Depending on how the war will go, we might stand to lose half of the mech pilots we've dispatched. That was a heavy figure, and the main reason why only half of the living sentinels volunteered. While the LMC promised generous pensions to their families if they died, that wasn't as good as returning from the front alive. We need a solid core. What is the use of recruiting hundreds of mech pilots if they will all shatter at the first serious blow? A martial tradition can only be forged in battle. Everyone knows that. As long as the avatars and sentinels make it through this pass, I will have no doubts about their competence anymore. Ves had seen many different outfits and mech regiments in battle. He recognized that there was a vast gulf between an experienced and inexperienced mech force. No matter how much training an outfit enjoyed, all of it meant nothing if the mech pilots lost hard upon encountering their first setback in battle. This was exactly the reason why Ves looked down on the honored ones from the Reanald Republic. He raised another finger. My second reason for volunteering our forces is to earn more reputation. While it's difficult to see it now that we are in the middle of an existential crisis, the war against the Sandmen will become a pivotal event in our star sector's history. Those who have answered the call of duty will become heroes to the state and the star sector. The mech pilots, the outfits, and those who dispatch them will earn unsurpassed glory and honor for fighting the good fight. Melker looked surprised, not expecting to hear such a reason. That was why Ves was in charge. Is reputation that important to you, sir? It is, Ves firmly replied. He had seen the effects of having an insufficient amount of reputation. The galaxy is run by people and organizations. Being smart or wealthy is not a sufficient reason for them to do business with you. If you want to earn their regard, reputation is essential. High society is especially vain and pretentious. Something as simple as dispatching half of my mech forces to fight off an alien invasion will definitely be celebrated in this circle. Otherwise, why would nobles and high officials elevate hunting into a prestigious occupation? After Ves explained his reasoning, Melker tentatively nodded. I think you're right. All of us stand to gain a lot of honor and reputation for battling the Sandmen. This might even be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to add descriptions such as Defender of Humanity and Alien Hunter to our records. Regardless of how the authorities recorded the accomplishments of his mech pilots, they would doubtlessly be able to stand head and shoulders above others. Those who never contributed to human civilization in this fashion would never have the guts to put on airs around veterans of this crisis. There's one more thing, Melker. It's one thing to miss the fight if you were still a mech cadet, or if you are stuck on the other side of the star sector. It's another thing to decline the opportunity to do your duty when you are in a position to do so. The cowards, the foot-draggers, the incapable and the incompetent will all carry the stigma of staying still while others fought to save the lives of trillions of people. This wasn't something that Melker contemplated either. As a Larkinson, shirking his duty sounded alien to him. Yet now that Ves illuminated him, he understood how much dishonor those people suffered if they refused to fight. Ves raised a third finger. There's one more reason to dispatch the avatars and sentinels to the front. I want to test if my avatars are loyal enough to do what I ask of them. I won't ask too much of the sentinels, but I want you to push the avatars. Either make or break them, but don't be too soft. You're asking for a lot, Ves. Every mech pilot who joins the avatars are qualified enough to join a prestigious mech regiment of the Mech Corps. I know that. But what is the point of retaining them if they are unwilling to serve me as much as they pledged? The generous salaries and benefits they earn as avatars should be enough to buy their loyalty. Even if his avatars weren't kinners, they ought to be considering how much money Ves paid out of his pocket to support his premier mech force. Let's move on to choosing our assignments. Ves and Melker began to turn to the projection of the map of the Bright Republic. The Mech Corps posted many missions with different terms and requirements. It took around half an hour to select the missions for the avatars and sentinels. Preferably, Ves wanted to keep them together, but that wasn't always possible. He selected a more arduous mission for the avatars that called for keeping the majority of them at the front for a long duration. Only a handful of avatars would be rotated back to Cloudy Curtain to rest and recover. As for the sentinels, he still needed to finalize the details with the sentinel commander, but Ves picked out a more relaxed mission for them. The sentinels would merely have to deploy a portion of their mechs and mech pilots to the front, and rotate them out every couple of months. This was enough to give every volunteering mech pilot some actual battle experience without exposing them to too many risky battles. Do you want to meet with Magdalena? Melker asked. Not today. I already have a full agenda. Ves shook his head. He intended to visit the living sentinels and the battle criers sometime later when he wasn't so pressed for time. Convey my intentions to her in my stead, will you? Will do, sir. I have a good relationship with her. She'll understand what needs to be done. Though Ves didn't know who came up with the decision, Magdalena Larkinson became the Sentinel commander. From what he could gather, Magdalena used to work her way up the ranks of the Mech Corps before retiring as a captain at the end of the recent war. She was also a mother of 3 young children, which explained her inclinations towards the Sentinels. Once they ended their discussion, both of them stood up and left the office. Gloriana, their cats and their bodyguards followed silently after the Larkinsons. After leaving the administrative building, they crossed the grounds of the base before entering a training facility. Around a dozen young avatars in uniform awkwardly familiarized with each other at a lounge area. As soon as Ves and Melker stepped in, they immediately rose from their seats and stood straight. Though Melker did not look as grizzled as some of the older veterans, he cultivated his own air of authority, which was enough to make the young avatars honest. Ves, meet the avatars in the making. They are some of the most promising young mech pilots in our ranks. He recognized some of the avatars looking at him with respect, fear, or outright adoration. Chet Larkinson. Rode Larkinson. Ves addressed his cousins first. How confident are you in catching up to Janzi? It seemed like a lifetime ago when the Larkinsons pushed 3 little chicks onto his hands. Now one of them transformed into an eagle, far surpassing the remaining 2 chicks that barely stepped off the finish line. However, as Larkinsons, they did not give in too easily. Their eyes burned with determination. We will catch up, sir! Ves nodded in satisfaction. He wanted his avatars to be bold and confident. Even if they became a little too arrogant, that was fine because he was willing to give them the tools to back up their boasts. With his spiritual vision, he recognized that neither of them possessed spiritual potential. That was fine. As long as Ves mastered the art of elevating regular mech pilots into the ranks of gods, he didn't mind giving some of his relatives a life-changing transformation. He couldn't do too much, though. If he uplifted every Larkinson or avatar into the ranks of experts, then anyone with a pinch of logic could figure out that he possessed an unimaginable secret. Ves could only elevate a couple of Larkinsons at most. The reputation his family had built up and its long pedigree of nurturing expert pilots would help allay suspicions. As for elevating other avatars, Ves had to show more restraint. He could only afford to uplift a handful of them as best. He could chalk his luck to the selective recruitment policies of the avatars of myth. Iman, Casella, how are the 2 of you doing? He asked after he finished his brief chat with his cousins. We enjoy it here. Casella spoke up first. We recognize that it is a privilege to join the avatars. We will do our best to meet your expectations. Good. I have high expectations for the 2 of you, but you will both have to prove yourselves in battle. Though Iman did not show much enthusiasm for their upcoming deployment, both Ingvars knew that this was a test they needed to pass. Once Ves understood the situation of the Ingvar twins, he directed his attention to someone he didn't recognize. The young avatar exhibited much more enthusiasm and fervor than any other avatar in the room. Now that Ves paid attention to the fellow, his interest spiked when he sensed a vigorous trace of spirituality. This was a mech pilot with spiritual potential. Not only that, but his spiritual attributes felt a bit unusual. Though Ves did not recognize the attributes, he felt a little familiarity in them for some reason. Who is this kid? Ves directly asked, pointing his finger at the avatar. Before Melker could even answer, the mech pilot couldn't hold himself back any longer. He fell on his knees and pleaded to Ves with his palms grasped together. Joshua King! I'm your biggest fan! I grew up piloting your mechs. It is my biggest dream for you to design a custom mech for me. I will defeat every challenger in your stead if you give me a machine that is solely mine. An awkward silence ensued. Chapter 1552 Cherish these times. Melker coughed. Joshua here is a recent graduate I picked up from Meiling. The famed Advanced Mech Academy in Bentheim? Ves briefly glanced away from the pathetic kneeling mech pilot. What an odd display. He just joined us a few weeks ago, so he's still an unpolished gem. Don't let your first impressions fool you, though. Joshua is a top graduate from that mech academy who received many favorable offers from various mech regiments. He could have accepted a fast-track career at the Mech Corps, but he set his sights on the avatars. This young mech pilot became more and more interesting to Ves. Sit up, Joshua. You're an avatar, not a groveler. Have some pride. Why, yes, sir. Why did you choose the avatars? I'm your biggest fan, sir. Perhaps you don't remember me, but I piloted one of your first virtual designs back when you were publishing mechs under the name of Chasing Clouds. I grew up piloting the Seraphim, the Young Blood, the Old Soul, and both Mark Antony versions. I even piloted the virtual versions of your original mech models. I've piloted them all. Ves looked a bit astonished. You piloted my earliest works? I was born and raised on Cloudy Curtain, just like you, sir. Joshua smiled. Maybe you don't remember me, but you even interviewed me a long time ago. No wonder Joshua showed so much enthusiasm at meeting Ves. As a fellow Cloudy Curtainer, the young mech pilot probably grew up admiring Ves after he elevated the LMC from a small mech workshop into a large mech manufacturer. This explained why Joshua was eager to become an avatar. The more Ves studied Joshua, the more he became satisfied. Joshua not only possessed an excellent academic record, but also carried spiritual potential with unusual attributes. What's his genetic aptitude? Ves whispered to Melker. Genetic aptitude was a very sensitive topic to mech pilots. It wasn't polite of him to ask Joshua directly. C+, which is about the same as many Larkinson mech pilots. A genetic aptitude of C+ was merely regarded as higher than average in the mech community. Nonetheless, genetic aptitude was not the sole factor in determining whether a mech pilot could advance to expert pilot or higher. It merely described the maximum load a mech pilot could sustain when interfacing with a mech. A grade of C+ was more than sufficient to pilot most standard mechs. Once a mech pilot advanced to expert, their minds were capable of doing so much more. At that time, genetic aptitude mostly determined how easily they would be able to advance to the next step. A monster like Venerable Foster faced much fewer hurdles in advancing to ace pilot than someone with a lower aptitude. While it sounded unfair, this was simply the way the galaxy worked. Satisfactory? Ves softly nodded. I'm very satisfied with him. Take good care of him, Melker. Melker nodded in acknowledgement. What pleased Ves the most about Joshua wasn't necessarily his academic pedigree. His spiritual potential, spiritual attributes, and genetic aptitude did not warrant too much attention either. No, the true reason Ves regarded this young mech pilot with favor was the latter's unquestioning devotion. Biggest fan or not, Ves confidently judged that Joshua was sincere in his admiration. As far as Ves was concerned, Joshua didn't even have to risk his life against the Sandmen to prove his loyalty. This fanba and fellow Cloudy Curtainer had already completed his indoctrination ahead of time. Maybe we should put more effort into recruiting other locals, Ves remarked to Melker. Joshua is an exception. Most mech pilots from this planet aren't even good enough to join the Sentinels. It isn't until recently our family took over the basic mech academy of Freslin and improved its training standards. I see. Ves spent a few more minutes of his time directing his attention to the remaining young avatars. It was enough for them to meet their employer in person. The impression he made would be seared in their minds as they matured to become the backbone of the avatars for many decades. He ended his visit shortly afterwards. As Ves left the avatar's base of operation, Gloriana linked her arm with his and walked alongside him with a gentle smile. I didn't think much of your avatars of myth when I first heard of them, but you've surprised me, Ves. Oh? Ves raised his eyebrow. What has caught your attention? The quality and potential of some of those young mech pilots are very high. Since I specialize in fitting mechs to mech pilots, I'm very good at judging their quality. Most of them have what it takes to become elites. If their upbringing and augmentations were a little bit better, then they could have enjoyed storied careers in the Hex army. That was high praise from someone like Gloriana. Are my avatars really that good in your eyes? She nodded. Most of the Larkinson mech pilots I've seen so far are also pretty decent. Whether it's their mindsets or their physical conditioning, they're good material. While his girlfriend spoke highly of the Larkinsons, Ves believed that part of it was because they were his relatives. She wouldn't speak so highly of them if he wasn't a Larkinson. Even so, Gloriana never lied when it came to expressing her likes and dislikes. Since this topic was related to her design philosophy, she would never lie to Ves just to make him feel better. What do you think about the odds of elevating my avatars to second-class mech pilots? It shouldn't be a problem as long as you invest in the right augmentations for them. Your relatives have a particularly solid foundation, so they should be able to succeed in a couple of years of focused training. I understand. Is the Glory Battalion willing to train my men? She grinned. I'll make them accept this assignment. Don't worry, Ves. You'll get your own second-class mech pilots to play with. Just be ready to provide the required support. The cost of converting a third-class mech pilot to a second-class mech pilot varied. While Ves could make do with investing a couple of million of credits, better and faster results could be achieved if he invested 10 or even 100 times more. Ves was not in the habit of wasting so much money though. Investing a few million credits per avatar was the most he was willing to spend. What if a mech pilot that cost him 1 billion credits to nurture suddenly got shot down by an enemy mech one day? Fortunately, as long as his avatars possess the right foundation, it shouldn't be too difficult to make the transition. What Ves should really be concerned about was having the right second-class mechs in place. He had to make sure he became proficient in designing second-class mechs by then because he did not wish to resort to buying someone else's products to outfit his premier mech force. I have a lot of studying to do to design the mechs my avatars deserve, he sighed. Gloriana pressed closer against him. I'm sure you'll get it within a year. I'll do whatever I can to help you become a qualified second-class mech designer. Otherwise, how will you be able to prove yourself to my dynasty within 3 years? What are you talking about? I made an agreement with my mother. We need to accelerate our timeline and produce a second-class masterwork mech within 3 years. That's way too fast. Ves clutched his heart in shock. I'm not even confident I can produce another masterwork mech within a decade. It was simply too hard to make a masterwork mech on demand. Even if Ves had made one before and even if Gloriana's design philosophy increased the odds of making one, that still left them with a minuscule chance. I know we can do it, Ves. She spoke and grasped his hands. As long as we develop our synergies, it will only be a matter of time before we manage to make a fantastic masterwork mech. Though Ves still remained skeptical, he did not reject the challenge. Producing a masterwork within 3 years would confound any journeyman or senior, but Ves was different. Having finished touring the mech nursery, the couple left the complex and returned to the Cloud Estate. There, they enjoyed a quiet dinner together before relaxing outside during the evening. Though Ves felt very ambivalent about the presence of so many Larkinsons at his estate, he quickly felt at ease once he sat among his uncles and aunts. Despite his high standing within his family, the Larkinsons were never very hierarchical to begin with. The elders only enjoyed slightly higher regard. Only the expert pilots in the family enjoyed respect. We know you're very busy. An old Larkinson calmly spoke to him. You're in the prime of your life. When I was as young as you, I dreamed of having a rich girlfriend like you. Who are we to spoil the best years of your life? Cherish these times, Ves. I will. Ves nodded with some respect. He continued to chat with the oldest Larkinsons. Because they had already experienced a fulfilling life, Ves did not sense any ulterior motives from them aside. They didn't even beg Ves to allocate more money and resources to their children and grandchildren. Ves didn't make those kinds of decisions anyway. While Ves started to enjoy his time with the old and placid Larkinsons, Gloriana played with the very youngest Larkinsons. The young kids quickly became bedazzled by her beauty and charm. She giggled frequently as she played along with some of their games. What surprised Ves the most was that Gloriana did not bring up anything related to hexism at all. She also treated boys and girls with an equal amount of consideration. As Ves continued to keep an eye on his girlfriend, he began to suspect that she was deliberately trying to charm the Larkinsons. Why shouldn't she? If she managed to get on the bad side of the Larkinsons, then her relationship with Ves would certainly be in jeopardy. At the very least, the tension would introduce a lot of strain. It pleased him a lot to see her getting along with the Larkinsons and vice versa. Though it remained to be seen whether she could earn the approval of every Larkinson, she was well on her way to winning the hearts of the younger ones. They decided to retire after a few hours. It was already bedtime for the youngest Larkinsons. "Your family is very wholesome, Ves," Gloriana remarked as she accompanied him to the main mansion. "It's different from the Wodens. Every relative of mine has something to prove. Even if we're not as bad as some of the more competitive dynasties, it's very rare to encounter a Woden who is able to put down their worries and enjoy a simple life." The two enjoyed different upbringings, but they managed to be compatible so far. As long as Ves continued to get along with Gloriana, he was happy with what he got. He couldn't ask for more in their relationship. "Will I be able to fit in with the Wodens?" he asked. "It's very difficult. Even if we pass our 3-year challenge, you'll always be regarded as an outsider by the Woden dynasty." "Don't misunderstand me, Gloriana. I don't want to become a Woden. I'm a Larkinson. I like to keep it that way." Both of them smiled at each other. They were both proud of their families and didn't want to lose those parts of their identities. The time they spent with the Larkinsons somehow brought them closer together. A harmony formed between them that was just as amazing as the synergies they discovered when they collaborated on a design project. "I love you, Ves." "I love you too." "Good night. Let's get back to work tomorrow, okay?" The two kissed each other at the porch of their mansion. Chapter 1553 Sharpening Teeth. The next morning, Ves and Gloriana met during breakfast but separated shortly afterwards. Ves still needed to tour more sites before he was ready to tackle work. Though Gloriana enjoyed accompanying her boyfriend, she didn't intend to spend all of her time with him. She still needed to study, perform research, and manage her own affairs. "I'll be supervising the installation of my lab and workshop equipment," she told him once they were ready to depart. "After that, we'll meet again when you convene your design team, right?" Ves calmly nodded. "It's not much of a design team. So far, I only have keddies. I've also been informed that a couple of teenage Larkinsons will be joining us as well. They're the seeds the Larkinsons have selected to learn from my hip. Please treat them well." "I understand, but Ves, a good mech designer isn't so easy to raise. I don't mean to insult your relatives, but—" "You don't have to couch your words to me," he spoke. "I know very well that the odds that they'll advance to journeyman is exceedingly small. I'm not looking to turn them into my successors, though. It's already sufficient for them to become capable apprentices that can assist me in my work or provide the Larkinsons with at least some measure of financial continuity." The Larkinsons did not have a tradition of raising mech designers, so Ves did not expect too much from the seeds his family selected. regardless if they possess spiritual potential or not. As long as they possessed the right attitudes, he was willing to tutor them from time to time. Of course, Ves couldn't teach them too much at their young age. The best he could do was to prepare them well enough that they would be able to apply for the best mech design universities in the region. Not the Ansel University of Mech Design, though. Anything but Ansel. If the Bright Republic successfully survived the current crisis, then Ves would recommend them to the Durham's Center of Technology and Innovation. With his connections, he could get a stupid pig accepted as a mech design student. Well, that was for later. Ves and Gloriana kissed before they went their separate ways. Clixie, Melody, and her bodyguards followed after their lady while Nita and Lucky accompanied their lord. As they boarded a shuttle, the vehicle lifted off and flew towards the mech nursery. Some aerial mechs of the Sentinels surrounded the shuttle while a couple of land-bound mechs of the Avatars followed on the ground. "What do you think so far of the people you've met at the Cloud Estate and the mech nursery?" he asked Nita. "So far, I haven't detected anyone who holds malice against you, sir." "What does your nose tell you?" "All of the people we've met on this planet are not involved with the cult as far as I know." Ves nodded, though he didn't blindly accept her judgment. What if an agent of a splinter organization of the Five Scrolls Compact embedded some spies and informers within his company? Unless they possessed extraordinary powers like Nita, detecting them was incredibly hard. He left the vital role of identifying spies and informers to Crinden. In his capacity as captain of the Virtual Security Department, Crinden wouldn't have to conduct his search alone. Considering how Flashlight operated, Ves knew for sure they inserted at least dozens of spies in his company. While Ves did not intend to expose them or root them out, he still wanted to identify them. It was better to know and not do anything about it than remaining ignorant. He could ill afford it. Doubtlessly, many other organizations may have planted their spies in his workforce as well. It was one thing to tolerate an informer like Gavin or in the LMC, but it would be devastating if a spy managed to slip into the ranks of his avatars of myth. "Do you have any other concerns, Nita?" "I do, sir. I have been speaking with some of the bodyguards of the Glory Battalion as well as some of your other guards. You are making a lot of waves lately. This also means you are making many people upset. Now that you are making very large moves, I'm afraid the people who lose out will resort to drastic measures to stop you from doing more damage." Ves scratched his chin. "You're right. I can't avoid disturbing others, but I enjoy a sufficient amount of protection from my backers. The Bright Republic is on my side. Gloriana and by extension her Glory Battalion is on my side. Calabast is on my side. If that isn't enough, I can count on the avatars of myth and living sentinels to foil any assassination attempts." "You are sending out the majority of your avatars and many of your sentinels to fight the Sandmen," Nita pointed out. "This reduces your security, especially when you are separated from Gloriana. To be frank, I highly prefer it if you remain with her as much as possible. While the Glory Battalion is tasked to protect her first, they will eliminate any threat that targets you because Gloriana would also be at risk." Depending on his girlfriend's bodyguards to protect him put a sour taste in his mouth. Wasn't it his intention to cultivate the avatars of myth into an elite second-class mech force? Even if the avatars became capable enough to fend off all local threats, what if some donkey from the hegemony or the coalition decided that Ves had to be wiped out? The backing and protection he currently enjoyed only shielded him against third-class threats. For the rest, he needed to depend on his girlfriend, which deeply unsatisfied him. The Glory Battalion obviously wouldn't risk their lives for Ves alone. "I can only depend on something I can build myself." He needed to elevate the avatars into a second-class mech force as soon as possible. His shuttle arrived at the mech nursery a brief moment later. As he entered into the range of the aura of a desolate soldier installed as a display model, he took the time to admire the mech for a moment. Very adequate. VS nodded in satisfaction. It's not entirely flawless, though. The mech technicians of the LMC had done their best to fabricate the mech without his personal guidance. The desolate soldier was a very simple mech design to begin with, and VS already transmitted detailed fabrication plans to the company. If his mech technicians were too stupid to follow all of his instructions, then they didn't deserve to work for the LMC. As much as VS itched to fabricate a couple of gold-labeled desolate soldiers, he did not consider them meaningful. Who would spend so much effort on crafting high-quality versions of a cheap product? VS shook his head and proceeded to his appointments. For most of the morning, VS visited the other two mech forces under his purview. He began with meeting Commander Cinnabar and the battle criers. While VS hadn't paid much attention to them since he returned to Cloudy Curtain, as Kinners they didn't need much babysitting. The most pertinent issue he wanted to discuss with the battle criers was whether they were willing to fight on behalf of the Bright Republic. "This is what we are made for," Commander Cinnabar replied to VS. "Do you think that because we're Kinners, we only care about the safety of the Kinner tribe? We are an extension of your will, now. Your concerns are our concerns. Let alone that this is a fight which mech pilots shouldn't avoid. I can think of no better cause to fight for than protecting humanity against alien aggression." At this point, VS already signed a contract with the battle criers and bought them out in the Kinner tradition. Even though he knew he held the power to do almost anything he wanted with the battle criers, he didn't want to overstep the line. Hearing Cinnabar's declaration reassured him a lot. "I'm glad to hear that, Commander. If that is so, I won't hesitate. Please deploy some of your battle criers to the front. Aside from doing what is necessary, I also want you to focus on hardening your mech pilots. I have no doubts about your loyalty, but your troops can use some more polishing. Since the Sandmen are about to flood the Bright Republic, you'll enjoy all the battles you need to hammer your men into shape." As a mercenary commander, Cinnabar understood V's argument. "We've never been cowards. We've already survived our fair share of battles. I hope your battle criers can prove yourselves once more. To those that survive, I'm willing to invest your development. Becoming second-class mech pilots is not out of the question." He had already dangled out this bait, but it didn't hurt to remind the battle criers of what they stood to gain. Once VS made sure that the battle criers were settling in, he departed to the largest base. Dozens of mechs of the living sentinels stood on standby right inside the grounds of the base. Every mech pilot wearing the silver uniform of the sentinels greeted VS with respect. He met with Magdalena Larkinson shortly afterwards in her office. A stern lady with an aging face, the Magdalena still radiated strong military vibes. Not a lot of time had passed since she retired from service. The onset of the Sandman invasion coupled with the outbreak of the Komodo War had probably caused her to dust off her and don military bearing. "Sir?" She saluted towards him. "Welcome to the Living Sentinels." VS casually waved his hand at her. "Knock it off. We're not in the military." "Sorry, sir. Old habits die hard." "Well, I can see how you managed to become the commander of the Living Sentinels. Even if we aren't as excellent as your avatars of myth, we have a lot of responsibilities on our shoulders. The LMC is our family's main source of prosperity now, far outstripping the meager profits earned by the Larkinson estate." VS was impressed by her dedication. "That's true. I'm glad you are taking your job seriously. It's not meant to be a retirement home for Larkinsons who are tired of serving in the Mech Corps. The Larkinson mech pilots who have truly hung up their piloting coats have all gone to become mech instructors for our Mech Academy." Magdalena smirked. "You should pay a visit to them sometime." I plan to do so immediately after this meeting. Ves nodded. He had some business to do in Freslin. Not only did he want to check out the latest preoccupation of the Larkinsons, he also wanted to talk with Dietrich from Walter's Whalers. Though Ves hadn't kept in touch with the Whalers lately, he heard that they suffered a very severe setback when they attempted to return to Bentheim and conquer some turf. Ves got down to business with the Sentinel commander. As Ves hadn't been involved in the establishment of the living Sentinels, he wanted to make sure they hadn't made any decisions he disagreed with. It would be much harder to impose changes once the Sentinels became set in their ways. He paid especially close attention to their budget. Even though the LMC took care of their bills, he didn't want the living Sentinels to develop into a blood-sucking parasite. Fortunately, Magdalena ran a tight ship. The living Sentinels employed a lot of Larkinsons, and while Ves suspected that plenty of nepotism took place, at the very least his relatives weren't lazy and corrupt. I'm very content with your arrangements, he told her. I approve of your handling. Keep up the good work. As Ves left the base of the living Sentinels, he took another look at their mechs before he left. Though the avatars of myth, battle criers, and the living Sentinels still hadn't reached their optimal forms, they already held a lot of battle power. With hundreds of mechs at his disposal, Ves no longer felt that he was powerless anymore. Even if he was still a mech designer, he actually possessed some teeth now. I just have to polish them by deploying them against the Sandmen, he muttered. Only then are they sharp enough to bite my enemies to death. Chapter 1554 Old Guard. Freslin changed a lot since he last visited. The second largest city on Cloudy Curtain featured a lot of new construction. The sudden relocation of billions of refugees required an enormous amount of services to accommodate their integration into brighter society. Hospitals, planning offices, distribution warehouses, high-rise business centers, and more dotted the outskirts of Freslin. When Ves saw the enormous sprawl of construction, he guessed that Freslin might double in size within a year. As much as Ves was amazed by the scale of construction, he knew that this was only a taste of what was to come. Only the more daring, risk-taking entrepreneurs invested early in Cloudy Curtain. They saw the ballooning population of Cloudy Curtain and noted that the planet would soon be grossly short on various essential services. The lack of existing institutions presented savvy investors with an enormous gap in the market. Still, aren't they a bit too daring? Ves frowned as he looked down on the expanding city from the window of his shuttle. If the Bright Republic fails to repel the Sandmen, then all of the money sunk into construction will wash away in a tide of sand. Certainly, many investors liquidated their assets and pulled as much money out of the system as possible. It was the most prudent course of action to do. What was the worth of prime real estate when it would soon be crushed by the relentless Sandmen? However, those who believed the Bright Republic had what it took to defend its space took the biggest gambles in their lifetimes. They snapped up all of the liquidated assets at fire sale prices and constructed new institutions on planets designated as dumping grounds for refugees without any hesitation. The risks may be large, but the rewards were absolutely astronomical. Even Ves, who liked to gamble every now and then, balked at the thought of going all in on this daring bet. From what he read in the news, the government did everything possible to facilitate this risk-taking behavior. Anyone who decided to commit to the Bright Republic and take over the assets sold by cowardly, risk-averse investors received numerous perks and tax breaks. One of the lessons the Republic learned from the border states was that society could quickly break down if everyone tried to liquidate their assets. Even though many large investors acquired a bad reputation as leeches and corporate raiders, if they all decided to pull out of the economy, the state would quickly be thrown into chaos. Well, I don't have to play this game. Ves shook his head. His primary concern was to improve his skills and grow his mech company. The money he earned from licensing his latest mech designs already surpassed 200 billion bright credits. Of course, most of the companies and mech designers who licensed his mech designs probably suffered from buyer's remorse right now. Any variants they designed inevitably featured drastically weaker X factors. Once it became known that it was far more problematic to design variants of his mechs than anticipated, Ves predicted that he wouldn't be able to exploit the mech industry's ignorance again. Still, 200 billion credits is a huge windfall for the LMC. He grinned. The recent board meetings all concerned how to spend all of this money. Ves had pushed for investing much of the money into expanding the mech nursery and building more manufacturing complexes. The LMC's existing production capacity no longer matched its success level. Ves detested depending on third-party manufacturers to make up for the company's severe shortfall in production. Naturally, Ves did not bet completely on this plan. If the Sandmen defeated the Mech Corps, then all was moot. Once the Bright Republic falls, the Bright Credit is worth nothing. Due to all of the economic activity and the government's profligate spending spree, inflation already started to rouse. Even though the LMC was earning more Bright Credits than ever before, the rising inflation continually tempered their real earnings. Perhaps there might come a day where a nutrient pack sold for 1 million Bright Credits. Ves shook his head at the ridiculous notion. That will only happen if the Bright Republic loses Bentheim and half of its territory or something. In any case, Ves and the LMC needed to make the most use out of their windfall by converting Bright Credits to tangible assets as fast as possible. It still feels good to be rich, though. He smiled. While the money he earned was nowhere close to funding his expeditionary fleet, it represented a good start. As Ves mused about his expanding fortunes, his shuttle finally arrived at his first stop. Surrounded by Nita and his bodyguards, he exited the shuttle and stepped onto a familiar street. The low, intimidating aura of his Pride of Dusk immediately affected the nearby locals. Look! It's Ves Larkinson! He's back! Wow! He looks more handsome than ever! No wonder he managed to seduce a hexer! Most citizens of Freslin regarded Ves and the LMC very highly. Ves idly waved at the gawkers before entering a rundown bar. Unlike last time, not a single patron was present. Even if Ves decided to visit in the morning, he knew the whalers didn't care for these matters. Ves immediately spotted the person he sought sitting bored and morose behind the bar. He stepped forward and calmly sat on the barstool right in front of the barkeeper. Hey, Dietrich. Hey. A short silence ensued as both of them looked at each other. Both of them had changed a lot since they last met. Whereas Ves looked more imposing due to his confidence and his Pride of Dusk, Dietrich resembled a deflated balloon. His previous confidence and plebeian-like demeanor was nowhere to be seen. His messy hair hung limply on his head, and his clothes appeared as if he'd slept in them for several days. What happened to you, Dietrich? Bentheim happened. I heard. Is Walter? My father is dead, along with more than 100 mechs and mech pilots who followed him to fulfill his foolhardy dream. Dietrich, my condolences. The son of Walter let out an exasperated sigh. You don't have to feel sorry for me. My father got what was coming. What did he think he could do with a bunch of green recruits and unreliable mech pilots? Even if we outnumbered the gang we targeted, they bogged us down and confounded us with their superior piloting skills and tactics. We should have pulled out back then, but my father and the old guard insisted on pressing through. What happened? Our opponents called in their friends. Enemy reinforcements quietly surrounded us from all sides. Once they formed a complete envelopment, they attacked us on all sides. The outcome was devastating. The whalers lost 80% of the mechs they deployed in battle. The remnants that came back to Cloudy Curtain were diminished, despaired, and utterly broken. Are the whalers still around? Ves softly asked. My father died. The old guard died. I managed to survive, and so did a couple of others. Upon our return, I tried to take charge as best as I could and recalled all of our remaining mech forces to Cloudy Curtain. There was no way we could hang on to our other turf at our current level of strength. And then? And then, I got kicked out of my father's own organization. Dietrich slammed his fist against the bar counter. What a good leader I turned out to be. While my father and the old guard who supported me the most were still around, all of the whalers remained honest. As soon as this changed, the disloyal bastards who joined the whalers in the past few years since the Glowing Planet campaign usurped control from me. Too few whalers backed me up when the usurpers launched their coup. Dietrich freely explained how it all went downhill. Ves did not look entirely surprised. Walter's whalers used to be a small-time gang that lorded over Cloudy Curtain because they didn't have any competition. After participating in the Glowing Planet campaign, they lost a lot of old hands but gained billions of bright credits. The whalers could never protect all of their wealth with the meager forces at their disposal, so they underwent an enormous hiring and procurement spree. Their strength and numbers ballooned in a matter of years, so much so that they became local hegemons that claimed other rural planets in the Bentheim region as their turf. Yet Ves recognized the vulnerability of pursuing such rapid expansion. The whalers were never very diligent with how they managed their organization. They recruited too many new whalers, diluting their old culture, loyalty, and identity. While this situation wouldn't have led to any serious problems, a cancer had taken root in the gang. As long as the only deterrent in the form of Walter and his old buddies was gone, Dietrich alone did not possess enough power to retain control over the whalers. So that's how I end up here by myself in this deserted bar. Dietrich finished. It's the only piece of real estate that I have left in my name. Walter's whalers left nothing behind for you? They no longer go by that name. They call themselves the Cloud Whalers by now. As for my severance fee, I'm lucky enough to retain this worthless bar and my stupid life. I wouldn't have been able to walk out from the whalers if it hadn't been for some of the old members speaking up for me. They still turned their back to me, though. How come they didn't support you? My father is tainted. We enjoyed a lot of success, but my father and the old guard's obsession with Bentheim threw most of it away. The old members who remained behind weren't mech pilots. They're the administrators, the business owners, the mech technicians, and the like who wouldn't have been useful in our attempt to gain a footing on Bentheim. Even if they had been with Walter from the start, they don't have the power to contend against mech pilots. I see. The usurpers probably obtained their support before they launched their coup. Their main demand was to preserve your life, on account for the sentiment they held towards your father. Dietrich sighed. In hindsight, that was obvious. The usurpers couldn't have taken over the whalers so smoothly without making a lot of deals. The new Cloud Whalers no longer had anything to do with Dietrich and his father. If Ves wanted to be poetic about it, then he would remark that Dietrich and the whalers had broken the bonds of karma between them. With how lifeless Dietrich looked, not even revenge was on his mind. Did Walter leave you a nest egg or something? Surely your father wasn't stupid enough to put all of his eggs in a single basket. Ha! Dietrich laughed. You're right. My father did squirrel away a couple of billion credits to a number of secret stashes and bank accounts. The problem is that my dad is really bad at all of this complicated finance stuff, so he entrusted the matter to one of his old buddies who acted as our chief accountant. I see. He didn't have to ask whether this chief accountant stabbed Dietrich in the back. All of the money that Walter saved for his son had fallen into the hands of the usurpers. The dispossessed heir to the whalers snorted at his visitor. "You don't have to feel sorry for me, Ves. We all got what we deserved. This is how gangs are like. I'm tired of the whalers anyway. They're all a bunch of idiots with too many mechs and not enough foresight. My dad and the old guard could have used the windfall they earned from the Glowing Planet campaign to transition the whalers into a large mercenary corps or security company. It takes a lot of training and expertise to set something like that up, Dietrich. We had a lot of money. We could have set up an investment fund and bought a bunch of lucrative companies to live off the profits, but no, my dad insisted on paying back his old grudges." Obviously, losing access to all of the wealth the Walters earned stung Dietrich deeply. Ves understood how bad it must be for Dietrich to be a billionaire for a few years before being robbed of all of the wealth that he supposedly owned. "How about a new start?" Ves extended his hand to the other man. "You're a decent mech pilot. We shared a life and death experience together. I just happen to need a lot of mech pilots." Dietrich snorted. "I know about your avatars of myth and living sentinels. Every mech pilot on Cloudy Curtain wants to work for them. It's just, I won't fit in an elite outfit like the avatars, and I don't want to become a glorified security guard." Ves already anticipated this answer. "You don't have to join them. I have a third outfit under my command. Hear me out." Chapter 1555 Larkinson Basic Mech Academy. In the end, Dietrich accepted his offer to join the Battle Criers. It wasn't as if he had anything better to do. While Ves hadn't mentioned that the Battle Criers consisted entirely of kinners, he didn't anticipate many problems. The Battle Criers were ruffians at heart, which meant that Dietrich should easily be able to fit in once he managed to get over the fact that he would be serving alongside a bunch of foreigners. "You won't regret your choice, Dietrich." Ves smiled and shook the other man's head. "Now go close this bar, clean yourself up, and report to the Battle Criers based at the Mech Nursery. I'll call ahead and tell them to give you a warm welcome." Dietrich eyed him with some suspicion. "Why do I get the feeling you're bamboozling me or something? You're being awfully keen on recruiting me. Even if my skills are decent, you can afford better." "Some things can't be bought," Ves replied. "I trust you and I have a good feeling about you. It's up to you to decide how you want to reciprocate. Let's drink to that." After retrieving a bottle from the top shelf, Dietrich poured 2 glasses and offered one of them to Ves. Both of them clinked their glasses together and gulped down their drinks. While Dietrich soon began to grow tipsy, Ves remained as sober as ever. At this quantity, alcohol had little effect on his altered metabolism. "Well, I have to go now, Dietrich. I hope you can pick up your life and find a new meaning to live on. You deserve better than the whalers." Ves left the bar and returned to his shuttle. As his vehicle brought him to the outskirts of Freslin, he briefly reflected on Dietrich's experiences while scratching Lucky's ears. So much has changed over a year. As Ves and the LMC rose to prominence, Dietrich suffered an enormous fall from grace. What struck Ves the most was how quickly Dietrich lost everyone and everything around him. Without the tall trees of his father and the old guard, Dietrich was left naked and vulnerable to the predations of his former subordinates and allies. Even though Ves considered Dietrich to be a decent fellow, he didn't possess any remarkable strength to suppress any unrest within his former organization. "Something like that will never happen to me," Ves vowed. As much as Ves respected Walter, the old gang leader had been way too sloppy and careless. Aside from underestimating the brutal competition at Bentheim, he ran the whalers as poorly as he did when it was still a small-time gang. Ves especially disapproved of the decision to expand rapidly. While it felt good to gain so much new strength, the newcomers vastly outnumbered the old whalers. The latter hadn't made any good attempts to integrate the former into the organization, thereby letting an enormous hidden danger fester underneath their noses. In the end, the newcomers were more loyal to themselves than the organization. The Cloud Whalers were nothing like Walter's Whalers now. Ves predicted that their old heritage would soon be forgotten as the new leaders attempted to wipe away as much of Walter's influence as possible. "They're not worth my time anymore," he grumbled. He decided not to meddle in the relationship between the LMC and the Cloud Whalers. Now that the Living Sentinels had been formed, his mech company wouldn't be easy to bully. What happened to Dietrich served as a valuable lesson to Ves and affirmed his own decisions. Unlike old Walter, Ves insisted on setting the foundation for his old avatars of myth. Even though he could have ordered them to recruit hundreds of mech pilots at once, how could the avatars possibly turn them into loyal subordinates? His recent visits to the avatars and sentinels vindicated his decisions. Even though both mech forces were still rather young, Ves was very satisfied by their loyalty and dedication to their respective causes. What was truly critical to the success of the avatars and sentinels was the Larkinsons involved in forming them. Any random Larkinson mech officer was 10 times better in managing an outfit than Walter. Leadership matters. Of course, Ves recognized that he became dangerously dependent on the Larkinsons to run 2 out of 3 of his mech forces. He needed to make sure they stayed under his thumb. It would be pretty devastating for him if the Larkinsons turned their back to him one day. "Sir, we've reached our next stop," Nita informed Ves. As Ves stepped out of his shuttle, he swept the tall and expansive campus. "Welcome to the Larkinson Basic Mech Academy, Ves." An old man walked up to him with a gentle smile. "Elder Rouncel, I didn't expect to greet you here at the landing zone." "Ha! You're a pillar of the family now. You deserve the same courtesy as our expert pilots." Ves hadn't actually taken notice of Elder Rouncel before, but he knew the older man's story. When he employed his spiritual vision towards Rouncel, he immediately noted the diminished and lethargic spirituality inside his head. Rouncel used to be a promising mech pilot from Grandpa Benjamin's generation. The elder managed to advance to expert candidate, elevating his prospects immensely. As long as he took another step, he would have become another respected expert pilot of the Larkinson family. Sadly, war was not kind to Rouncel. Before he could obtain the chance to undergo apotheosis, Rouncel lost his mech during an arduous battle against the Vesians. Even if he managed to eject, his cockpit sustained moderate damage. The result? Just like Benjamin, Rouncel lost his ability to pilot mechs. He sustained too much brain damage to interface with a machine. What was the worth of an expert candidate who was no longer able to pilot mechs? Roncel's entire career had been ruined. Fortunately, he managed to pick himself up after his departure from the Mech Corps. He may have lost his ability to pilot mechs, but he was still an expert candidate. Disabled or not, his elevated skills and unique experiences turned him into an excellent teacher. He soon became known as one of the best mech instructors. Every young Larkinson mech cadet wanted to enjoy his tutelage. Rouncel became so passionate about teaching that he became even better at guiding mech cadets than actual expert pilots. For this reason, once the Larkinson family took over the local mech academy, Elder Rouncel had instantly been tapped to become its principal. "Everything here looks new," Ves commented after he greeted the elder. The two walked alongside each other. "Even the training mechs are all new." Elder Rouncel gestured towards the brand new training halls and expansive outdoor training grounds, all scaled up for mechs. The old academy ran on a shoestring budget. It was completely inefficient. As soon as we took it over, we razed the old facilities and sold off the battered training mechs. After a lot of investment, our new academy has finally met our standards. We're even in the process of expanding our capacity to handle the influx of mech cadets among the refugees. Ves turned around and witnessed a lot of new facilities under construction. The Larkinsons already spent billions of credits to reform the Mech Academy, but now they spend billions more to double or triple its capacity within a few months. Isn't this a poor time to invest the bulk of the Larkinson estate's earnings into a Mech Academy? Ves skeptically asked. Teaching is a noble profession, Ves. We Larkinsons have always excelled in training mech cadets. It's just that we never had the capital to run our own Mech Academy before you came into the picture. We're very grateful that you allowed us to fulfill our dreams. Ves directed a suspicious glance at the seemingly amiable principal. Is that the only reason to throw a lot of money at this pit? Tell me the truth, Rancel. We're building an institution, Ves. Rancel sighed. Don't look at how much we spent. Instead, you should look at what we stand to gain. Mech academies have never been profitable. Money is just one part of the equation, Ves. Think of how many local mech cadets will graduate in the coming years. With our proven Larkinson teaching methods, many of them will become capable mech pilots. What's the point of that? Many of them are already highly predisposed towards you and the LMC. They won't forget their alma maters when they graduate, Ves. The mech pilots we educate will become our backbone in the future. Whether they go on to serve in the Mech Corps, the Avatars, or the Sentinels, we can always count on them for support. If Ves intended to stick around in the Bright Republic, he might have appreciated the value of this long-term plan. However, it took too long for the Mech Academy to bear fruit. Ves immediately grew less interested. Whatever. Do what you want. Show me around, please. In the following hour, Ves toured various facilities to familiarize himself with the Mech Academy. He observed hundreds of mech cadets undergoing physical conditioning. He witnessed another class learning how to shoot a practice rifle under the stern instruction of a Larkinson. What interested him the most was live mech practice sessions. Various cheap but extremely robust mechs were attempting to navigate a complicated path through an expansive training ground. While Ves regretted that he hadn't designed any training mechs, he had to admit that the Larkinsons chose well. These mechs are very durable and easy to maintain. All training mechs possess these qualities. Still, I commend your selection. These are some of the most cost-effective training mechs I've seen. As Rancel kept showing him around, Ves had already noticed the presence of his now familiar desolate soldier mechs. If the Bright Republic started to become familiar with its effects, how could the Larkinsons not be aware? Ves already counted more than a dozen desolate soldiers placed throughout the Mech Academy. Rancel, do you think it is a good idea to expose tens of thousands of mech cadets to my desolate soldiers? The old man chuckled. Our mech cadets became significantly more attentive and dedicated to their studies after we procured your desolate soldiers. Even though some of our pupils have begun to slack, they're still a lot more diligent than before. Rancel. Ves frowned. I have never tested the effects of long-term exposure to groaning young mech cadets. We believe the merits outweigh the risks. You wouldn't have published your mech if it wasn't safe for human use, correct? That's true, but even if it's permissible, is it the right thing to do? The principal adopted a severe expression. There is a difference between Larkinson mech cadets and normal mech cadets. Our family members have all instilled the proper values in our younger generation. The same can't be said for the majority of our students. Even if we are doing our best to impart the right values into their heads, there is only so much we can do, Ves. At this time, they reached a parade ground where around 500 mech cadets stood in formation. Watch this, Ronsel told him before stepping up to the serious-looking kids in uniform. All of them looked incredibly intense. Cadets, identify yourselves. We are Larkinson Mech Cadets. What is your cause? We fight to protect the Bright Republic. Who are your benefactors? We give thanks to the Larkinson family. The fervor demonstrated by the Mech Cadets matched that of the Ilvanans. How long had the Larkinsons been working on these kids? Ves wanted to scratch his head. Was it necessary for the Larkinsons to adopt a rigorous, military-style training approach at this stage? This was too excessive. Once Ronsel dismissed the Mech Cadets, he guided Ves to a separate training facility. Aside from touring the Larkinsons' pet project, Ves had another reason to visit the Mech Academy. It was time for him to pick up William Urbish from the tender care of the Larkinsons. Chapter 1556 Looked Down Upon. A young and athletic man collapsed in exhaustion after running his umpteenth lap. No one else was present in the large and well-equipped training facility aside from William and his designated trainer for the day. Once Ves and Ronsel entered the main training hall, they quickly strode over to the occupants. Ves peered down at William's sweaty, fit body. This was the body of a warrior and a mech pilot. If anyone told him that the person occupying this body was an abject coward, he wouldn't believe it at first. How has this fellow fared under your care? Poorly, Ronsel sighed. Young William here is by far our most confounding student. We have never encountered a mech pilot who is so completely helpless when it comes to actual mech combat. In fact, forget about mechs, he's not even able to bring himself to spar with our trainers. The Rim Guardians wouldn't have given up on William Urbish if his condition was easy to treat. Not even Ronsel managed to overcome William's crippling psychological condition. At least he made some progress under your training regime, right? We did. We systematically trained and retrained him. Aside from his affliction, we managed to correct all of his bad habits and expand his versatility. Upon your instructions, we've spent a lot of effort in making him proficient in piloting space-borne rifleman mechs. It's not much use, though. Even if he's relegated to the rear of a battle line, he still locks up in fear. What a sad mech pilot. The more Ves stared at the exiled scion of the Urbish clan, the more he became disgusted at the sight. Even though he knew that William was not to blame for his uncontrollable affliction, cowardice was something every Larkinson had learned to detest. No matter if it was Ves, Ronsel, or William's current instructor, all of them looked down on William with mild contempt. Please carry him back to the locker room to refresh himself. We're taking him with us back to the mech nursery. The instructor approached and easily lifted William up as if he was a sack. Unhand me, the young mech pilot protested. I can take care of myself. No one listened to his words. Ves and Ronsel talked for a while before William Urbish reappeared, clean and ready to depart. Come with me. It's time to step up the next phase of your training. Some time later, Ves said goodbye to Ronsel and took William inside his shuttle. As his vehicle rose to the air and departed to the mech nursery, William immediately launched a tirade against Ves. You! It's all your fault! Why did you dump me onto the laps of your hellishly strict relatives? I hate you! I hate your Larkinsons! If I was back in Vicious Mountain, I could easily crush you measly third-raters. Ves calmly raised his hand. Nita! Please slap some sense in him. His words displease my sensibilities. Even if Urbish came from a once-storied clan from a tribe within the vast and powerful Garland Empire, Ves did not care for William's feelings. The mech pilot was merely a means to an end. As Nita approached, William feebly raised his arms, only for them to get whacked aside. A couple of precisely controlled punches followed that quickly wiped away the mech pilot's bluster. Ah! That hurts! The Rim Guardians won't forgive you! Again Nita. Ah! Stop it! I'm sorry, Mr. Larkinson! Pathetic. Ves sneered at William. The mech pilots of Vicious Mountain are known as warriors and tyrants. Has all of the training we put into you gone to waste? A real man ought to stand up for himself. I can't. Your woman is too big and strong. There's no way I can beat her in a fight. Ves wordlessly shook his head in disappointment. This fellow was more pathetic than a male hexer. What would Gloriana think when she finally met William in person? Once Nita taught William a lesson, the mech pilot sat meekly on the opposite side of the shuttle. The man fidgeted uncomfortably under V's piercing glance. It didn't help that Ves slowly raised the pressure emanating from his overcoat. Zygra's spiritual fragment perpetually radiated a mix of pride, aggression, and hatred towards Ves, though everyone else in the vicinity suffered from its aura as well. Ah! Please stop it, Mr. Larkinson! I can't take it! I want to die! Ves dampened the aura from his overcoat to give the Urbish clansman some relief. In truth, Ves performed a brief experiment to see how Urbish reacted to Zygra's aura on a spiritual level. Unlike many other mech pilots, William was lucky enough to possess spiritual potential. Ves observed the mech pilot's trace of spirituality very carefully when he raised his overcoat's aura to the maximum. As expected, a very intense spiritual reaction took place in William's spirituality. It amplified and resonated with the man's existing fears and other related emotions. This little test confirmed V's suspicions. William's fears were rooted deeply in his personality. So much so that once he developed spiritual potential, the weak trace of spirituality in his head acquired a character that matched his cowardly personality. The implications of these observations were grave. If Ves used an unknown means to forcibly elevate William into an expert candidate, then his cowardice wouldn't go away. Instead, as his spirituality developed further, his cowardice would become more magnified. Even if William advanced all the way to God Pilot, his cowardice would be so strong that he wouldn't even be able to hurt a fly despite his immense might. What a tricky problem, Ves muttered under his breath. Fixing this fellow's problem wasn't as simple as performing spiritual lobotomization on his spirituality. William possessed very little spirituality. The reason why Ves described it as spiritual potential was because it only amounted to potential in this stage. There was no way that William possessed enough spirituality to augment his piloting and fighting skills. What was worse was that the spiritual attribute that was most predominant in William's spirituality probably corresponded to his cowardice. The man had lived in so much fear that his spirituality precisely reflected how badly he got spooked. How much spirituality would be left after Ves cut off the part he considered a tumor? Almost nothing. Ves had no idea what would happen. Would William lose so much spiritual potential that he would regress to a norm without potential? He couldn't risk this possibility. As the shuttle approached the mech nursery, Ves silently formed a number of approaches. All of them came with various amounts of risks. Whatever approach he selected, he needed to make a choice very soon. The custom mech destined for William needed to accommodate a mech pilot who was willing to fight. It was pointless to finalize a custom mech for a mech pilot who would definitely turn around and flee at the first sight of an enemy. Once the shuttle arrived at the mech nursery, the group moved down to the newly refurbished lab and workshop floor. As soon as Ves entered the main hall, he instantly became struck by the advanced equipment. Though Ves didn't know what they were capable of, they looked as sleek, classy and capable as the lab machines owned by Master Olson. "How luxurious!" he gasped. "VS! Over here!" VS walked to Gloriana, who was wearing a lab coat, and exchanged a kiss. "How have you been?" "I'm great. This workshop looks a lot better now that I've replaced your trash machines with my own equipment. Do you want to see what they can do?" "Later." VS waved his hand. "Let's meet with the others first." A number of people stood aside as VS and Gloriana kissed and greeted each other. Keddies in particular looked a bit unsettled before she schooled her face. "Keddies, you've grown up," he spoke. As he inspected her with his spiritual senses, he sensed that her nascent design philosophy had made a lot of progress. "With the Sandmen sweeping through the frontier, I realized that I can't play around anymore." She spoke with graveness. Her upbeat personality was nowhere to be found right now. "If not for Calabast, my fellow sword maidens wouldn't have been able to make it out. I owe a huge debt to you and her. I hope I can pay it back one day." "You don't have to feel you owe us something." VS gently smiled at her. "Commander Dice and the sword maidens can take care of their own debt to Calabast. As for you, you're my student. Progressing as a mech designer is enough to make me satisfied." "Thank you, sir, but I'm not a good friend if I don't settle this debt." "She's a good kid." Gloriana smiled and pressed against VS. "Smart, too. I don't mind tutoring her a bit when I have some time available." "Please do. Keddies hasn't received an orthodox mech design education, so she's a little rough around the edges." "I've noticed. I don't mind. She's dedicated to our craft and cares a lot about her design philosophy. She's a good seed." VS wasn't sure if Gloriana was actually sincere or if she merely acted polite in order to avoid badmouthing his first student. Whatever the case, VS hoped that both women would be able to get along. They were both his two most important fellow mech designers. He asked a few more questions to Keddies. She hadn't spent the last year in vain. Aside from designing some variants by herself, she also expanded her knowledge base to the point where she possessed a solid apprentice-level foundation. She even made some strides towards acquiring journeyman-level mechanics, but the sheer amount of knowledge couldn't be picked up so easily at her busy schedule. Once he became satisfied at her progress, he turned his attention to the 4 teenagers standing attentively next to Keddies. "So, are you the hopeful future mech designers the Larkinsons have sent to me? Introduce yourselves, please." "Michael Larkinson." "Rennie Larkinson." "Maisie and Larkinson." "Xantha Larkinson." 2 boys, 2 girls. Each of them ranged from ages 14 to 16. All of them had moved to Cloudy Curtain a while ago and attended a local school. Not only that, the Larkinsons also supplemented their learning by hiring a bunch of excellent tutors for all of their kids. The 4 seeds before VS received the most attention from the tutors. The Larkinsons were very hopeful that they would become the supporting pillars of the family a decade or 2 from now. Unfortunately, it was unlikely they would amount to more. At this moment, none of the 4 seeds possessed spiritual potential. Unless they developed it later on, becoming apprentices was the most they could achieve in their lives. That made him wonder how soon a human could develop spiritual potential. VS mostly spent his time with adults, and they either possessed it or not. He never saw an instance where adults naturally managed to develop spiritual potential. Did humans acquire it during their teens? Then these seeds still possessed hope. VS looked at the 4 seeds sternly and subtly raised the aura of his overcoat. To their credit, even though the teenagers looked up to VS, they possessed enough courage to withstand a moderate portion of Zygra's fury. He nodded in approval and gradually dialed down the aura. "All of you are true Larkinsons. I don't know how smart you are and how well you can learn my craft, but don't forget that you are Larkinsons. Courage and discipline defines us. You will each need to work hard and push yourselves to your limits in order to keep up with your studies. Even if we share the same blood, I won't go easy on you, because mech designers never have it easy. Maisie timidly raised her hand. Will we be able to design mechs? Both Ves and Gloriana laughed. Don't be in such a hurry. Ves gently waved her down. Designing a mech can only take place as long as you have become proficient in math, physics, mechanics, and so on. The knowledge you require to start designing mechs is something that you won't be able to acquire in your teens. The four seeds looked disappointed, but Ves didn't want to spoil them too much. Chapter 1557 Lesson in Risk-Taking. While Ves talked with the seeds selected by the Larkinsons, his girlfriend approached William Urbish. Her analytical gaze made William uncomfortable. So you are William of the Urbish clan? She harumphed. Well, Ves hadn't been lying when he said you were lacking. How can such good stock be ruined by an inability to face opponents? Before William could even open his mouth to defend himself, Gloriana signaled a bodyguard who took the hapless mech pilot and dragged him over to one of the lab machines. She wanted to get to work on examining William's condition thoroughly. The custom mech she prepared for the Urbish clansmen still needed more adjustments to achieve a better fit. Help me! I don't want to go into this machine. Don't complain and sit still. Sir. Michael raised. Don't mind what they are doing. You've heard about William Urbish, right? They all nodded. Who hadn't heard of the cowardly mech pilot the Larkinson instructors had been trying to beat into shape? Ves quickly moved on and began to lecture the seeds. He wasn't really interested in getting to know them better until they proved themselves. For now, they were just high school students who had a lot to go before they became qualified mech designers. Mech design is a great profession to those who have a passion for mechs, he began. Designing mechs is more than a science. It's also an art. Studying the sciences merely serves as a foundation that makes you eligible to design mechs. It does not guarantee you will be able to succeed. While you should mostly focus on learning at your stage, don't neglect your creativity. He activated a table projection and quickly summoned up the design schematics of his current commercial mech models. A good mech designer is an inventive mech designer. All of my commercial mech models have sold by the thousands because they are unique in some way. Do you think it's easy to compete against the oversaturated mech market? The competition is incredibly intense. Unless you develop a specialty that is both rare and valuable, you won't be able to cut it as an independent mech designer. If you can't be an independent, you'll have to work for someone else, which means you won't be able to earn a fraction of what my mech company rakes in per day. He carefully studied the gazes of the four young Larkinsons. Each of them admired the complicated design schematics projected over the table, while at the same time dreaming about earning as much money as Ves. This was what every prospective mech designer dreamed. Ves smirked at their eager faces. It was fine for them to dream. The problem was that it took more than wishful thinking to get to this point. To those who enjoy success, designing and selling mechs is incredibly lucrative. Let's take my latest mech model and its variant for example. He waved his hand, causing every projection except the desolate soldier and holy soldier. Now that the two schematics had been isolated, the four seeds faintly sensed the X factor contained within. Do you know how many desolate soldiers the LMC expects to sell within the first 2 months of release? 10,000? Rennie guessed. No, you don't. Haven't you kept up with the latest news? The desolate soldiers are selling like hotcakes right now. The model will probably sell over 50,000 times. The other two Larkinson seeds gasped. VS rapped his knuckle against the work table and smiled. It's more than that. Our current estimates have reached 100,000 copies. We had to revise our projections upwards because my mech model is more popular than we've anticipated. A huge shock ran through the seeds. All of them knew how much they sold for, though they weren't sure how much profit the LMC made per sale. However, with such a huge sales volume, the total profit shouldn't be small. He smirked. There's more. Even if my mech company isn't selling any mechs, my design work is already valuable in itself. Do you know how much money the LMC earned from licensing the two designs? More than 200 billion bright credits. This unimaginably vast sum exceeded the thinking capacity of the young seeds. When money reached this kind of height, no one could keep a clear head anymore. As VS studied the expressions and emotions of the interns carefully, he mentally shook his head. He bet that all four of them were imagining themselves in his place. VS slapped his palm against the table, forcing the Larkinson students from their delusions. Do you think it's easy to get to this point? Do you think I'm earning all of those hundreds of billions of credits with ease now that I'm a journeyman? It's not. No. Even a journeyman can fail. No matter how well they design a mech, if it doesn't bring any added value compared to competing designs, it simply won't sell. Don't think of this as a single-player game. Every mech designer is participating in the biggest multiplayer game in the galaxy, and that game is called the mech market. Every kid played games. The Larkinson seeds instantly understood his simple analogy. Think about how many mech designers are operating in the galaxy, VS said. Almost all of them are deadweight. Do you know why? Because they don't have the guts to design something different from the norm. Everyone needs to take some risks to distinguish themselves from the crowd. VS patted his chest with pride. I hope you don't forget what it means to be a Larkinson. One of the biggest reasons I made it this far is because I am a Larkinson. Don't think that courage is only relevant to mech pilots. There are plenty of times in your mech design career where you will need to go above and beyond and take some risks in order to achieve success. His appeal resonated with the seeds. They were all Larkinsons who grew up in a family that highly prized courage. When VS mentioned how their Larkinson heritage could help them become better mech designers, their fires started to get lit. Good! He exulted. Don't forget this sensation. What you are feeling right now is passion. As long as you are able to summon this sensation again, I'm confident that you'll be able to reach my level in time. Perhaps there was some hope for these seeds after all. Of course, his brilliant teaching played a huge role in stoking up their passion. Let me give you your very first lesson of the day. VS gazed at their eyes in a challenging fashion. Dare to design. The words contained a profoundness that the Larkinson seeds barely comprehended after listening to what VS previously said. The succinct phrase neatly encapsulated his beliefs on how a mech designer should develop themselves. A mech designer has to be bold. A mech designer has to be daring. A mech designer has to be innovative. Certainly, taking risks is not always healthy. Sometimes you lose, but so what? At least you tried your best. Caution and incrementalism won't get you anywhere in the cutthroat mech market. If you want to stand taller, then you'll need to push yourself and surpass your potential. VS continued to lecture the seeds along this refrain for the next couple of hours. The seeds attentively hung on his words as if they were starving chicks gobbling up the food their mother bird regurgitated. He made a very deliberate decision to shape their perspectives on mech design. They already learned the basic sciences at school and from their tutors. There was no need for VS to waste his time on such a trifling matter. What mattered more was their mindset and principles. If they didn't develop a perspective that allowed them to survive the brutal mech industry, then they wouldn't be able to accomplish anything even if they absorbed a lot of learning. Ves had constantly grappled with this dynamic ever since he obtained the system. As blank slates, Ves wielded a lot of power. The Larkinson seeds all worshipped him because he was a rare and esteemed journeyman. He made use of the authority he gained from his status and accomplishments to indoctrinate the seeds with a particular set of values. In the back of his mind, he knew that he would invite a lot of controversy if other mech designers heard what he said. Ves had deviated from the orthodox path by emphasizing risk-taking a lot more than was prudent. A lot of mech designers were actually very risk-averse. The best that could be asked of them was to take careful, calculated risks every now and then. What Ves currently taught significantly differed from what he learned at school. It was very difficult to push a cautious mech designer into taking risks. That was why Ves addressed this matter in their very first teaching session. If the seeds internalized his lessons, then they might end up like little Veses in the future. Was that a good thing? Not entirely. Unlike the actual Ves, the little Veses did not enjoy his advantages. Lacking the system meant that they would likely fall to ruin if they lost a big bet. Yet what did it matter to Ves? Let them fail. As long as one of the little Veses succeeded, then the gains would definitely be bountiful. A single overwhelming success was far more preferable than 4 mediocre results. In short, Ves was basically turning his teaching responsibility to the Larkinsons into a high-stakes bet. He wanted the little Veses to push themselves to the limit and adopt an innovative mindset from the very start. Even if Ves ended up leading the seeds to ruin, so what? The Larkinsons would probably keep sending him hopeful mech design students who could shoulder the burden of supporting the increasingly voracious Larkinson family. If his first 4 bets failed, then Ves would simply repeat his gamble. Eventually, one Larkinson seed would bloom into a flower. He just hoped that he wouldn't ruin too many seeds to get to this point. In any case, the Larkinson seeds had it much easier than Ves. When he initially started his business, he didn't enjoy any backing from the Larkinsons. It was different now. The Larkinsons finally came around to mech design and supported anyone smart enough to pursue it. Those who succeeded would become pillars of the family, while those who failed or fell short could still lean on Ves and the Larkinson family to mitigate their losses. Ves didn't mind wiping their butts if it was convenient for him to do so. This allowed his little Veses to take more risks, thereby increasing the odds of achieving massive success. Don't ever think that mech design is easy. He wrapped up his lecture. In order to stand out from the crowd, you need to swim against the current. At this stage, most of my words don't apply to your current situation, but you should never forget them. You are Larkinsons. Don't forget that. Becoming a mech designer does not mean you have to go against your nature. The little Veses all looked dazed as Ves had given them an abundance of instruction, many of which they had never heard. Ves let them stew over his words and walked up to Gloriana. Kitties had joined her as well to act as an assistant, while they examined William's properties. The mech pilot wearily underwent numerous tests, some of which pushed him to exhaustion, while others inflicted a lot of pain. Gloriana needed as much data as possible. A lot of lab equipment she brought in weren't dedicated to the study of exotics, or anything directly related to mechs. Instead, they were dedicated to examining mech pilots. How is it going, Gloriana? I still need another day. You may have to wait. Why so? She turned to him with a questioning eye. Because I intend to start his treatment immediately. Ves grinned. Oh? How can you possibly treat his condition? Even the Rim Guardians failed. I have my ways. You may not be aware, but I happen to possess a fair amount of experience in experimenting with people's heads. His eyes carried the familiar glint reserved for test subjects. Chapter 1558 Spiritual Treatment Plan. The Rim Guardians gave him a deadline of 3 years to get William Urbish into shape. Almost 1 year had passed, which meant that VS had 2 years left to turn him into an expert candidate. VS put extensive thought on how to approach William's treatment. Even the most intensive training from the Larkinsons hadn't put a dent in his psychological affliction. This meant that taking the slow and steady approach likely wouldn't yield any results in the remaining 2 years. VS intended to complete this mission quickly. He didn't want to waste too much time on William. To do that, VS needed to follow his own advice and take some risks. As VS observed his girlfriend subjecting William to a variety of scans and invasive tests, he mentally went over his possible treatment plans. Before he could turn William into an expert candidate, he first had to treat his psychological condition. Only after he completed this step would VS be ready to consider the next step. No one had ever come up with a method of turning a regular mech pilot into an expert candidate. If VS wanted to succeed in pioneering a viable method, he needed to lay the groundwork. He needed to get rid of as many complications as possible. A crippling fear towards fighting was such a debilitating condition that it could single-handedly ruin everything. Therefore, it needed to go. The problem was that VS hadn't been able to come up with a good solution. All he came up with so far were a bunch of flawed solutions. Each of them promised to solve the problem, but demanded a very high price in exchange. The first solution was his original plan of performing spiritual lobotomization on William. He already dismissed this solution because the dangers were way too big. Even if he succeeded in cutting off the spiritual tumors without collapsing William's spirituality, what prevented him from growing back another spiritual tumor? VS shook his head. This is by far the worst solution imaginable. The second solution he came up with was to do the opposite of subtracting from William's spirituality. Instead of cutting away his fear, it might be better to insert some courage. VS could draw upon several sources of courage. He could donate his own spiritual energy, for example. He could cut a mote of spirituality from Zygra, the solemn guardian, and even the tyrannical Nixie to obtain the appropriate ingredient. The only problem was integrating this mode of spiritual courage into William's spiritual potential. Spirituality consisted of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy was not uniform, but differed by attribute and imprint. Both needed to match the individual to be able to merge. For example, the excess spiritual energy that VS deposited into his P-stones perfectly matched his own attributes and imprint. Even if his attribute mix changed over time, he could still reabsorb his stored spiritual energy with ease. Yet what if he tried to insert his excess spiritual energy in someone else's mind? From what he knew, there was no reason his spiritual energy would integrate in William's spiritual potential. It was as stupid as injecting William's body with his blood and expect them to get along. While VS had developed a spiritual technique that allowed him to manipulate imprints, he had never attempted to expand a living human's spirituality to imprint itself on ownerless spiritual energy. His successful attempt that led to the creation of Ylvain's spiritual fragment did not entail many risks. Even if he failed, he wouldn't be able to harm someone who was already dead. He could have simply stolen another relic and tried again. That would not be the case when it came to a living human like William. Once he made a catastrophic failure, then William's mind and spirituality would sustain severe damage. The outcome could very well lead to death or permanent brain damage. Even if he succeeded in expanding a living human's imprint on ownerless spiritual energy, he still had to solve another problem. William needed to integrate an entire different spiritual attribute. It would be best if the spiritual attribute was compatible with his existing personality and inclination. However, that wasn't the case here. Ves wanted to insert a lot of courage in William's spirituality. Courage happened to be diametrically opposed to William's intrinsic fear. What would happen if opposites met? Nothing good. A violent clash would definitely ensue. Even if Ves inserted enough spiritual energy related to courage to overpower the spiritual energy related to fear, the damage to William's mind might be too much to bear. To Ves, the second solution was a bit more sound than the first solution, but both inflicted way too much damage while offering few guarantees of success. Fortunately, he came up with a third solution that promised much less risk. Normally, Ves considered spiritual contamination to be a detrimental effect. Ves had often been exposed to contamination in various forms. As a mech designer, he used to be sensitive to contamination by another mech designer's design philosophy. That had changed once he advanced to journeyman. With his design seed, he no longer needed to worry as much about abandoning his principles and taking over someone else's views towards mech design. Of course, even if the risks were minimized, they hadn't gone away. His design seed could only sustain so much pressure until it cracked. Ves scratched his chin. Fortunately, William isn't nearly as strong. William did not possess the extraordinary willpower of an expert pilot. Just like novice and apprentice mech designers, his spirituality was still very malleable. He just needed to treat it the right way. Whereas the first two solutions called for adding or subtracting spiritual energy in a very crude fashion, his third solution was a lot more gentle. Ves wanted to contaminate William's spirituality. Deliberate contamination was the best alternative he came up with. Spiritual energy was not fixed. If their imprints could change, what about their attributes? Of course, Ves didn't think it would be so easy. He first needed to obtain a spiritual fragment with the right attributes, and package it in a way that prevented it from doing damage to William's mind. The spiritual fragment needed to be strong enough to contaminate William's existing spiritual attributes, but not too strong to the point of inflicting unwanted damage. This solution is not entirely without risks, he softly muttered. When Ves went over his three solutions again and again, but believed his last one was the most viable one, there were still a lot of uncertainties. Would contaminating someone's spirituality also contaminate someone's mind? Ves hoped so. If possible, he wanted to kill two birds with one stone. However, he would settle for killing just one bird if that was all he got. He would just have to pick up a different stone to kill the bird that managed to stay alive. To contaminate a coward's mind with courage sounded crazy, but his intuition did not ring any alarms. With a lack of a better alternative, Ves decided to implement it before he second-guessed his own decision. First, he had to obtain a spiritual fragment, one that carried spiritual attributes that could overpower William's deepest fears. The mech pilot was not just a coward, but he was a king of cowards. Just regular courage didn't suffice. I need quality instead of quantity. Ves reminded himself that William only possessed a tiny bit of spirituality. The spiritual fragment needed to be as small as a mote of spirituality if he wanted to minimize the risk of crushing William's spirituality. I have three choices here. From which source should he draw out this mote of spirituality? Ves, the mech designer? Zygra, the crown cat? Or Nixie, the ancient alien tyrant? Though Ves thought highly of his courage, he wasn't so sure if its quality was sound. Perhaps a part of his courage was actually a result of ignorance or opportunism. That's more like false courage. The only advantage of choosing this option was that his control over his spiritual energy was the highest. He could expertly manipulate it because it wouldn't resist his ministrations. Ves wanted to achieve a solid result. After a bit more thought, he ruled out using his own spiritual energy. He contemplated his next alternative. It would be fairly easy for him to cut out a mote of spiritual energy from the fragments stored in his overcoat. While Zygra's spiritual attributes largely consisted of pride and aggression, and so on, they would certainly clash against anything related to fear and cowardice. Ves considered this option to be better and more effective, if a bit more risky due to his inability to control the fragment as well. The third option would be to go one step further and draw out a spiritual mote from the most fearless entity he could think of. Nixie was immensely strong, and the quality of his spiritual energy simply couldn't be compared. With how powerful and effective Nixie affected people's minds, Ves had no doubt that a spiritual mote taken from the spiritual entity trapped in the ancient sarcophagus was incredibly infectious. The only issue was that Nixie was incredibly hostile, arrogant and domineering, so much so that Zygra was like a kitten in comparison. Yet was that a bad thing in this case? Not necessarily. Why settle for a half measure like Zygra when Ves could turn to Nixie instead? Ves would never want to contaminate himself with Nixie's diverse mix of dominance, tyranny, and alienness. He didn't need to. That was what his test subject was for. To Ves, test subjects existed to pay the prices on his behalf. At worst, William might die or degenerate into a feral human contaminated by an alien spirit. If this outcome happened, then the only price he paid was failing the mission issued by the Rim Guardians. His life would be completely intact. He smirked. I can accept that price. Though he felt a bit uncertain about settling on this extreme decision, a part of him was incredibly excited. He really wanted to see what would happen. Ves started to rub his hands in anticipation. A devious grin was plastered on his face as he outlined and detailed his treatment plan. He believed it was viable. Even if he ended up botching the process in some way that resulted in William becoming a psychopath or monster, who cared? Ves had only been instructed to elevate William into an expert candidate. What did it matter if his mind and spirituality had been twisted by an eldritch alien horror along the way? As long as the outcome fulfilled the requirements, all the other problems could be left to others. Ha! I'll just let others clean my mess. The moment he formed his plan of action, he withdrew from the lab and workshop floor and visited the vault. There, he first retrieved some P-stones, his only F-stone and his B-stone lockbox. He then retracted the ancient sarcophagus from its storage place. Hello, Nixie. It's time for your regularly scheduled haircut. He grinned. Some time later, Ves put everything back aside from his B-stone lockbox that contained a P-stone holding in an angry spiritual fragment. I can save this up for my next original mech design project. He nodded. He only winced a bit at the price he paid to obtain this fragment. The offensive charge in his F-stone had been reduced by another 9%. He used a bit less charge than last time because he didn't need more strength. He had a better handle on Nixie's strength now, and hadn't been going in blind this time. Maybe 9% is still too much, he muttered. In any case, Ves not only obtained a powerful spiritual fragment that he could save for later, but he could also cut tiny motes from it to use for other purposes. The only issue now was how much he should treat the mote before using it as a contaminant. Chapter 1559 Roaring Inflation. He decided to spend some time by himself to draw out a larger-than-average mote of spiritual energy, and apply some spiritual refining. Using methods he developed before, he drew spiritual attributes that he didn't want and cut them away. Ves tried to be as diligent as possible and focused mostly on cutting out the weird, unidentifiable alien attributes. Even if VS didn't care about how William would turn out after being subject to contamination, it would be bad if the mech pilot started speaking an alien language or began to worship an alien god. There are still some limits to how far I can go. William still needs to be a functioning human being. Therefore, VS was fairly meticulous in his crude refining process. He kept cutting more and more undesirable parts out of the mote until it only retained a fraction of its essence. Still, even this tiny fragment was enough to overpower William's spiritual potential. VS needed to weaken or dampen it in some fashion. After some thought, he decided to surround it with a spiritual barrier. Just like how he formed a flexible barrier around Zygra's spiritual fragment to modulate its aura, VS was doing the same to Nixie's spiritual mote. This way, he could adjust how much the mote's contaminating influence affected its surroundings. While VS wasn't sure if his spiritual barrier blocked everything, he didn't sense much threat once his barrier closed around the mote. It's probably sufficient. Probably. The spiritual barrier also acted as a cell that isolated the spiritual mote from attacking or directly affecting William's spirituality. What VS wanted to achieve gradual, controllable contamination. An abrupt merger or collision risked way too much. This is it. He nodded. He stowed away the other exotics into the vault and kept the shielded spiritual mote in his mind. As much as he feared anything related to Nixie, a tiny spiritual mote could do nothing to a journeyman of his strength. He was more than confident enough that he would be able to resist contamination from a partially purified spiritual mote. VS headed back to the lab and workshop floor. The 4 seeds had already left in order to resume their regular studies. Gloriana and Kedys were still in the process of examining William. Once William came out of a machine, VS ordered Nita forward to claim the mech pilot. Hey! Gloriana glared at VS. I'm not finished with him yet. Why are you taking him away? Huh! William shuddered in fear. What treatment plan are you referring to, Mr. Larkinson? I've come up with a way to treat your affliction, William. VS smiled reassuringly at the mech pilot before turning to Gloriana. I've completed my preparations. I'm not sure how long it will take, but once I'm done he'll probably come back as a different man. By then, it's best if you repeat your prior examinations from scratch. That doesn't invalidate the need to perform scans, VS. If nothing else, we can compare the differences and learn how effective your treatment plan has worked. We can also keep an eye out for any unintended side effects. While VS did not think that contaminating William would lead him to grow an alien third leg or something, he recognized Gloriana's point. Though VS prized expedience, he shouldn't be too careless when he was about to apply an innovative and risky spiritual operation. Fine. He nodded. I'll let you have William for another day, but no more. The Sandmen that have reached the Bright Republic are growing more numerous by the day. I want William to be ready to deploy into battle within a few weeks. William gasped. What? You're sending me to the front lines? Please no. Please don't do this. I don't want to die. Nobody listened to the coward's complaints. Since Gloriana insisted on delaying the treatment, VS called it a day and left the lab. He decided to spend the rest of his time on catching up to other work. He returned to his penthouse office at the headquarters and called up Gavin to hear the latest updates on the sales of his latest mech models. Our desolate soldiers keep selling as fast as we can produce them, Gavin emphasized with a smile. What's more, a lot of third-party manufacturers have seen how successful they are and approached us with offers. I hope the LMC hasn't been too hasty in extending contracts. We know how important it is to maintain adequate quality. We've been busy with auditing the applicants to make sure they are capable of meeting our standards. So far, only a couple of bad apples have slipped through. VS studied the money the LMC earned so far and held his breath. The license fees combined with the earnings made from sales combined to a horrific amount of money. His desolate soldiers already netted him more profit than any of his previous mech models. While their margins weren't as impressive as his older premium mech models, the sales volume was absolutely immense. Perhaps the true road to dominance in the mech market did not lay in the premium price category, but the budget price category. As VS grinned from ear to ear as he imagined all of the profits he would earn, Gavin gently interrupted his daydreaming. "It's not all good news, VS." Gavin spoke after adopting a serious expression. "Inflation is rising in the Bright Republic as well as every other state affected by the Sandman invasion. The government and everyone else is spending money like it's their last opportunity to do so. The Bright credit has already lost 10% of its value over the last month, and it's projected that its value will reduce by 20% the next month." VS almost had a heart attack when he heard this figure. What does that mean for the LMC? Our current policy is to constantly adjust the prices for our products. We're only able to set the prices for the mechs we produce ourselves or those produced by third-party manufacturers under contract, so our prices are largely consistent. Luckily, everyone is already used to frequent price increases. Gavin and VS talked a little more about the consequences of inflation on the company. As VS had already foreseen, holding an increasing pile of cash at this time was incredibly stupid. For the duration of the Sandman prices, every month its value would reduce by 10 to 20%. In some months, it might be even worse. Though the Bright Republic deserved a lot of credit for keeping inflation largely under control even through the worst periods of the Bright Visual Wars, the Sandman threat was so much greater. It was better to spend money now than when it was too late to make a difference. In a month or two, our desolate soldiers will likely be sold for 25 million Bright credits. A month after that, 30 million Bright credits. By the time the Sandman invasion has run its course, it's not impossible for a desolate soldier to be sold for 100 million Bright credits. Even though the numbers kept getting bigger, the actual value kept growing smaller. The same was happening in every other state threatened by the Sandman. Every local currency was rapidly losing value because every person or organization with savings wanted to convert useless money into tangible assets. At this moment, mechs but especially ships were in incredibly high demand. An enormous amount of civilians pooled their money together to order evacuation ships. Private shipyards were working on overtime to pump out vessel after vessel, but they hadn't even been able to make a dent on demand. The LMC had big plans to spend its enormous windfall, and the onset of inflation increased everyone's urgency. Even if their profligate spending plans contributed to the rise of inflation, no one cared. If the Bright Republic fell, the Bright credit would be worth nothing. Faced with such a ruinous outcome, even the government ran its printing presses like no tomorrow. "I see," VS sighed. "I suppose there is so much we can spend on at the moment, right?" Gavin nodded. "A lot of goods and services are in high demand. The prices of several essential raw materials used in the production of our mechs have risen far above the rate of inflation. These metals and exotics have many different applications, hence their huge demand." "Does that mean we'll have to raise the real prices of our two mech models?" "Unfortunately, yes." A grim silence ensued. One of the biggest appeals of his soldier product line was that it was a great bargain. Raising its real prices by 10% or 20% would put a severe dent to its value proposition. VS silently consoled himself with the fact that other mech manufacturers wouldn't be left out. Depending on how much scarce materials they incorporated in their mech designs, their prices might rise even more drastically. "Let's leave the planning and the details to the marketing, finance, and accounting department." VS eventually waved his hand. "As long as our company survives, everything is fine." After discussing some miscellaneous matters, Gavin raised an important topic. The Ministry of Defense has sent us an official letter. You should read it first. Ves took Gavin's data pad and read through the official-sounding document. What Leland told him earlier had come true. MINDEF appreciate his desolate soldier model, but found its limitations to be a hindrance to their plans. MINDEF wants me to design additional variants of my desolate soldier, Ves announced and put down the data pad. Have you read the letter? Gavin nodded. I'm aware of what it says. One point I'd like to say is that MINDEF has merely issued a request. While it's a bad idea to deny their requests, you aren't obligated to fulfill their entire wish list. I think they'll understand if you have problems with some of the suggested variants. Leland had already mentioned the 4 proposed variants beforehand. That gave Ves plenty of time to mull over the merits of the variants. I think all 4 merits can play a useful role, Ves gently spoke. None of them are useless. It's just that some require more design work than others to complete. The time that Gloriana and I must spend on designing the variants will detract from the time I could have spent on another original mech. Even so, the success of your desolate soldier design practically demands the development of variants. Gavin reminded Ves of the industry standard. When you've created a hit, the usual answer is to milk it for all it's worth. There is so much more market share we can capture if we just change a couple of elements from the base model. Both of them understood this logic, but Gavin was not a mech design. He viewed the decision from a marketing perspective, while Ves also had to think about the consequences to his progression. Designing a completely new mech was much more fulfilling to him than coming up with another spin to an existing product. There was much less challenge and creativity involved in the latter that Ves would barely gain anything despite spending just as much time. Time was valuable to Ves. He was only willing to spend it if he yielded something more. This happened to be one of those times. 4 variants, Ves repeated. He picked up the data pad and scrolled down to the list of specifications. Prideful Soldier, variant of the Desolate Soldier. Aimed at irregular outfits and organizations. Militant Soldier, variant of the Desolate Soldier. Reserved for military use. Worthy Soldier, variant of the Desolate Soldier. Elite variant reserved for higher-end military use. Peaceful Soldier, variant of the Desolate Soldier. Landbound mech intended for policing. Ves wasn't surprised that MINDEF wanted 2 different military variants. MINDEF ran the Mech Corps, after all. He wasn't surprised that they added in a landbound variant exclusive for policing and peacekeeping operations. His desolate soldiers were already quite a hit among planetary guard organizations, but their space-borne nature made them very poor combatants on land. The only variant that confounded him a little was the suggestion for the Prideful Soldier. Chapter 1560 A Legend. The perpetually cloudy skies yellowed and red as the local sun began to fade over the horizon. In the idyllic cloud estate, a group of children giggled as they huddled around and played with a pair of cats. Meow. Lucky purred as a bunch of girls caressed his bone-white, smooth exterior. Meow. Clixie attracted a bit more attention due to the fact that she possessed actual fur. Meanwhile, a pair of lovers comfortably leaned against each other as they sat at the porch in front of their mansion. I love it here, Gloriana sighed. There's no pressure at all, unlike back at home. Your Larkinson relatives are so relaxed around each other. That's because most of the Larkinsons who reside here are either children or old dogs who have seen their fair share of battle, Ves replied while caressing her dainty hands. We Larkinsons have learned early on that peace, tranquility, and family are the best ways to mend the wounds of war. If only more families adopted the ways of the Larkinsons. To be honest, I'm not sure if we can sustain this tradition. Our Larkinson family used to be well off, but not extravagantly wealthy. There is little point in competing for money and resources when the prize pot is small. Gloriana curiously turned towards her lover. You're afraid your family will abandon this tradition? I am. Peace and tranquility will be a thing of the past, and part of the blame lies on me. Already, many Larkinsons who used to spend their idle days in peace have returned to work. I've presented them with a new future, one that offers more than serving the Mech Corps or running the modest holdings of the Larkinson estate. So what you're truly worried about is that your relatives will give up their happiness in order to pursue greater prosperity. Prosperity can make people happy as well. Ves spoke. It's just that I don't want the Larkinson family to transform into a noble house where competition is rife and backstabbing is not unheard of. That's not who we are, yet every day I see my family taking another step towards this future. He cherished the Larkinson family he grew up with. Their core identity used to center around serving the Bright Republic. Now, those simple days were beginning to fade. Almost every Larkinson found something to do and something to chase after. Parents already started to encourage their children to join the LMC or one of the mech forces under his control. Less and less Larkinson mech pilots enlisted into the Mech Corps. While joining the military was a noble decision, it didn't earn them that much money. Only the expert pilots among them enjoyed special treatment. As for the regular mech pilots among the Larkinsons, they fought and died over abstract ideals. Now that a more attractive and more rewarding alternative became available, who wouldn't want to pass up the opportunity to join an outfit run by a Larkinson? Gloriana smiled and kissed his cheek. I think it will be fine as long as you take control and insist on preserving the family's traditions. The Larkinsons are pretty much eating from the palm of your hand at this point. They have no choice but to take your wishes into account. That's true. Ves tiredly sighed. Let's discuss something else. Have you thought about the 4 variants that the government wants us to design? 3 out of 4 variants will take a lot of time to design. It won't be like the Holy Soldier where you just made some cosmetic changes. The deviances are so great that we need to overhaul the internals and replace existing component models with other component models. Both of them shared their thoughts on the 4 variants. The Prideful Soldier was the simplest to design. Ves merely had to make the mech a little more affordable and tweak its aura. The goal was to offer a more fitting choice for gangs and other underground organizations that disliked the base model's aura. The Militant Soldier had to be designed according to military standards. This meant that Ves needed to replace commercial components with military components. He also needed to alter the configurations of all of the systems so that the mechs worked well alongside other mechs of the Mech Corps. The Worthy Soldier was similar to the previous variant, only this time it had to be tailored to elites. Mindef wanted a mech that cost 10 times more than the Desolate Soldier that provided much more elevated battle performance while retaining the same strong aura. As for the Peaceful Soldier, Ves had to make it suitable for land-bound combat in order to meet the hot demand for a Desolate Soldier variant that could fight adequately on the ground. Each of them aside from the Prideful Soldier will require at least a month for us to design, Gloriana remarked. In fact, the Worthy Soldier and the Peaceful Soldier are so different from the Desolate Soldier that they might as well be part of an entirely new product line. That's what I think as well. While Mindef really wants us to design all 4 variants, I think they won't kick up a fuss if we give up on one of their demands. It's not like we're the only mech designers who are supplying emergency designs to the government. In fact, the Ministry of Defense probably wouldn't have approached him in the first place if his product wasn't so useful. The Desolate Soldier's aura kept winning over more and more people. After a brief discussion, they made their choice on which variant to remove from their consideration. Ves blissfully enjoyed Gloriana's scent while he explained his choice. I originally envisioned the Desolate Soldier to be a disposable mech. It's a mech born out of duty and necessity. The word desolate in its name is my attempt to emphasize that performing a duty is difficult. Much is asked of the mech pilots of this mech model. They might find themselves alone, either because they lost all of their comrades to the Sandmen, or because they have passed on to the afterlife. A variant did not necessarily have to share a close resemblance to the base model. However, if the divergence turned out to be incredibly wide, then a variant stopped being a variant. It became an entirely new product line. From a conceptual viewpoint, the worthy soldier was everything the desolate soldier was not. One was disposable while the other one was valued. One was cheap while the other one was expensive. One crumpled after suffering a single heavy blow while the other one possessed advanced survival mechanisms. All of these contrasts made it clear that they simply didn't belong to the same family. Gloriana agreed with Ves and had her own objections. There is little for us to gain in wasting too much time on developing variants. You need to design a lot of new mechs and prepare to complete my mother's challenge. We need to make the most out of the 3 years we have to get you ready to design and fabricate a second-class masterwork mech. Ves briefly grimaced at the thought. Gloriana was so confident in his ability to repeat his earlier feat that he was afraid what would happen if he failed to meet her expectations. He didn't welcome the pressure she heaped upon his shoulders. While he ordinarily thrived under pressure, he always set achievable goals for himself. Now that Gloriana set the goal this time, Ves struggled to cope with the urgency of creating another masterwork mech. Such a demand was as difficult as winning the lottery 2 times in a row. While Ves could increase the odds of making a masterwork mech through putting his heart and soul into designing a mech, he couldn't control all of the factors. Chance and serendipity remained out of his control. The importance of these factors in the creation of a masterwork mech enormously complicated Gloriana's fanciful goal. No mech designer adopted a business model that centered around making masterwork mechs on demand. While Ves heard rumors that only very good masters and star designers were capable of making masterwork mechs on demand, he wasn't sure whether they had any merit. As Ves worried over his chances of success, Gloriana smiled and leaned her head against his shoulder. Her long, black hair brushed softly against his cheek. It'll be okay, Ves. You're not alone in this. Together, I'm confident that we can meet my mother's expectations. The two snuggled closer together. Ves sighed as he enjoyed her warmth. They say that when someone reaches the point where they can design and make the best mechs, they have reached a legendary state. At that point, a mech designer has fully transcended their human roots and become a god. His lips twitched. I'm not so sure about that, Gloriana. I much prefer to believe in the legend that a mech designer who has reached this height has acquired the mech touch. What did it mean to possess the mech touch? In legend, a mech designer only had to touch the air in order to design the mech in the galaxy. With another touch, a mech designer could realize this design into reality in its most perfect form. Both of them recalled these claims and fantasized about reaching this height. A single touch to design a mech. A single touch to make a masterwork mech, Ves recited while poking his finger into the air. Ves used to believe that it was impossible for mech designers to accomplish this feat, but now he wasn't so sure. Humanity mastered a lot of high technology, many of which Ves couldn't even imagine they existed. To achieve a state of drawing a complete mech design with a single touch was not as ludicrous as it sounded at first. The mech designer simply had to be good enough to design the mech from scratch within their heads in a matter of seconds. The use of implants was probably essential to project a design that was locked within the mind into the air. As for making an entirely new mech through a single touch, that was a bit more fantastical to Ves. He believed it might be possible to create a mech from nothing with the help of materialization technology. Certainly, the system was already capable of doing so. The only problem was that the mech had to be better than a cold, unfeeling reproduction of a mech design. It needed to be a masterwork, which materialization technology had never produced. Ostensibly. Of course, the mech touch held multiple meanings. Some mech designers believed that the mech touch was something more metaphorical than literal. To them, possessing the touch was merely an illusion for mech designers who were so good at designing and making mechs that they might as well be gods. Right now, Ves and Gloriana were too far removed from the pinnacle of mech design to know for sure. Perhaps even star designers lost a lot of sleep over achieving this state. Let's just focus on the present for the moment and think about our immediate problems. Ves noted to his daydreaming girlfriend. We have plenty of design work to do and only a limited amount of time to fulfill them all. From finishing William's custom mech, designing 3 out of 4 variants requested by Mindef, designing other mechs to assist in the fight against the Sandmen, and learning how to design a high-quality second-class mech, Ves and Gloriana had a lot on their plates. Ves fully realized the lessons he received from old mech designers who regretted wasting their time when they were his age. Not a single mech designer enjoyed enough time to fulfill all of their goals. Still, no matter how much time he wanted to spend on designing mechs, Ves also wanted to reserve some time with his friends and family. He never realized what he was missing when he was largely working alone. Now that he had Gloriana in his life, he realized what a difference love could make. The fulfillment he gained from their relationship made his design work a bit more meaningful than before. What was the point of life if he didn't live it to the fullest? To Ves, it was not a waste of time to spend hours with his loved ones every day. Chapter 1561 Thorny Opposition. The next morning, Gloriana traveled to the mech nursery early in order to finish her examination of William's state. Her specialty demanded that she know as much about a mech pilot as possible. It wasn't enough to learn their physical state. She also needed to gain an understanding of their piloting skills, mental state, and so on. All of that required a lot of time to investigate. On this, Ves didn't want to wait. It wasn't as if they were performing a peer-reviewed study that needed to adhere to academic standards. He was in a hurry to enact his spiritual treatment plan. If he succeeded, then he could immediately move on to the next step of his custom mech project. If he failed, then he would simply shake his head and accept this outcome. He didn't feel the need to learn too many lessons from a possible failure because it was doubtful if Ves would mess around with people's minds like this again. Most mech pilots weren't cowards, after all. Ves could scarcely imagine the need to perform the same treatment on Larkinsons. I'm not really sure if I'm even supposed to be messing with people's minds in the first place, he quietly muttered as stepped out of his mansion. A lot of Larkinsons were leaving for work or school at this time. Large shuttles and air cars flew out of the Cloud Estate every minute. The sight of all of this traffic further emphasized how many Larkinsons actually lived on his property. He still scratched his head at how easy the Larkinsons persuaded to turn his private estate into a family estate. Well, it's not as if I object to this change. Ves truly enjoyed the company of the Larkinsons. No matter how old or young they were, being surrounded by family always brought him joy. As long as they didn't solicit him for money or favors, he didn't mind their company. Meow. Lucky happily climbed on his shoulder and looked out at the ascending vehicles. Am I not enough for you, Lucky? Meow meow. Yeah, I see what you mean. I'm not always available if you want to play. The kids had all taken a liking for Lucky and Clixie. Not only that, some of them also owned their pets. Animals formed an entire population group at his estate. Well, let's head to work. Ves and Lucky boarded their own shuttle, which brought them to the mech nursery. Upon arrival, Gavin surprisingly awaited their arrival at the landing zone. Usually, Ves met with Gavin in his penthouse office. "What brings you here, Benny?" "Before you head inside, I want to show you something just outside the premises," his assistant answered. Gavin led his boss out of the landing zone and towards the main entrance of the manufacturing complex. The closer they approached, the more Ves began to hear the noise and cacophony of a crowd. Once they reached the enormous but largely symbolic swing gates, a mob of protesters were screaming and chanting at the entrance. Some of them even held electronic placards that projected signs in the air. Ves read some of the words projected above the heads of the protesters. "Cease brainwashing us. Ves Larkinson is a war criminal. Do not buy LMC Mechs. The devil tongue is evil. The Larkinsons have shown their true nature. Banish the devil tongue back to where he belongs." Ves grimaced at the sight. He didn't miss the group of journalists capturing the protests with their floating recorder bots. Who knew how many of his customers would watch the footage of the protests by the end of the day? Since Ves didn't hide his approach, the protesters on the other side of the gate soon noticed his presence. "Begone, you devil! Go poison the minds of the Ovanans, you traitor! My father died because he piloted your crappy mechs. We won't let you take over our state. We are on to your nefarious plan to brainwash everyone into worshipping you. You may have already turned the Ovanans into your slaves, but it's not too late for us." Ves snorted when he heard that last accusation. Did they think he was another incarnation of Prophet Ovain? He could care less about their lives. Just as Ves stepped up to teach them all a lesson, Gavin held his arm and pulled him back. "Don't, Ves! I didn't bring you here to argue with the protesters." Ves frowned. "Why not?" "No amount of arguing will change their minds. If you step forward and open your mouth, the only thing you'll accomplish is realizing their worst fears. Even if you manage to disperse the crowd, the people who weren't present here would state that your devil tongue was at work." "That's ridiculous. That's the public perception that your critics have formed. I know it's rather abrupt for you to be confronted with these protests, but they are much larger than the mob you see before you. Trust me, we've tried to stamp them out many times, but there are too many people who bought into the conspiracy theories or gave in to their worst fears." Ves only vaguely learned of the existence of the movement against his mechs during his previous tour. He suspected that the movement initially started when a couple of competitors and critics banded together to depress his success. Gavin explained the latest developments to Ves. "We used to treat the opposition to our mechs as a serious nuisance. That was back when we still sold Black Beaks, Crystal Lords, and Aurora Titans. All of this changed when we published The Desolate Soldier. Our mechs have begun to proliferate in Bentheim, which means that a lot more people get exposed to our mechs in one of the busiest planets in our state. The ubiquity of Desolate Soldiers and their strong effects on people amplified everyone's worries. The protest movement gained a significant impetus when it became clear that the Desolate Soldiers would continue to spread throughout the Bright Republic and beyond." After a bit of thought, Ves shook his head. "To be honest, I am not unsympathetic of their concerns," he said. "My Desolate Soldiers can be rather heavy-handed when it comes to influencing other people. That doesn't change my mind that my work is necessary. The fact that more and more institutions have adopted my mechs means that we are fulfilling the needs of our customers." "That's all and good, boss, but the protesters don't agree. So what do you suggest we do?" "Nothing." "Nothing?" "It's not wise to engage the protesters directly. We'll be forced to fight on their terms if we open up a dialogue," Gavin clarified. "Therefore, it's best to leave them alone and work behind the scenes. We should let our supporters and our allies do the dirty work of pushing back this protest movement. Now that Ves thought about it, this was his original plan. His initial plan was to make his mech design indispensable to the states. As long as the people in power needed his mechs, they would inevitably support his business efforts. There was no way the Bright Republic would allow its own citizens to ruin a mech it appreciated. However, even if Ves believed the government and other supporters would back him up, there was no way they single-handedly imposed their viewpoints on everybody. Ves crossed his arms while furrowing his brows. It's difficult to allay people's fears towards my mechs. The fear and stigma against brainwashing is deeply rooted in every human's mind. I can't help it that my mech strays uncomfortably close towards brainwashing. Even the MTA has acknowledged that my mechs are capable of affecting other people's minds. That wasn't necessarily bad in itself. Anything could influence a person's mind. For example, if Ves wanted to make people react strongly to him, then he could just strip off all his clothes and parade his naked body in front of the protesters and the press. Of course, such an act was clearly more explainable. The difficulty that he and the LMC faced was that they didn't really have a good explanation of how his mechs were able to influence people's mentalities. His mechs didn't release any smells or pheromones. His mechs didn't transmit subliminal flashes of light that induced certain moods or behaviors on people. His mechs didn't remotely interface with every bystander in the vicinity. Settled science couldn't come up with a solid explanation for the unique phenomenon surrounding his mechs. Mech designers and many other experts all came up with their own theories. Ves definitely believed that a number of them managed to get close to the truth and guessed that psionics may be involved. As much as a part of him wanted him to step forward and confront the protesters with what they were doing, Ves merely scoffed and turned around. Let's go, Benny. These ignorant people aren't worth my time. Gavin followed alongside him. For a moment, I thought you wanted to lash out at the protesters. I considered it, but I wouldn't gain anything aside from venting my frustration. As a mech designer, I've been taught to let my work speak for themselves. I still believe that is the right approach here. Once the Sandmen are battering the Bright Republic in earnest, I'll watch closely to see how many people still object to my desolate soldiers and all of its variants. Ves didn't consider himself to be on the same level as the idlers who apparently had enough time on their hands to picket the entrance of the mech nursery all day. Where was their sense of duty? A devious idea came to mind. Benny, please instruct the living sentinels to place some desolate soldiers in the vicinity of the protesters. They won't like that, boss. I don't care. If they step back, I want a desolate soldier to step forward. Do that until we succeed in chasing them away from our premises. It looked bad if protesters continued to picket in front of the mech nursery. Once they had been driven away, the journalists would quickly cease to broadcast their footage, because protesting in front of nothing did not make for a good news segment. Once Ves entered his headquarters and entered his main office, he sat down on his comfortable chair and began his workday. Since Gloriano was still busy with examining William Urbish, Ves still had to wait until the late afternoon to enact his spiritual treatment plan. The wait was killing him. He was so eager to begin his experiment that he barely paid attention to the matters that came up to him today. The only instance where he paid more attention was when Crinden visited his office for a private meeting. After making sure that jamming was in place, Crinden finally spoke. I've performed a preliminary investigation on the LMC. While I've only studied the upper management of the company so far, I've already identified around 30 moles in our headquarters. While Ves knew that not every employee was clean, hearing that 30 of them were sneakily passing off information about Ves and the company to others was a heavy blow. Who are these moles reporting to, Crindon? Some of them are working on behalf of Flashlight and Spotlight. Others appear to be transmitting internal data to competing mech companies. However, I haven't been able to determine the ultimate recipient in over half of the cases. The people and organizations involved are too careful to slip such a thing. Ves grabbed Lucky and passed his pet over to Crindon. Meow? Try and investigate with Lucky's help. He possesses a powerful CFA hacking system. This will help, but not as much as you think. Spies are exceedingly careful about exposing their networks and systems, Crindon said as he held Lucky in his arms. I'll see what I can do, though. What do you want to do to the informers that we have identified? Ves shrugged. Keep the ones who are working for the government, but find a way to kick out the rest. It may be prudent to keep known spies around, if only to track what data they are interested in passing along. You can determine the best course of action for yourself. I trust in your judgment. Thank you, sir. I'll do my best to minimize the damage they can do. In truth, Ves couldn't be bothered with addressing this problem either. He knew that no matter how many spies and informers they exposed and removed from the company, others would inevitably take their place. Some enemies simply couldn't be beaten in a straight fight. Chapter 1562 Frightening Experiment. Time continued to pass until the workday was almost over. Ves left his office and descended to the underground lab. He walked up to Gloriana and exchanged a kiss. Are you done with William now? She nodded. I've collected a sufficient amount of data. You can pick him up and do whatever you want with him. I have one request. And that is? Can I come with you? From what I've studied, his fears are deeply rooted in his mind. The Rim Guardians haven't been able to remedy this problem, so I'm very curious to see how you plan on treating William's condition. Don't you remember my specialty? Ves turned towards Gloriana and tapped his head. While I mostly work with mechs, I've also worked on people. It's just... What's the problem, Ves? The treatment plan I came up with isn't exactly proper. It's not as if I can medically sound study as a mech designer. What I plan to do is not for the squeamish. She looked a bit concerned, but quickly resumed her smile. I insist on accompanying you. If we want to increase our synergy, I need to see what you are capable of. I promise I won't object to anything you do, no matter how ugly it gets. I can already guess that whatever you intend to do to William won't exactly be pretty. Ves thought about it for a moment. Okay. I'll allow you to witness my operation as long as Melody and your bodyguards keep their distance. He waved towards the people he mentioned. Ever since Gloriana started working here, her hounds were never too far away. To be honest, Ves detested their presence in his sanctum. Their presence constrained his impulses. He always felt he was being observed while he was performing his work. Activating local jammers could only do so much to mitigate the feeling of being stared at while he was doing something related to his specialty. Gloriana mulled over his suggestion. Ordinarily, it will be difficult for me to keep Melody and my guards out of sight, but I think I can convince them to back off this time. This entire floor is highly isolated. No one is here except us, our cats, and our guards. When Gloriana approached Melody to issue her request, the two women held a brief argument before the assistant reluctantly acquiesced. It worked, Ves. She returned and embraced him for a moment. Will you show me what you can do now? I will, he replied with a smile before turning to his bodyguard. Nita, please bring William to one of the enclosed chambers. Nita wordlessly nodded and dragged William to the isolated testing chamber. Ves originally had it built in order to perform dangerous experiments. Though initially meant to contain dangerous explosions and the like, the enclosed chambers could also be used to contain recalcitrant test subjects. Both the testing chamber and accompanying observation room were fully isolated and enclosed from the main lab hall. This meant that William's screams and convulsions shouldn't reach the guards standing outside. As Ves closed up the chamber and observation room, Nita stood right outside to make sure that neither Melody nor the Glory Battalion would barge in without warning. "You seem to trust your bodyguard a lot," Gloriana remarked as she helped Ves activate the right observation equipment. Gloriana hadn't let off this section when she replaced his old equipment with her own. "She's a kinner, after all. They're more trustworthy than any guards I can hire from the Republic." It took some time for them to get the right setup. Their cats huddled together on top of a tall machine and looked down on their owners. Once Ves was finally pleased, he looked out at the transparent wall where William helplessly banged against the surface. "Let me out!" William screamed as soon as Ves opened up a communication channel. "What are you doing to me? Not even the Rim Guardians treated me so roughly. I want to leave. I want to go home." "You want to leave? You want to go home?" Ves grinned as his eyes twinkled at his test subject. "I'll only let you go when you grow a spine and advance to expert candidate. Until then, you'll stay under my thumb." Ves cut off the comm channel and pressed a button. A partition formed at the other side of the chamber. A floating platform carrying a very large object entered before the gap disappeared. Nothing else happened as Ves did not activate any other commands. A single minute passed without anything taking place. The cats started to yawn and lick each other while Gloriana puzzlingly looked into the test chamber. Eventually, she couldn't hold in her curiosity. "Isn't that the dangerous ancient sarcophagus you've showed me back then? Why did you bring it into the chamber all of a sudden? Is that part of your treatment plan?" "Not exactly," Ves tentatively admitted. "My real treatment won't begin yet. This is just a separate experiment to satisfy my curiosity. I want to see how a scaredy cat like William reacts to an object that is capable of inducing fear from a distance." Ordinarily, it took some time for the spiritual entity trapped in the red coffin to worm its way into the mind of someone else. Ves hoped that Nixie would hurry up this time, seeing as how he brought its coffin very close to a human. Even though he didn't do much aside from checking the instruments every now and then, he constantly kept his spiritual vision peeled. He wanted to see whether Nixie was capable of influencing William without direct spiritual contact. As 20 minutes passed, William gradually began to grow more and more panicked. The mech pilot kept banging at the surface of the transparent wall while screaming to be let out. Ves already reactivated the comm channel but kept its volume low. "This crystal thing is creeping me out, Mr. Larkinson." "Wait, is there a body inside? GLK. Please let me out. I can't take it anymore." This coffin. This coffin. This coffin." While Ves keenly observed William's spiritual potential for any changes, Gloriana began to frown more and more. "What is the point of this experiment, Ves?" Gloriana sternly asked. "All I'm seeing is needless suffering. Our instruments aren't picking up anything meaningful aside from increasing levels of stress and panic in the poor fellow you've trapped inside the chamber." Ves briefly turned around to face his girlfriend. "You promised not to interrupt me. Right now, I'm in charge of this session. Everything I'm doing is for a reason." His unusual intensity took Gloriana aback. She had rarely seen him react so sternly towards her. Usually, he was much more accommodating to her. Of course, she quickly realized that many mech designers were like this when they engaged in something related to their specialties. "I'm sorry, Ves. You can continue. I won't interrupt you again." As VS turned back to directing his spiritual vision towards William's head, Gloriana continued to frown at VS and the testing chamber. No wonder her boyfriend didn't want her to bring in any of her guards. What VS was doing right now clearly crossed a lot of boundaries. Yet, Gloriana couldn't bring herself to feel repulsed. She knew that VS was following his passion. While Gloriana dreamily gazed at him, VS kept his attention on William. At this point, his panic approached the limit of what he was able to bear. If this simple experiment kept going on, then William would soon scare himself to death. I guess this is enough, VS clinically judged. He pressed a couple of buttons that caused the ancient sarcophagus to float through a partition in the wall. As the ancient sarcophagus kept floating further and further away, William gradually subsided from his panic. Mr. Larkinson! Please! No more! I can't take it anymore! William blubbered as tears streamed down his face. VS smirked. You're doing fine so far, William, but the best is yet to come. Your treatment begins now. Wait? What do you mean by that? VS concentrated his mind and turned his attention inward. He pulled out the mode of spirituality he cut out of Nixie's spiritual fragment. Compared to the real Nixie, the mote looked a little more diminished. VS had cut out numerous undesirable portions to purify it a bit, but it still shared a very close resemblance to the source. The mote was just as domineering, tyrannical, and arrogant as Nixie himself. The only difference was that VS cut out the majority of attributes that screamed alien. I hope this will do, he softly whispered. Let the contamination begin. VS controlled the mote by controlling the spiritual barrier that surrounded it. The mote floated across the observation room and passed through the thick transparent wall as if it didn't exist. The mote continued to float forward until it silently slipped into William's head. The Urbish clansman suddenly jerked and froze as he felt a very peculiar sensation. Something that felt much like the red coffin that previously terrorized him had returned. What was worse was that it felt a lot closer to him now than before. Ah! William clutched his head and fell to his knees. VS was worried that William would bang his head against the wall or something, so he activated another command that caused gravitic fields to force William to lie down on the ground and keep him in place. Keep still and don't hurt yourself. Don't resist. Embrace the change. Even though Nixie's mote was just floating inside William's head, VS could see that the mech pilot's spirituality could clearly sense the new presence. A lot of turbulence took place as William's spirituality reacted with extreme fear, so much so that VS sensed that the spiritual attributes related to fear started to expand. God damn it! That's not what I want! VS cursed. He quickly activated some commands that caused the testing chamber to inject some sedatives in William's body. Though the test subject's body calmed down, VS could quickly observe from his spiritual vision that the sedatives had done little to William's mental distress. The presence of that tiny but powerful mote inspired a fear that was far more primal and acute than anything that William had ever sensed before. What annoyed VS was that the contamination that he was hoping for hadn't taken place. Do I need to increase his exposure? He mused. I might as well. VS reduced the strength of the barrier blocking some of the mote's influence. Ger Herr Lelk! William began to shout gibberish for some reason as soon as VS allowed Nixie's mote to exert more influence. Interesting. VS smiled and observed closely. Though William's fright quickly approached a breaking point, VS finally observed a tiny change. A tiny portion of William's spirituality had shifted in attributes. VS had to observe very closely to notice this minor change, but once he did, he smiled. It's happening! The contamination started agonizingly slow. VS had to inject heavier sedatives into William's bloodstream in order to prevent his heart from beating too hard. Fortunately, William's body enjoyed plenty of augmentations that massively improved his toughness and physical condition. If William possessed a baseline human body, then his heart would have already exploded from the ordeals that VS had subjected him to. There was only so much fear a human could handle. Are you succeeding, VS? Gloriana curiously asked. I am. He grinned and waved his hand at the convulsing body of his test subject. He is being transformed in front of our eyes. When we finally pull him out of this testing chamber, he'll probably come out as a different man. The contamination began to spread once Nixie's mode established a beachhead in the mech pilot's spirituality. Since William did not possess that much spiritual energy in the first place, the contamination rapidly began to overtake the attributes that used to belong to him. Every attribute related to fear started to melt and transform into attributes that fell more in line with Nixie. However, VS quickly stopped grinning when he realized a very serious problem. The contamination also started to affect William's spiritual imprint. The mech pilot started to lose ownership of his own spiritual potential. The alien was starting to take over. Chapter 1563 Spiritual Dividends. Right now, my boyfriend is engaged in a groundbreaking experiment, Gloriana softly whispered as if there was a recorder hovering in front of her. Both of us are currently pioneering a special treatment for mech pilots who are afflicted with certain disorders that prevent them from unleashing their potential in battle. Her comm lit up while it recorded a narrow shot of her face. In the background, VS continued to put his total concentration on William Urbish, thereby remaining ignorant of what his girlfriend was doing at the moment. Gruerg! A garbled voice burst out from the speakers. Gulzisni K1 Hensha Tiorin Ozi Anamaniaka. Gloriana stifled her giggle. Please don't mind the strange noises you hear in the background. Our volunteer, who the Mech Trade Association has entrusted to us for his treatment, by the way, is currently undergoing a painful but necessary procedure that will definitely fix his. Mr. Larkinson, I will kill you once I get out. UREWNZKKTNONZRVNU Wow! Our volunteer is already showing improvement. Previously, he was too afraid to make any threats. Just listen at him now. Isn't he better? Our special treatment is working. Hi. She manipulated her recorder so that it zoomed in on VS, detailing his focused expression and his Pride of Dusk ensemble. Just look at how handsome he is when he's so serious. Gloriana swooned. VS is the best lover I can ask for, and he's all mine. Together, we're capable of achieving so many new things. We have some ambitious mech designs in the planning, and we can't wait to astound you all with our revolutionary new products. What we are doing right now is merely a taste of what is to come. Some of the instruments started beeping alarms. However, VS paid no attention to them at all despite how urgent they sounded. Seeing that VS did not respond to the alarms, Gloriana showed no concern either. She trusted in her boyfriend's judgment. To all of the mech pilots out there, have you ever wanted to become gods? She excitingly whispered. Well, soon we'll be offering everyone a chance. Whether you're a man or a woman, as long as you commission a custom mech from us, we'll do everything possible to design a mech that is literally touched by the gods. With our respective specialties, our mechs are guaranteed to be the most perfect machines that match your qualities, thereby maximizing the odds that you'll transcend your current place in the 6 phases of existence. As Gloriana kept recording an impromptu promotion for her comic page, VS truly couldn't spare any attention to anything else. He needed to invest his full concentration in manipulating the transformation that was taking place in William's spirituality. Ves underestimated Nixie. Even when he only cut off a tiny mote from a greater whole, its versatility greatly surpassed his estimates. The mote employed tricks that were so profound that Kalanxo looked like an amateur by comparison. This fellow was trickier than he thought. Was this the difference between a sentient alien from an advanced civilization and an exabeast who solely relied on her natural abilities? He even guessed that Nixie might have been far stronger when he was in the prime of his life. Only until he was killed and locked up in the ancient sarcophagus had his lingering spirituality begun to fade. Ves probably stood no chance at all if he faced Nixie in his prime. Fortunately, spending eons locked up inside a crystal coffin probably wore away a lot of the alien's strength. The only problem was that even if Nixie lost a lot of strength, his refined abilities still gave Ves a lot of headaches. The spiritual barrier surrounding the moat started cracking and leaking out all kinds of attacks. Nixie fully committed to contaminating and outright taking over William's spirituality. Even though Nixie only took over a portion of his target, the newly converted element immediately began to spread out into other parts of William's mind, including his core consciousness. Just like with Ves a while ago, Nixie only needed a small beachhead to use as a springboard for a greater invasion. As long as he managed to exploit a vulnerability, it was incredibly hard to overcome his dizzying attacks. In fact, Ves found it puzzling how much more sophisticated Nixie had become. The imprisoned alien tyrant hadn't shown nearly as much sophistication in his previous attacks. Ves remembered back when he first probed Nixie that the alien only utilized the simplest brute force attacks that his beastone lockbox perfectly blocked. Now, Ves had the feeling that using such a crude method to defend against Nixie wouldn't work anymore. The alien appeared to have revived some of his cunning and his brilliance from the long eons of isolation and decay. Where did Nixie obtain all of this strength? A sudden realization came to Ves. Didn't he recently sell tens of thousands of desolate soldiers and holy soldiers? Both of those mech models utilized the Solemn Guardian as their design spirit. The Solemn Guardian was his second spiritual product. Ves made it by combining the broken fragments of an expert pilot and Nixie with his own spiritual energy as the glue and the spark of life. Even though the wondrous life creation process resulted in an entirely new living spiritual entity, the Solemn Guardian still possessed some lingering ties to its parents. This meant that both Venerable Plinter and Nixie certainly received a substantial spiritual supplement. Ves regarded these transfers as spiritual dividends. In exchange for investing some of their spiritual energy into the formation of a spiritual product, they became eligible to receive a return on investment. The more mech pilots used the mechs watched over by design spirits they invested in, the more spiritual energy fed back to them. When the numbers reached tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of mech pilots, the dividends probably reached a very substantial quantity. Through this interaction, his previous design spirits such as the Black Phoenix, the Crystal Builder Leader, Kalanxo and Prophet Ilvain all grew in strength, becoming just a little bit more powerful. It was as if Gloriana was right. They were all akin to gods who grew from the power of worship. With mech pilots as their supplicants, the spiritual investors only had to sit back and absorb the energies flowing to them through the man-machine connection. The only consolation to Ves was that while Nixie had revived some of his wits after eons of dormancy, he hadn't actually grown much stronger. Ves guessed that the quality of Nixie's spirituality was so high that the alien hardly gained a benefit from low-quality sources. Even Kalanxo was being hampered by this growth, hence her attempts to elevate her chosen to expert pilots and higher. In other words, Ves did not have much to fear from Nixie in the short term. No matter how many mech pilots utilized the soldier product line, most of them were irrelevant due to their paltry, low-quality donations. The story would be different if an expert pilot began to pilot a desolate soldier, but what were the chances of that happening? A rickety budget mech would never be able to keep up with the performance of an expert pilot. His desolate soldiers also didn't incorporate any expensive resonating materials, thereby giving very little room for expert pilots to express their might. Still, how long would it take for Nixie to gain enough supplements to regain his full strength? Years? Decades? VS didn't know. All he knew so far was that the ancient sarcophagus had probably been designed to trap a much more powerful spiritual entity. The complete inability for Nixie to escape the bounds of his prison already said much. The issue was that every cage had its limits. As long as VS kept farming spiritual fragments from Nixie, he would continually weaken the spiritual entity. However, once VS utilized the spiritual fragments in the creation of spiritual products, the dividends flowing back to Nixie would increase. This was the frightening part about investments. As long as they were successful, they returned far more than the investor initially paid. VS became more and more grave as he thought of the implications. He predicted that at some point, Nixie would earn so many dividends that his growth could no longer be contained. By then, not only would Nixie find a way to break out of the ancient sarcophagus, but also take revenge on VS for mutilating him and exploiting him for his spiritual fragments. He should have figured out this danger before. At least it's not too late. So far, VS had only used a single spiritual fragment from Nixie in his mech designs. He could still come up with various means to limit Nixie's growth. His best hope was to find a way to manipulate the Solemn Guardian into denying Nixie his rightful share. By embezzling the dividends he was supposed to receive, Nixie would not be able to profit from his investments. I'll have to look into this later. VS shook his head. Right now, VS was rapidly learning how to deal with Nixie's tricks. No matter how sophisticated the alien tried to take advantage of the situation, the mote only possessed a minuscule fraction of his total strength. While it was more than enough to overpower William's spiritual potential, VS was different. By employing his full strength, VS simply resorted to brute force methods to cut off any attempts by Nixie to take over William's mind and body. Nixie utilized thousands of finely controlled strands of silk to envelop William's mind and consciousness. VS formed a giant cleaver with his spiritual energy and hacked at the strands with abandon. In fact, VS could have ended the attacks immediately if he destroyed Nixie's mote of spirituality. However, he didn't want to end this tug-of-war immediately. Even through all of the new developments, he always kept his ultimate goal in mind. William Urbish needed to become a different man, one that was capable of advancing to expert candidate. A very serious question came to VS. Should he allow Nixie to take over William's mind? No matter how dangerous and hostile the alien acted, VS could not deny that it was an exceptional spiritual entity. If such a strong entity turned William into a puppet, as long as VS taught it how to act like a human, the William that emerged would likely become one of the most promising mech pilots in the star sector. VS was very confident that this version William would easily be able to advance to expert pilot, especially if he fully retained the original William's memories and skills. In this way, VS stood a very high chance of completing the mission issued by the Rim Guardians. What am I thinking? This is stupid. Perhaps he would gain enormously in the short term, but VS didn't have to think a lot to figure out that William might eventually grow into a monster. Once William advanced to ace pilot or something, he could single-handedly return to VS and destroy everything he built in order to retrieve the ancient sarcophagus and free its prisoner. There was no way that VS would allow Nixie to grow out of control in this fashion. What should I do instead? When he began to get a handle on Nixie's varied attack methods, he rapidly contained the alien's attempts to take over William's mind and body. However, Nixie's imprint had still taken over a large chunk of William's spiritual potential, replacing the mech pilot's imprint with an alien spiritual imprint. Ves couldn't allow even a shred of alien imprint to remain in William's mind. "It seems I'll have to get rid of it all." Before he started to manipulate the imprints, Ves first pulled back Nixie's spiritual mote from William's head. It had already served its purpose, and its continued presence was not doing William any favors. Once Ves returned the mote in his own mind, he began to focus on his test subject's spiritual potential and tried to manipulate it with utmost care. He had never messed with someone's spirituality in this fashion before. That excited him to no end. Chapter 1564 Ves the Spiritual Surgeon. William fell silent as the chamber kept pressing him down to the floor. The trapped mech pilot no longer shouted threats and obscenities, whether in standard or alien language. It was almost disturbing to see him so still. He might actually be dead if not for the instruments transmitting William's active life signals. Ves stood silent in the observation chamber as his eyes continued to sear at William's prone body. He wasn't watching his test subject with his normal vision right now. He wasn't even employing his spiritual vision. In order to examine William's spirituality to the finest degree, he directly employed his spiritual senses. Right now, over 60% of William's spirituality possessed a different imprint. Nixie had wiped away the original imprints and replaced them with his own, all through relying on indirect contamination. This was a highly advanced application that Ves was pretty sure he could never replicate. Nonetheless, he took a lot of inspiration from all of the means that Nixie displayed today. As long as Ves digested them, he might be able to improve his ability to manipulate other people's spiritualities in the future. For now, Ves needed to tackle the immediate problem. What was he supposed to do? He knew he had to remove Nixie's imprint. The problem with doing it straight away was that Ves wasn't sure what would happen next. Would William be able to reclaim what he lost by expanding his imprint into the territory that Ves liberated from Nixie's clutches? Well, let's try. Ves summoned up a spiritual projection and brought it forward to William's mind. He began to employ it as a surgery tool, using it to gently wipe away the imprint left by Nixie. It's more difficult than I thought. Nixie's imprint was not that easy to remove. It possessed its own intrinsic strength and will and actively resisted any casual attempts to weaken its presence. Ves felt as if he was trying to rub away a stain on his shirt. Seeing as his strength was insufficient, Ves reinforced his spiritual projection by pumping it with more spiritual energy. He began to employ a bit more power in his actions. Though he risked the possibility of harming or outright breaking William's spiritual potential, he finally achieved some results. It's working! Nixie in his prime would have easily been able to endure against anything Ves could throw at him, but only a very minute portion of the alien's total strength had transferred over to William. As high quality as it appears to be, its quantity was wholly insufficient. The only problem was that William's spirituality showed signs of heavy strain. If Ves applied too much force, then the consequences would be imaginable. Ves wasn't sure what would happen if William's spirituality shattered into pieces. Death or becoming comatose were very real possibilities. Personally, Ves believed the most likely outcome was that William would just suffer some mental damage while becoming spiritually crippled. Ves didn't believe that anyone could regain their spiritual potential once they lost it. The only way to salvage the situation was for Ves to find out a way to allow a spiritually insensitive Norm to gain spiritual potential. This was incredibly hard. While Ves hadn't performed much research in this area, with his current understanding of spirituality, he believed it wasn't something he could do at this stage. It was much easier to work with someone who already possessed spiritual potential. That was why Ves paid so much attention to hiring people like Nita, the Ingvars, and so on. While it wasn't guaranteed that they would be able to make use of their potential, at least the possibility existed. Ves acted carefully in removing the alien imprint. It became easier when he continued to make more progress. As Nixie's grip on William's spirituality weakened, his imprint's resistance lessened. Everything depended on power. After a tense few minutes, Ves finally managed to remove every trait of Nixie inside William's spirituality. Now, a part of William had become ownerless, for a lack of better word. The spiritual attributes introduced by Nixie suddenly became detached from their source. Normally, someone with different spiritual attributes wouldn't be able to merge with them. Otherwise, Ves would have already tried to accelerate the growth of his own spirituality attribute by plundering the spiritual energy of other entities. The attributes had to match. That was the rule he discovered. In fact, Ves believed it wasn't that simple and that more rules were at work that prevented someone from absorbing spiritual energy willy-nilly. However, this was a special case. The spiritual attributes and imprint had changed very recently. Since spiritual energy was basically related to life, Ves bet that it retained a connection to its old state. Of course, the most important reason why this was different was that the ownerless portion was still a part of William's spirituality. The parts that Nixie temporarily took over hadn't separated from William. Instead, both of their spiritualities remained a single whole as they warred over control. Ves believed that this was the final step to accomplishing his goal. If this method succeeded, then he would have another technique under his belt. He called it spiritual attribute contamination. Well, let's see if it works. William's spirituality had sustained severe damage. William himself was half comatose from all of the trauma he went through. In addition, as a pathetic coward, William was incapable of launching any attacks. The most he could do was to hunker down and delay the inevitable. Getting this fellow's spirituality to attack and reclaim the ownerless portion did not succeed. The parts that Nixie took over may have converted some of William's cowardly attributes into different ones, but there was plenty of cowardice left. Ves did not expect to be able to remove every trace of William's fears. It was already good enough to take a large bite of it so that it was much less dominant in the mech pilot's spirituality. Fear was something that every human possessed. Fear was so intrinsic to William that Ves was afraid that William's spirituality might not even be able to connect anymore with the mind it came from. A certain degree of fit still needed to be present. The results so far are already sufficient. What Ves actually aimed for was transforming a part of William's spiritual attributes. Now, over 60% of them had been changed into a mixture that conformed to the partially purified spiritual mote. That meant that about half of William's spirituality now consisted of attributes related to tyranny, dominance, arrogance, confidence, and other such descriptors. As long as they matched or exceeded the strength of William's cowardice, then a state of balance could be achieved. William would no longer be a coward. However, he also wouldn't become a tyrannical monster. He'd be someone different. Someone in between. The only complication was that a few alien attributes had also slipped in. This might introduce some anomalies, but not too much as their presence was rather small. Hopefully, William wouldn't be spurting alien words from his mouth anytime soon. Such an incident might put Ves in an awkward spot. Ves continued to work on his test subject's spirituality. After applying various means, he finally forced William's imprint to expand on the recently vacated portions. Since they originally belonged to William and was still a part of his spirituality, his imprint expanded with only minor issues. Obviously, William was reluctant to inherit completely new spiritual attributes. Ves continually had to force the process along. At the end of it, Ves sighed in relief. He inspected William's mind and spirituality for a few more minutes and only observed some gradual changes. None of them suggested that Nixie's influence was coming back from the dead. Instead, William's cowardice maintained a feeble balance against his newly acquired traits. How much the state of his spirituality reflected the state of his mind and emotions remained to be seen. Ves knew that they were connected, but so far he had mostly witnessed someone's emotions shaping someone's spirituality. He had never seen the reverse taking place until today when Nixie tried to hijack William's mind by capturing his spirituality. I don't even know how that can even be done. Even though he had a front row seat of Nixie's insidious methods, Ves understood very little of it. Nixie's application of spiritual energy was so advanced that it seemed to be a highly developed specialty or discipline. The entity trapped within the ancient sarcophagus became more and more formidable to Ves. Once Ves reflected enough on what he learned, he shoved the rest to the back of his mind and directed his attention on the immediate situation. It's done, he said with a relieved voice. Really? Gloriana quickly shut off her calm with a puzzled smile. You didn't do anything. You just stood there while William started screaming and convulsing. What in the galaxy did you do to the poor boy? Ves turned to his girlfriend. I thought I told you that I would be applying my design philosophy to treat William's affliction. Haven't you been paying attention? I did. Gloriana innocently blinked. I haven't seen anything. You're not supposed to be able to see anything with your eyes. Didn't you feel anything? Gloriana shook her head. Huh. Well, whatever. Ves shrugged. Let's bring William to an infirmary and inspect him in person. While he believed that Gloriana was able to sense spirituality, her spiritual perception probably wasn't sensitive enough to feel what went on in William's mind. Nixie's spiritual moat wasn't very strong to begin with. The scale of everything that happened today was very limited because William simply couldn't cope with anything stronger. Ves, Gloriana, and their cats exited the observation room. Moments later, a hovering stretcher brought out an unconscious William from the chamber. A bodyguard took charge of the stretcher and guided it towards an infirmary at the manufacturing floor. Considering how many heavy parts and machinery were at that floor, workplace accidents occasionally took place. Mech technicians needed to be treated immediately, hence the floor held a very comprehensive infirmary. As they all moved to the infirmary, Ves let the doctors inspect William for a while before placing him in an isolated room. The doctors asked plenty of questions about William's strange state and all of the sedatives that Ves had pumped into his bloodstream, but that was all. Since Ves was the boss, he outright refused to answer the questions. All you need to do is make sure that William recovers. Understand? Afterwards, Ves and Gloriana left. They moved back to the lab and workshop floor in order to process and analyze the sensor readings. These readings are useless. Gloriana scowled and waved at the graphs and figures projected in front of her. Pure divinity can't be captured by sensors. Humanity has only managed to find a way to detect and measure resonance, Ves remarked. And that is only a single facet of what is actually taking place. It's a shame you can't see what I can see. You're missing out on a lot. Can you teach me? Gloriana asked with a hopeful smile. I'm not sure. I always thought it was something I was born with. It could also be a side effect of my design philosophy. The more they cooperated with each other, the more they became aware of each other's strengths. Gloriana quickly figured out what she needed in order to gain a deeper understanding of his abilities. Yet just as how Ves wasn't able to make much headway with Gloriana's methods, Gloriana wasn't able to emulate him either. They were simply too different. Gloriana accepted his answer and didn't push any further. Both of them were mech designers. Both of them understood each other in a way that a non-mech designer never could. They spent a few hours studying the data they gathered before transferring it all in a secure data chip. Ves personally stored it in the vault in order to keep it safe. Done! Chapter 1565 Breach of Trust. After Ves observed William's physical, mental, and spiritual state the next day, he judged that the mech pilot might be out for a short while. After the doctors flushed out the chemicals from William's body, there shouldn't be anything wrong with his physical state. The main problems lay in his mental and spiritual state. Both experienced a fair amount of turmoil. Though Ves found it difficult to describe what was going on, he had the impression that a very deep transformation was taking place. Good. Ves smiled. This was exactly what he wanted to see. Ves welcomed any change regardless of the outcome because anything was better than what William was like before. Once Ves patted William's unconscious head and moved up to his office, Gavin immediately brought something disconcerting to his attention. Did you know what your girlfriend just did? What? It's better if I show you. Gavin activated his comm and visited a comm book page. He played a recording that had just been put up yesterday. Ves immediately recognized the footage and turned grave. Right now, my boyfriend is engaged in a groundbreaking experiment. G-char, beep. Wow. Our volunteer is already showing improvement. Beep. Just look at how handsome he is when he's so serious. The recording lasted for a couple more minutes before it ended. Ves waved his hand, silently ordering Gavin to shut off the projection. Boss? Let me think. Ves replied and went still. Anger coursed through his mind. However, this was not the time to act impulsively. If he acted impulsively, he might make a decision that strained his relationship with Gloriana without achieving anything in return. In a situation like this, Ves needed to think with his mind instead of his heart. He patiently waited for an entire minute for his anger to mellow out a bit. Now that he calmed down somewhat, Ves began to consider seriously what Gavin had just displayed. Apparently, Gloriana recorded a very sensitive experiment that Ves was engaged in yesterday. He never intended to bring her along, but she requested to observe his treatment. Since Ves trusted Gloriana quite a bit, he gave in to her request and let her into the observation room while he performed his experiment. Instead of standing still and watching William turn into a lunatic, she recorded a portion of what was happening and even slipped in some self-promotion along the way. Ves did not mind the self-promotion, but he deeply objected to publicizing something which wasn't meant to be published. Gloriana pretty much aired some of his dirty laundry in public. The one saving grace about what she had done was that she censored William's ravings. The footage came across as much less severe, since Ves said very little and mostly stood still like a rock. As a result, the recording largely centered around Gloriana's words. Though she said plenty of discomforting stuff, she hadn't actually said anything too alarming. Only a follower of Hexism would take her words seriously. Everyone else would probably dismiss her claims as the ravings of a religious nut. Did that make the situation better? Somewhat. At the very least, Gloriana shouldn't have said anything that the MTA already knew. That still didn't make this right. Ves felt incredibly violated by her actions. What possessed her to cross such a line? Perhaps it was best to ask her himself. Now that he thought over the situation, his anger had fully mellowed out into a smoldering simmer. While he was still angry, he believed he regained enough rationality that he wouldn't be doing anything stupid anytime soon. Ves breathed deeply and sat down behind his desk. He placed his fingers together and looked at Gavin. Please summon Gloriana to my office. Tell her that she'd better be here in 10 minutes. Are you sure? I'm sure. Once Gavin relayed the message, he observed his boss in order to figure out what might happen. Are you okay, Ves? I think so. I'm still pissed. She posted something that she shouldn't have posted. I think it's okay, Ves. Gavin reassured him. The footage didn't show off anything interesting aside from you standing in front of an observation chamber. I didn't even get to catch a glimpse of the volunteer that you were busy with. Was it William, by the way? Ves nodded. I thought so. The scream I just heard at the start sounds like his voice before the beeping sounds blocked out the rest. From the way Gavin reacted to the footage, Ves understood that the true nature of his experiment hadn't been revealed. Gloriana might make some strange decisions every once in a while, but she wasn't stupid. Ves never underestimated her smarts. It took some time for Gloriana to arrive. Once she entered, she quickly read the atmosphere. Is there something wrong, Ves? Ves waved in front of his desk. Please take a seat. I want everyone out, including your bodyguards. By now, the Glory Battalion was quite familiar with Ves, so they did not put up much of an objection. Of course, part of the reason why they did so was that Clixie remained at Gloriana's side. While Ves had never seen a Rebarthan Sentinel cat in action, he knew that they served as powerful protectors. As for Lucky, Ves had no idea where his cat went off to. The little bastard frequently went on unannounced excursions. Oh well. Ves would just have to conduct his meeting without his pet distracting Clixie. Gloriana, he began. Can you please explain what you just uploaded on your combook page? Humph? She tilted her head while twirling a lock of her dark hair. Oh, that? You looked so handsome back then. The way you became so intense and focused on your experiment was so awesome that I simply had to record it for posterity. Bang! Be serious with me! Ves shouted while leaning forward with his fist pressed against his desk. If you wanted to record something, that's one thing, but publishing it onto your comm book where the entire galaxy is another thing. I didn't publish anything sensitive. Gloriana pouted at him and crossed her arms. I made sure to censor William's words and fade out the readings in the background. Who knows whether you were thorough enough? Do you still have the full footage stashed somewhere? Delete it as quickly as possible. In fact, take the entire data chip or storage unit and melt it down. What? Ves glared at her. Do you know how much I care about secrets? A lot. I trusted you with some of my secrets. That does not give you a license to air them on combook. But I didn't, Ves. My recording was mostly about you and me, not about your experiment. Bang. This time, Ves used both of his fists to slam against his desk. That doesn't excuse your actions. Even if you think you've been thorough in cleaning up the footage, what if you missed something? Gloriana grinned. I never make mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. You're still human. You aren't perfect. If you wanted to publish a moment, then why not make one while we are relaxing at the Cloud Estate or something? That's boring, the woman replied flatly. I already uploaded plenty of moments like that on my combook. My friends and cousins are all bored of seeing us cuddling up together. I wanted to publish something fresher. This woman. Ves wanted to tear his hair out. He forcibly paused in order to calm himself down. What you want isn't necessarily what I want. He spoke with forced calmness. Did you ever consider my opinion when you recorded me yesterday? I did. I thought you'd approve. I didn't upload anything sensitive, at least I think so. How could I know you'd make such a big fuss out of this? I never make a mistake, VS. You. Ugh. If this recording is just meant to show something fresh, then what about all of the self-promotion? That doesn't sound like you're appealing to your friends. I'm not lying, VS. Do you know who my friends are? They're all part of powerful dynasties. Many of them are either mech pilots or are related to mech pilots. Do you remember my mother's challenge? I was just scouting around for potential customers. What does it matter? It matters a lot, VS. We can't design a custom mech for a low-tier mech pilot from my state. If we really want to demonstrate our value, then we need to be capable of designing high-performing custom mechs. Those are really expensive machines, you know? Finding a skilled mech pilot that is willing to pay a lot of hex credits for a high-performing machine isn't as easy as you think. We're just journeymen in a state where many seniors are more than willing to design custom mechs for distinguished clients. VS knew that nothing could be gained from further arguing. He understood his girlfriend well enough that she believed in her reasoning. At most, she only regretted that VS did not agree with her on this point. The two of them weren't normal people. Even if they weren't as stubborn and intractable as expert pilots, as journeymen they weren't used to conceding. As the uncomfortable silence stretched on, Gloriana began to show a bit more remorse. VS. Please don't stay angry. I'm sorry, okay? I'll delete the recording if you want. Please do so right away. VS sighed. She quickly activated her comm and wiped away the recording. It's done. How many people watched the recording? According to CommBook, 135,343 people. What? How many friends do you have? My CommBook is public. A lot of strangers are following my CommBook page. I think most of them are bots and AIs that are merely logging and aggregating what people are doing on CommBook. That means that all of those bots and AIs have probably downloaded the recordings and stored it into their databanks. VS darkly concluded. Even if Gloriana deleted the recording, more than 100,000 copies still existed. It was impossible for VS to track them all down and erase them from existence. As VS became more and more angry, Gloriana seemed to sense that he was upset. VS. I'm really sorry. I won't do something like this again, okay? Tears began to well in her eyes, making her appear extraordinarily vulnerable. She looked so lost and forlorn that VS simply couldn't maintain his anger. It was as if her tears doused his fire. However, even if VS couldn't remain angry at her, that didn't mean that he forgave her. VS needed more time to process what had happened. Please leave me alone, Gloriana. VS waved her away. I don't want to deal with you right now. VS. Leave, he said more firmly. I can't guarantee I'll remain polite if you stay. It is taking me a lot to hold back my words. Although his anger had subsided, his resentment hadn't faded at all. His inner devil tongue eagerly wanted to lash out at Gloriana, but VS forcefully suppressed this impulse. He could not subject Gloriana to this treatment. She was not his enemy. She was just a crazy woman who did something crazy. VS had let down his guard, he realized. He knew that Gloriana didn't think and act normally, but in the month they had been together, she rarely exhibited any oddities. In fact, VS had been charmed by how well she accommodated him. If not for her hexer beliefs, then she was little different from a brighter girlfriend. Unfortunately, how could there be anything perfect in the galaxy? Gloriana wasn't perfect, and so wasn't VS. Though Gloriana looked as if she wanted to say something, she held herself back. She stood up, wiped away her tears, and brought Clixie out of the office. Once the doors closed, Ves remained alone. "Where is Lucky?" he muttered. "I could really use some company right now." Chapter 1566 Deeper Motive. "Gloriana may be capricious, but I don't think she's dumb," Ves stated to Gavin the next day. Ves believed that Gloriana hadn't been entirely forthcoming in their earlier conversation. As a habitual liar himself, he recognized when someone was acting in a self-serving manner. His girlfriend possessed another motive. Ves was sure of it. The feelings he sensed from her did not entirely match her facade. For his part, Gavin partially agreed. Prominent hexers such as Gloriana are certainly aware of what they should or should not publicize. The Woden dynasty has an image to maintain. In their circles, I imagine that it's a big taboo to air dirty laundry on the galactic net. Then why did she went through with this idiotic act? I think Gloriana doesn't see it as an unwise act. Gavin slowly guessed. I know what you're like. You're very touchy about your secrets. Your girlfriend isn't like that. When I first watched her recording, I didn't see anything remarkable. I only brought it to your attention because the setting is rather odd. Ves recalled what he saw. The footage only depicted a narrow shot of him standing still. His spiritual manipulation couldn't be sensed by normal people, let alone electronic recorders. William's body was fully out of sight and Gloriana censored almost all of William's screams. Now that a day had passed since he confronted Gloriana with the footage, Ves realized that the damage wasn't as big as he imagined. At the very least, someone wouldn't be able to detect anything incriminating from the footage alone. It was just. Ves still found it perplexing that Gloriana saw no problem in uploading the recording. Since she sanitized the footage, she must have known that it was a sensitive moment. Gloriana isn't stupid, he repeated with a pensive expression. What does she have to gain from this act? Was it really to solicit customers from her circle? Ves doubted it. She could have approached her friends and acquaintances in a more discreet manner. Both of them entertained some suggestions, but neither of them came up with a compelling answer. Ves turned to his bodyguard. Nita, you're a woman, right? You've listened in on everything. Do you understand what Gloriana is after? The tall woman leaning against the far wall shrugged. While I'm capable of discerning the intentions of many people, Miss Gloriana is beyond my capabilities. All I can say is that Gloriana likely holds no malice towards you. In her eyes, she saw no harm in her own actions. Though Ves found it difficult to accept that viewpoint, his girlfriend's perspective was very different from his own. Not only did she carry less secrets, her trust in institutions was still intact. As a result, she lacked the paranoid and suspicious mindset that Ves had developed over the past few years. With threats such as the MTA, CFA, and the Five Scrolls Compact looming over his head, Ves had become extraordinarily sensitive to secrecy. Maybe it was a bit too unreasonable for him to expect the same degree of caution from Gloriana. Having grown up in a largely protected environment, she had no reason to develop the same level of paranoia as him. With no devastating secrets to hide and with the Woden dynasty as her backer, why would she be as touchy as him? Maybe it was him who overreacted. I think you're right, Nita. Ves nodded. However, I still have an uncomfortable feeling about this. There must be something more behind her actions. I can't suggest anything further, but I think someone else may be able to shed a light on this matter, Nita said. Who? Your spy associates. No, Ves immediately replied. Approaching Leland was not a good idea. Flashlight followed its own agenda, and they may or may not have an interest in manipulating his relationship with Gloriana. As for Calabast, she was not impartial either. As a hexer and a woman with her own agenda, she would never let go of this opportunity to further her own interests. Nita thought for a moment. Then, perhaps you might want to invite Casella Ingvar to your office. As a former noble, she's capable of thinking on the same level as Gloriana. Both Ves and Gavin looked intrigued. Casella is a former scion from the Kingdom of the Three Flowers, which is just a third-rate state, Ves recalled. I doubt she is fully able to understand Gloriana's context. Gavin disagreed. She's a noble, therefore she's highly trained in social interactions. Some things are common to all nobles. While nobility technically doesn't exist in the hegemony, her status there is pretty much identical. I think it doesn't hurt to hear what Casella has to say. After a bit of contemplation, Ves agreed with Gavin's suggestion. He called Melker and told him to send Casella to his office. 15 minutes later, Casella Ingvar stepped into the room. Her golden avatar service uniform enhanced her dignity to a degree that made a very powerful impression. She strode forward in a stiff gait and bowed towards Ves. You called Mr. Larkinson? Yes. Ves blinked before shaking off his fascination for Casella. He activated his desk terminal and ran the recording that Gavin had saved. Please watch this while I describe my situation. He explained what happened with Gloriana while Casella watched the recording multiple times. Her frown increased as she heard his speculations. I think your suspicions aren't unfounded, sir. She eventually spoke. Although I haven't interacted with Miss Gloriana, a woman of her station would not make such an elementary mistake. Can you show me her comic page? Certainly. Once Casella started to browse Gloriana's comic page, she began to hum and nod. Ves, Gavin and Nita watched wordlessly as Casella continued to observe Gloriana's social media interactions. After 10 minutes of browsing through numerous posts that mostly consisted of an image of Ves and Gloriana together, Casella finished forming her judgment. I think I understand what Miss Gloriana is aiming for, the newly recruited avatar said with a firm expression. This is just my personal opinion, so please don't assume that I'm 100% sure. I'll keep that in mind. Go on, please. From what I think, Miss Gloriana has a very simple agenda. She wants to make the two of you inseparable. I already figured that out, Ves replied dryly. I don't mean this as a boast, but she's always been pretty obsessed with me since we first met. Casella scrolled through Gloriana's comic page. Look at how much activity there is. Every day, she posts at least 5 different recordings and images of you and her together. Although it looks excessive, she's pursuing a very deliberate strategy. She wants her friends and family to develop a deep association of the two of you as a pair. You mean she's attempting to indoctrinate her circle into accepting our relationship? That's right, sir. Her goal is to make fellow hexers think that she is always alongside you, and that you are the only man who deserves to be by her side. Why? Because it's difficult to build up acceptance for your pairing. Casella sounded more sure of her judgment. High society is very meticulous about relationships. The problem with your current relationship is that there is a very wide disparity between you and your girlfriend. You're a third-rater from a quant military family. She's a hexer from a notable hexer dynasty. The vast gulf between you can't be bridged within a day. We developed a plan to bridge this gap, Ves replied. We intended to develop a mech that is so good in their eyes that any other suitor in the hegemony pales in comparison. That's a good plan, sir, but that is only one measure. Even if you succeed, not everyone will be comfortable with your relationship. Gloriana likely believes that more support is needed to get her circle to accept your right to stay by her side. Somehow, the explanation fit. It matched his impression of Gloriana. It explained her frequent occupation with comic book. An ambitious, hard-working mech designer like Gloriana would never waste too much time on idle activities. I think you're right, Casella. Gavin looked impressed. I'm not a noble, but it sounds like something one of their kind would do. I bet that a lot of hexers, including her own friends and family, look down on us third-raters. What would they think if a dirty space peasant suddenly rose up and smacked them in the faces by outshining their local mech designers? Ves tried to imagine the scenario. His face grew more and more grim. In all of his haste to improve himself, he never considered the reactions of other hexers aside from Gloriana's mother and family. So her real goal is to build social acceptance for our pairing, Ves concluded. If she just told me that, I would have played along. Why didn't she tell me that? Maybe it's something she doesn't want to burden you with, Casella speculated. She considers it her responsibility. You won't be able to help. Ves grimaced. Of course a hexer would think so. A boy like him had little say in hexer society. Though Gloriana hadn't behaved like a stereotypical hexer, that was mostly because she purposefully controlled her behavior. Having spent a lot of time with her, Ves was pretty certain that her ordinary conduct was not as friendly and accommodating as she appeared. Instances like this revealed the depth that Gloriana wanted to hide from him. A hexer like her was used to taking charge. That was what Ves had already glimpsed from studying her private correspondence. Even if what you say is true, I still find it puzzling that Gloriana thinks that there's nothing wrong with uploading her latest recording. It's exactly because it's a sensitive moment that Gloriana wants to share this moment, Casella easily replied. It shows that the two of you are close at work. All the other comic book postings mainly show the two of you together in your leisure time. That doesn't tell others whether you are getting along with her during work. Her latest recording strongly suggests that the two of you readily share your most important research with each other. I see. The discussion lasted for a while before Ves finally dismissed Casella. Thank you for your insights. You've been very helpful. Keep up the good work and I'm sure you'll go far in the avatars. I might summon you again from time to time to hear your thoughts. It's my honor to serve you, sir. Casella bowed before turning around and leaving the office. What an ambitious woman, Gavin muttered. Why would you say so, Benny? She was obviously trying to increase your opinion of her. Gavin grinned. Not in a romantic way, I think. Casella knows you're off limits. Instead, I think she worked hard to distinguish herself so that you would shower her with more attention. Once Melker notices that you've become friends with her, he'll follow suit. Well, I don't blame her for taking advantage of the situation. He had always considered the Ingvar siblings to be relatively indecisive about working for Ves until recently. Once they realized how much he achieved and how far he could go, they became a lot more committed. Well, it's fine. Ves dismissed the issue. Ambition is not prohibited in my organization as long as it's fruitful. Now that Casella shed a light on Gloriana's motives, Ves no longer felt as if he was in the dark. You should speak to your girlfriend, Ves, and soon. The longer this awkward situation persists, the more our suspense is killing us. We really don't want to see what happens if Gloriana explodes. I guess you're right. Even Ves feared the worst if Gloriana was left to stew on her own. Where is Gloriana? He asked. Gavin briefly checked his data pad. According to the Sentinels, she's currently back at the Cloud Estate. What is she doing? She's socializing with your relatives. Chapter 1567 Social Acceptance. When Ves arrived at the Cloud Estate, Gloriana was calmly chatting with a group of aunties. They chuckled and giggled as they talked without abandon. Now that Casella had clued him in, Ves realized what Gloriana was doing. She wanted to earn the approval of the Larkinsons. She didn't have to, of course. The Larkinson family never really meddled with relationships because they didn't matter. Even if the Larkinsons disapproved, the most they could do was kick the offending Larkinson out of the official family ranks. Even if the Larkinson family did not possess that much power, Ves still preferred it if Gloriana was able to live in harmony with his relatives. From a practical point of view, the Larkinsons made up a key part of his hierarchy. Several of their retainers still occupied the top management positions in the LMC. Melker and many other Larkinson mech pilots formed a solid and dependable core within the avatars of Myth and the Living Sentinels. If Gloriana had a falling out with the Larkinsons, then Ves would be put in a very difficult position. He wasn't sure whether he would side with the Larkinsons or Gloriana if he was compelled to make a choice. It's best if I'm never confronted with this dilemma. Gloriana must have understood how difficult it was for Ves to choose between her and his family, because she had been socializing a lot with the Larkinsons at the Cloud Estate. He stepped forward until his girlfriend noticed his presence. Let's talk. Ves jerked his head towards his mansion. He turned around without seeing her reaction. He was sure she would follow. Once they entered his mansion and sat down on some couches in an opulent living room. Then, they both faced each other in silence. Ves studied Gloriana's expression carefully. Unlike what he imagined, she did not show any guilt or apprehension. The tears she shed yesterday were nowhere to be seen. When Ves attempted to study her emotions through the spiritual fragment stuck in his mind, he could barely make sense of her head. There were so many emotions roiling in her head that a poor man like Ves instantly became lost. Women. Why is your kind so complicated? He muttered under his breath. What's that, Ves? Nothing. The awkward silence stretched for a while. Eventually, Gloriana couldn't take it any longer. She sighed, stood up from her seat and moved over to sit beside him on the couch. Ves. She stretched out her hand and placed it on his chest. I already told you I'm sorry. I regret making you so upset. I know better now. I'll make sure to get your approval before I post anything on the galactic net. Is that okay? Her appeal made it very difficult for Ves to keep up his distance. Earlier today, I asked around. Someone suggested to me that you were working to gain social acceptance of our relationship to the people in your state. Is that true? Gloriana looked surprised. So it's true? Yes. You don't have to keep things from me. If we're in this together, then you should be more forthcoming with me. What are you worried about? You're not a hexer, so you don't know how we think, she reluctantly said. Do you know how boys like you are treated in our state? Like kids? She shook her head. Not exactly. More like prize pets or trophies. Your pedigree is of utmost importance in our society. Who you are and what your personality is matters little to the hexers who make up our ruling class. What he just heard really did not sit well with him. I'm not a pet like Lucky for you to parade around. I know, Ves. I don't want to treat you like that either. I love you, Ves. I really do. Different hexers have different ideas on how boys should be treated. For my part, I never wanted a useless ornament. I want a partner who can be my equal and can help me go further in mech design. In my eyes, you are far better than any of the boys I've met back home. I've heard that several times. What makes me different from the boys you're used to? Describe them to me, please. Gloriana sneered. They're too useless. Many female hexers think that's a good thing. To them, boys ought to be subservient and devoid of initiative, which is completely unlike you. Collaborating with male Hexer mech designers is a waste of my time. They never make any proactive suggestions and always ask for my approval before implementing something to a mech design. That sounds really awful, Ves remarked. Why would any female Hexer even agree to such a thing? To be honest, many female Hexer mech designers simply use the boys under their control as their subordinates. Even if they're married, the boys are simply relegated to an assisting role in any collaborative projects. As a result, hardly any synergy can be achieved. True synergy only arises if at least two mech designers work from each other's strengths. That made a lot of sense to Ves. He could see why Gloriana disliked such a working relationship, even if it was the norm in the hegemony. If a relationship between a male and female Hexer mech designer is so unproductive, why hasn't the mech industry in your state gone to ruin? Hee. Real collaborations take place between women. Think of your friend Calabast. But women don't have to be intimate to each other to develop a long-term partnership. A lot of recurring collaborations take place among female mech designers. That said, lesbian relationships are very common in our state. Many women even believe that the hegemony should outlaw male-female relationships entirely because it's obsolete. What will happen to the men if that happens? You don't have to worry about that. Only a couple of extreme factions advocate for this policy. I just mentioned it to give you a sample of what certain Hexers think of boys. Any boys they bring along are merely treated as assistants and accessories. If they have any useful specialties, then they're solely added to apply them to a mech design. So how does that relate to you, me and your comic book posts? I think you can guess it now, Ves. I've been trying hard to get my friends to see you as something more than a boy. My mother, my relatives, and my friends are all set in their ways, so it will take a long time to make them see you as something more. Do all Hexers dismiss men as boys? Some do. Almost every boy from our state is like this. We can be a bit insular, but there are enough Hexers who recognize that foreign men aren't necessarily weaker than them. Only Hexers who live in their own bubble believe that they can impose their standards on everyone else. How do they even interact with the men serving in the MTA and CFA? She shrugged. Some Hexers still consider them boys. They just have access to too much power than they can safely wield. They'll inevitably let their juvenile emotions get the better of them and ruin the galaxy somehow. Once that happens, it's time for women to rise up and clean up the messes the boys have made. That sounded like a horrendously patronizing attitude towards men. Hexers even looked down on the men serving in the Big Two. That took a lot of guts. Gloriana continued to elaborate on how Hexers viewed men and boys. While Ves had already read up on the topic, hearing Gloriana confirm many of his worst impressions was a real eye-opener. During the conversation, Ves relaxed a bit and took the initiative to cozy up to Gloriana. She was obviously pleased with his actions and melted against his side. Ves no longer held on to his anger. He simply couldn't. While Gloriana made a mistake, Ves couldn't completely fault her for it considering what she wanted to achieve. Even as Gloriana continued to describe all of the deplorable ways Hexers treated boys, she frequently reminded him that she would never treat him in this fashion. Is your attitude even acceptable to the Hexers back home? Ves curiously asked. She shook her head. Not exactly. That's why I've been working so hard to change people's impressions of us. As long as everyone accepts that we belong together, we have a lot more leeway. Once the hegemony beats the coalition, this entire star sector will fall in our hands. By then, it will be important to gain enough approval. Ves briefly smirked. If the hegemony really beat the coalition, then Ves did not intend to return to the Komodo star sector. Let the Hexers transform the rest of the star sector into a society where women reigned supreme. Ves would be long gone by then. He didn't mention his intentions to his girlfriend. Not yet. He could clearly tell that Gloriana was quite attached to the hegemony. The thought of leaving her home state and the Woden dynasty behind to accompany him elsewhere was still a very bold suggestion. The key to resolving this situation was to deepen his relationship with Gloriana. He needed to make her more attached to him than her home state. Once Ves confronted her with a choice, she would likely choose the lesser of two evils and opt to stay with him rather than to return to her home state. Ves wouldn't have to live in a society where men were treated like irresponsible boys. The biggest reason why Ves was still reluctant to raise this topic with Gloriana was that it would be unfair to force a binary choice on her. Ves even considered it outright manipulative. Yet, between his own well-being and Gloriana's well-being, Ves did not feel guilty at all in choosing to advance his own interests. He was really doing Gloriana a favor, actually. The sooner he pulled her out of the reach of Hexer society, the faster he could change her impression of men and boys. "Are we okay now, Ves?" Gloriana looked in his eyes. Ves nodded. "I think so." Both of them came closer and kissed. The pure love that radiated from their lips caused both of them to sink into each other. They separated after a short while because Melody was already starting to make some noises. "We should get back to work," Ves suggested. "William Urbish will probably wake up soon. We'll have to study his condition and see if he's fit to undergo examinations." "What did you exactly do to him anyway? I still don't understand." "It's not something I can easily explain. It's too fantastical and obscure. I just hope that William has at least reached a state where he can actually fight back when faced with an opponent." This was not a good place for him to describe what he did to William. He didn't mind sharing some more details, but that would have to wait until he was in a better and more trusting mood. "Ves?" "Yes, Gloriana?" "I'll make up for what I've done." "You don't have to. I'm already fine as long as you don't repeat your mistakes." She vigorously shook her head. "That's not enough. I really made you angry. I realize that. Even if you held yourself back, I knew you were about to explode on me yesterday." "It's fine." Ves caressed her hand. "I don't want to hurt you." Gloriana sighed. "That just makes me feel more bad about what happened. Just you wait, Ves. I'll be sure to come up with something that will make you happy." Ves dismissed her words. She didn't need to do anything special. As long as she adjusted her behavior a bit, that was enough to make him happy. The two eventually stood up and exited the mansion. This incident had already taken up enough of their time. They had a lot of work to do. Chapter 1568 Mild Side Effects. Once Ves and Gloriana reached the Mech nursery, they stopped by the infirmary to check up on William. The Urbish clansman still hadn't woken up, but there were some encouraging signs. His brain activity began to normalize. The doctors predicted that he would wake up within 2 or 3 days. If William still hadn't woken up by that time, then he needed to be moved to a better-equipped hospital in Bentheim. Ves preferred it if they didn't have to resort to this cumbersome movement. Not only would it take time to get William back to Cloudy Curtain, there was a chance that William would find some way to escape his clutches. No test subject was allowed to run from Ves before he was done with his experiments. "I think William will be fine," Gloriana remarked and gestured at some of the doctors wearing different uniforms. "I've assigned some of my own men to facilitate his care." Ves noticed that some of the medical equipment in the infirmary looked very different. While he didn't mind the changes, it rankled Ves a bit that she didn't ask for his permission. "Gloriana, I thought we talked about this. Don't make any unilateral decisions when it concerns us both. The Mech nursery is still my property." "I'm sorry. It slipped my mind. VS could already tell that this would be a recurring habit of his girlfriend. Whenever she saw something imperfect that she could address, she would go ahead and fix the problem in her own way. The root problem with Gloriana was that she was far too used to acting decisively that asking for his approval was still something alien to her. Perhaps she was capable of deferring to others, but the only people she answered to was her mother or other authoritative women. Even Gloriana stated that she didn't see VS as a boy, she was very much a hexer. Her unconscious bias against men and boys still affected her conduct while she stayed with him on Cloudy Curtain. He foresaw a need to have another serious talk with Gloriana. Not now, though. He wasn't in the mood right now. Once VS and Gloriana headed down to their lab, they convened together with the 4 Larkinson seeds. They hadn't been staying idle all this time. Kiddies had been attentive in guiding their studies while the others were preoccupied with other matters. "How are the kids, kiddies?" he asked. "They're all very bright," she replied with a smile. "Not as smart as me, but at their age they're already quite impressive." VS turned towards the 4 Larkinson teenagers and studied them with a scrutinizing gaze. As expected, none of them could keep their composure when their idol studied them in this manner. He didn't stare at them because he wanted to intimidate them. Instead, he was looking out for certain abnormal signs. He finally managed to spot something abnormal. Michael Larkinson's neck featured a very faint blue mottled pattern. No normal human possessed skin that looked like this. Unless it was a bruise, it was very likely that VS detected a disconcerting sign. "Did any of you undergo genetic modification?" All 4 Larkinsons nodded. "Yes, sir," Rennie Larkinson answered. "Before we got sent to Cloudy Curtain, our family sent us all to an exclusive gene clinic at Rittersburg. The clinic is very renowned there for selling genetic mod templates that increases intelligence when applied to someone's genes." "I see," VS said flatly. "How much did it cost?" "Around 80 million credits per operation." "That's a very significant amount of money to invest in a person." Xantha Larkinson confidently smiled. "Our family is very hopeful about us. We were all doing very well at school before we've been selected to study under you. Now that our genes have improved, I have no problem with keeping up with my studies while spending lots of time here." The other 3 Larkinsons nodded in agreement. VS sighed and placed his hands against his hips. "What about the side effects? There's always a catch." The 4 of them exchanged awkward glances. "Tell me now, or I'll ask your parents. Either way, I'll find out." "You don't have to, sir. We'll tell you. There's a bunch of side effects, but the main one is that we need to hydrate ourselves more often. The gene mod template was derived from an aquatic species." "Well, that doesn't sound so bad. What else?" A bunch of other quirks and warnings followed. None of the potential side effects sounded very serious to VS. No wonder it cost 80 million bright credits per operation at pre-inflation levels. The side effects were severe enough to make them a bit bothersome, but not so cumbersome to require a reduction in price. It wasn't really that expensive to apply a gene mod template to someone. The main reason why the price was jacked up so much was that the templates were often licensed from biotech companies at exorbitant prices. The experts in genetic modification that were qualified to conduct such operations were also very hard to come by. It took a lot of study and training for people to become capable of applying genetic treatments to a variety of different people. Once VS finished questioning the 4 kids, he turned to Gloriana. "What do you think?" "The template doesn't sound very good by my standards, but its footprint isn't very big. I think there's a lot more room for improvement and alterations. The genes of these kids aren't set in stone yet." That relieved VS a little. He was afraid that the Larkinsons had inadvertently ruined the future of their little seeds. Fortunately, they already took these issues into account. Are you okay with our genetic mod template, sir? It's fine. Ves casually waved his hand in dismissal. Genetic augmentation is something that is very common in the upper ranks of society. If you ever find yourself in a position where you can go further, then continued augmentation is pretty much essential. You have to make sure that you apply the right treatments to your genes. I'll talk to the Larkinsons about this later so they'll refrain from doing this again. As for you, don't undergo any further augmentation unless I say so. I'll kick you out myself if I find out you went behind my back. Why are you making such a big fuss out of it? Isn't it good that we've all become smarter? Maisie Larkinson asked in confusion. Not every gene mod template is as good, Kedis answered for Ves. I can speak from personal experience that applying the wrong templates on you can potentially lock your future or ruin your life. I managed to correct my mistake, but many other people are stuck with their choices for life. Ves nodded in appreciation towards Kedis. She's right. Reckless genetic modification is one of the reasons why the second half of the Age of Conquest became such an awful time was because the cutting-edge gene treatments turned many leaders mad. That's in the past, right? Genetic modification is a lot more regulated these days. Ves and Kedis scoffed. Even Gloriana slightly shook her head. Naive! Ves shouted. Genetic modification is just as dangerous as before. The same technologies from back then are being used today. The only difference is that geneticists are a lot more careful and actually pay some attention to the repercussions of their works. That doesn't mean that they've managed to remove the effect their treatments have on someone's personality and emotions. Ves, Kedis, and Gloriana each lectured about this topic to the four seeds. Michael, Maisie, Rennie and Xanther all grew more grave when they learned how much they risked when the Larkinsons paid for their gene augments. If the Larkinsons hadn't been diligent enough and paid so much money, they could have all been screwed. After an hour of lecturing, Ves clapped his hands. That's enough, I think. We're mech designers, not geneticists. Let's turn back to our work. You four can sit back and listen while we discuss our next projects, okay? The four seeds nodded. Obviously, this was not the time for them to raise their hands to ask questions or provide suggestions. Seeing that the four Larkinsons understood his intentions, Ves turned to Kedis and Gloriana. All right, let's get to the next three projects I want to start. You're all up to date on the request issued by MinDef, right? Yes. Yes. Then let's talk, he said. Out of the four variants that MinDef suggested, Gloriana and I have already ruled out the worthy soldier. Its concept deviates so much from the desolate soldier that it actually calls for designing an entirely new mech. Maybe that was what the government was after, Kedis speculated. If you fell for their trick, then they would have pretty much gotten an original mech design for the price of a variant. Ves harumphed. If they think I'm stupid enough to fall for that trick, then they've severely underestimated me. Let's put that aside and focus on the variants that I've agreed upon. The three of them began to discuss their thoughts and expectations on the prideful soldier, militant soldier, and peaceful soldier. I'm not really digging those names, Kedis remarked. Peaceful soldier doesn't match my impression of the planetary guard. Maybe we should call it by another name? Ves shrugged. If you have any suggestions, then feel free to raise them. I think it's a decent name. He did not say that because he coincidentally owned a custom ballistic pistol called the Peaceful Repose. I don't have much of an opinion on the names. What I'm worried about is how much time we need to spend on developing these variants, Gloriana stated. Just look at the list of requirements for the militant soldier and peaceful soldier. They're very divergent from the original desolate soldier. We'll have to incorporate entirely new components and redesign the internal architecture of those mechs from the ground up. Even if the variants resemble the base model on the outside, their insides won't be anything alike. I know it's a lot of work, but we're mech designers, Ves replied. I think we can finish these projects in a couple of months, especially if we run them concurrently. In fact, I can finish the prideful soldier in a matter of weeks. The demands for this variant are by far the lightest. Ves could retain much of the same design while substituting some components with cheaper equivalents. He also had to tweak its X factor so that it was not as obnoxiously pure. Apparently, gangs and other underground organizations really didn't like it when their mech pilots acted like goody two-shoes. Both Gloriana and Kedis saw no problem with that. We still need some help if we want to run two projects at the same time, Kedis remarked. Neither Gloriana and I are very useful in this project. Kedis specialized in swords and swordsman mechs, while Gloriana's strength lay in custom mechs. Neither of them could showcase their full ability in projects centered around mass-market mechs. I have a suggestion. Gloriana raised her head. The government settled lots of refugees on this planet, right? Why don't we visit the local administration and see what kind of people have ended up here? There's bound to be a number of destitute mech designers among the refugees who have fled their fallen states. Maybe we can offer them all a job. Ves looked skeptical. I'm not sure if any mech designer is among the refugees here. They're not exactly average people. Those who are good enough have probably found better passage, while those who don't meet my standards are better left at the temporary farming settlements. That's just your opinion, Ves. Who knows what kind of hidden gems are hidden in the masses? I think we should head out and look for useful people to recruit. This is a great chance. Though Ves wasn't initially sold on the idea, he became more and more intrigued as Gloriana advocated for this suggestion. Was there really a treasure hidden among the refugees? Chapter 1569 Prideful Soldier. The suggestion to scout useful mech designers and other notable helpers sounded intriguing to Ves. Now that he thought about it, many of the refugees fled in haste. They came from all walks of life, but because of the crisis they had all devolved into confused and frightened humans. The Sandman did not discriminate by wealth, class, rank, or profession. The tides of sand washed over everyone regardless of their human qualities. He briefly checked his calm to research his options. A problem quickly emerged. He found out that he couldn't just hop into a shuttle and fly to one of the many recently built farming settlements to pick up a useful refugee or two or something. Only approved vehicles were allowed to approach the settlements. The government strictly wanted to cordon them off until they systematically processed the destitute foreigners. This is a policy from the central government, so it's not possible to gain access by bribing the local politicians, Ves noted. I think they want first dibs on the talents and highly skilled people. Kedis tilted her head. Can't we just sneak inside and smuggle out the people we want? We'll get into legal trouble if we do that. The government hasn't sorted the refugees yet, but they did perform some basic registrations, which included taking names, images, blood samples, and etc. We'll be in a fair amount of trouble if our actions get exposed. Why not ask for a favor from the central government? Gloriana suggested. Didn't you say that the Bright Republic sees you as an asset now? Something as small as claiming a number of refugees is trivial in their eyes. Out of the billions and maybe trillions of refugees your state received, I don't think they'll mind letting a handful of them go beforehand. I think you have a point. This might be a hidden opportunity for those with connections or favored by the Republic to obtain some benefits. The state definitely wouldn't quibble since they already employed a lot of talents. What the government probably wanted to achieve was to reward the power players who made the courageous decision to support the Bright Republic in its time of need. I'll tell Benny to make the arrangements, Ves stated and composed a quick message to Gavin. He saw no need to contact the relevant officials in person, though he suggested his assistant to approach Leland first. Flashlight alone could probably accomplish the job. Gavin and Leland belonged to the same side anyway, so Ves did not expect any problems from that end. Damn spies, he muttered. What was that, Ves? Nothing. Anyway, let's leave the refugee recruitment aside for the moment. Regardless if we manage to recruit a couple of new mech designers, we still have to integrate them into our organization. That will take a month or so at least. So for now, let's just assume it's just the three of us working on the 3 variant projects. That was a paltry amount of manpower for 3 different projects. Even if the prideful soldier required relatively little work, the other 2 variants could have been stand-alone mech designs due to all of the work they demanded. Time management was a very important aspect of project management. Ves was very well aware that the Sandman invasion imposed very harsh time constraints on any mech designer. Mech pilots needed his new variants as soon as possible. The longer it took for him to complete their designs, the more opportunities he missed to expand his influence. After an extensive discussion, Ves and the other 2 mech designers formed a basic plan. First, they would allocate a single week to design and release the prideful soldier. Second, they would work concurrently on the militant soldier and the peaceful soldier project. Although both of them were very different projects that required different approaches, Ves believed he could manage to juggle 2 of the projects at once. It will be a bit challenging for us to match our mental focus on the right project at the right times, Ves warned Kedis and Gloriana. However, this is also a form of training for us. Maintaining concentration is one of the key demands of working on projects where I'm involved. Both of them had worked with Ves long enough to realize this condition. The girls were also smart enough to infer some of the things that Ves only hinted at. Gloriana especially caught on fast due to her unwavering belief in his abilities. We'll have to alternate on the projects in unison, Gloriana remarked. If Ves and I work separately, then we won't be able to achieve the synergy we want. Kedis here can make some checks and refinements on the other project in the meantime. What do the 2 of you think? Ves strongly agreed, though Kedis appeared more reluctant. She was pretty much being sidelined, but that was also because her design ability couldn't catch up to the 2 journeymen. Overall, he was fine with this approach. While juggling multiple projects at the same time imposed a mental burden on all of them, sometimes it was better to pause working on a project. The extra time allowed them to reflect over their design choices even if they worked on something else. There was no room for patient deliberation if they constantly rushed to complete a single project at a time. A lengthy pause would just extend the time of completion. All right. Ves clapped with a smile. Now that we've formed a plan, let's get to work. We should tackle the prideful soldier first. Ves reread the documents sent by the Ministry of Defense. The goal of the prideful soldier is to develop an alternative to the dutiful soldier. MINDEF has outlined some suggestions, but we don't have to follow all of them. The only basic requirements that we have to follow is to make it cheaper and less obnoxious than the base model. What does it mean to make a less obnoxious design? Gloriana asked in confusion. Think of the target audience of this variant. It has to be made suitable for the thugs and lowlives of the mech community. Think of gangs, dark mercenaries, underground organizations, and even pirates. Even pirates? She gasped. She wasn't the only one who looked shocked. The 4 Larkinson seeds all became frightened at the mere mention of this dirty word. As for Kedis, she controlled her reaction as well. Her interest had obviously been piqued, but she did her best to camouflage her true feelings on the matter. Even pirates, Ves slowly repeated, emphasizing the seriousness of the matter. Right now, a lot of pirate gangs that used to prey on human trade vessels and settlements are no different from us, victims of the Sandman invasion. While many of them have fled to the Interstar sector, plenty of them have decided to stick around and fight the Sandmen for whatever reason. The Bright Republic and many other states have offered amnesty to those who are willing to put their lives at risk to defeat the Sandmen. Everyone gasped. It was unthinkable for all of them to forgive the heartless pirates. The MTA and CFA always demolished them on sight whenever they encountered the cruel and lawless scum. Are you surprised? VS raised his eyebrow. You shouldn't be. The third and fourth line of defense are probably going to be pushed to the brink. If 10,000 pirate mechs are added to the front lines, then that can make a crucial difference. Every mech counts. He knew almost as well as Keddies that pirates differed enormously from each other. Some were pure scum and filth. Others were noble but helpless in their lot in life. VS did not mind if the latter redeemed themselves in the fight against the Sandmen. At this stage, the Bright Republic couldn't afford to quibble over the legal status of those who could assist. Every mech counted. Do pirates even want to purchase our mech? Keddies asked. Usually, many pirate gangs are rather poor. They like to reuse older mechs because they don't have the funds to purchase new ones. Now that many of them have fled from the frontier or their home bases, it's very likely that they've been forced to abandon some of their wealth. The prideful soldier ought to be 25% cheaper than the base model. That amounts to 15 million bright credits at pre-inflation prices. That would put it in the lower end of the budget price range. Such a price was still a short distance away from bargain bin territory, which was what pirates usually preferred. Keddies immediately shook her head. Too expensive. I'm not going to make the prideful soldier any cheaper, Keddies. That would mean a more extensive overhaul which we can't afford right now. Besides, the prideful soldier mainly targets established gangs and underground organizations. The government wants to mobilize as much of them as possible to assist in the defense. That made the price a bit more reasonable. Making the mech cheaper not only allowed more people to buy a product of the soldier line, but also ensured they wouldn't get anything too good. A 25% reduction in cost meant that its performance would also sink. When prideful soldiers were pitted against desolate soldiers, the latter would always win handedly. Considering that the latter was also favored by legitimate groups, this was exactly what the government wanted. The prideful soldiers only had to be decent enough to fight against the Sandmen. Anything else was not important. The second major change that VS had to implement was altering its obnoxiously pure aura. To do that, VS would have to tinker with the X factor. He already had a few ideas he wanted to implement immediately. He first tasked Gloriana and Keddies with finding cheaper substitute components to license. The two women sat behind a terminal and browsed the MTA's virtual catalog, leaving VS alone to perform his own assignment. Ever since he first heard about MINDEF's assignment, he already settled on his choice on how to tweak the X factor of the prideful soldier. It's pretty much in the name. He smirked and patted his overcoat. He concentrated his mind and focused on the spiritual fragment residing in his clothing. Zygra's perpetually angry spiritual fragment still hated VS to the bone. It's time to pay some rent, boy. VS effortlessly shaped a spiritual projection into a knife and cut a very delicate amount of spiritual energy from the fragment. The mode of spirituality he obtained from Zygra was very small, but sufficient for his purposes. He stored the mote in his mind and began to construct some extra images to influence what kind of flavors he wanted to add to the prideful soldier. Pride, aggression, contempt. VS infused these abstract images with a hefty dose of spiritual energy, giving them a lot of weight. Once he was done, he wrapped them around Zygra's spiritual motes so that they would all get used to each other. That was easy. Ves only needed to take one final step before he was done arranging the design spirits of his variant. He decided to leave it to the end. This is the advantage of accumulation. Ves grinned. I've already done most of the hard work beforehand. The more design spirits he employed, the more he could mix and match them together in various ways. He just had to build up his initial collection first. Once he formed 30 or so different design spirits, Ves no longer had to hunt for newer ones every time he wanted to design a new mech. He could just keep reusing his existing ones until he was faced with a situation where no spiritual entity, fragment, or product fit the mech he wanted to design. Of course, Ves was a long way from reaching that point. The only reason why he had it easier right now was that he was working on a variant instead of a completely new mech. Chapter 1570 Abnormal Sandman Fleets. The Common Federation was splintering apart. Having long adopted a superior attitude, the transhuman fanatics hadn't been able to solicit the Bright Republic or other neighboring states to assist in its defense. The Common had been left on their own to face the brunt of the Sandman invasion. No matter how much they trusted their bionic augmentations, implants, and artificial limbs hardly made any difference in fighting off the Sandmen. In fact, the Sandmen devoured the heavily augmented Common much more eagerly than normal people. Engulfing flesh and blood hardly yielded anything useful to the silicon-based lifeforms. They would much rather eat energy sources and valuable metals, something which most bionic augmentations possessed in spades. Something unexpected happened. The Sandmen devoured the Common Federation with much more fervor than anyone initially expected. Their eagerness to wipe out the Common led them to attack their star systems with a bit more urgency than normal. The increased pressure was too much for the Federation. Not only did the increased pressure lead to a greater number of desertions and flight, the Common also lost their star systems at a rapid rate. Within a month, the Common Federation as an independent state ceased to exist. All that was left was a collection of splintering star systems which became engulfed in total chaos. Every Common left behind desperately tried to flee their crumbling homes, but all the starships of the Federation had already left by now. Countless Common died from the tides of sand every day. The messages and recordings transmitted by the sobbing civilians flooded the galactic net. It was as if almost every doomed person wanted to leave proof of their existence. Even if they died, they would not be forgotten. Their names, faces, and voices were all included in a virtual memorial that continuously registered an alarming influx of entries. Due to the rapid collapse of the Common Federation, the Bright Republic began to experience more than a couple of sporadic Sandman fleets. The Bright Republic's war against the Sandman had commenced in earnest. During the initial battles, existing rifleman mechs formed the Republic's mainstay. These mechs already existed long before the crisis, and their mech pilots spent years to get in tune with the machines. Only some of the new rifleman mechs saw battle. Nonetheless, their performance during these initial battles already proved that they were sufficient for the job. Against the Sandmen, the quality of the mech did not matter as much. As long as a mech could fly in space and fire out kinetic or ballistic rounds, then they were already useful. Having learned from the lessons of the states that fell before, the Bright Republic allocated most of its resources into defeating the Sandmen in space. While the government still fortified the surfaces of important planets such as Bentheim, it largely gave up on reinforcing the surfaces of lesser planets. It was just too difficult to defeat the Sandman under the various limitations of land-bound combat. Everyone started to put more emphasis on space-borne mechs that could fight the Sandmen at a distance. Mechs like the Desolate Soldier began to showcase their capabilities during actual combat. In one corner of the Bright Republic, a half-company of Desolate Soldiers calmly fired at the Sandmen in steady, synchronized volleys. The Sandman vessel they targeted continually lost significant chunks of sand as the explosive shells blasted them out into space. However, the scale of the explosions paled in comparison to the mass and volume of a Sandman vessel. Not only that, but there were 6 of them orbiting an even greater Sandman mothership. The only upside to fighting a standard Sandman fleet like this was that their ranged offensive power was very poor. Though the Sandman vessels fired powerful lasers, their firing rate left much to be desired. This gave the 20 or so desolate soldiers plenty of time to whittle down the advancing Sandmen. "Keep up the fight, men!" a mercenary captain shouted over the communication channel. "There's a vulnerable planet behind us. If the Sandmen reach the surface, all of the people who are living there will die." His words gained more strength due to the collective auras working together to amplify their sense of duty. Compared to the other units resisting the Sandmen that invaded this rural star system, the half company of desolate soldiers immediately distinguished themselves. The rescue particle generator module placed at their hearts caused them to look especially valiant. While the mechs themselves weren't very impressive, the orange modules released bright red vapor trails that marked their passage in space. With around 20 trails forming in unison, the half company of desolate soldiers clearly attracted the most attention. Their performance stood in stark contrast to the other units participating in this battle. Only the small detachment from the Mech Corps fought the Sandmen more valiantly than the commercial mechs. "We are the light in the dark. We shall not let a bunch of commercial mechs upstage our military machines. Fight harder!" The competition from the desolate soldiers spurred the detachment from the Mech Corps to fight even harder. However, not every unit was doing so well right now. Even if the other units were made up of more expensive mechs, the fear and stress of battle against an implacable foe such as the Sandmen took a significant toll on their courage. Lasers struck out every couple of minutes. These bright red beams were far stronger than the typical laser beams fired by mechs. They were so powerful in fact that the beams often melted through the torso of a mech, instantly wrecking it and harvesting the life of the mech pilot inside the vaporized cockpit. "Larry! No! Hang on, Cassie! Keep firing your rifle! Larry wouldn't want you to break down in the middle of a battle." Every mech pilot participating in the current battle had to keep their composure. That was getting harder and harder to do as the strain on them increased. Each bright laser beam that lit up the battlefield promised guaranteed death upon getting hit. Just as a formation of mercenaries began to grow increasingly more ragged, a couple of desolate soldiers arrived. The reinforcement of a couple of mechs ordinarily wouldn't achieve much of an effect. In fact, adding unfamiliar elements to another outfit was usually a recipe for disaster. No one liked to fight too close alongside strangers. Yet this time, the beleaguered mercenaries did not react too negatively at the addition despite their lack of consent. Why? Because the auras they brought instantly relieved some of the pressure subjected to them. Each and every mercenary suddenly became more resilient. The pressure subjected to them didn't feel so bad all of a sudden. "So the rumors are true. Those strange mechs that are on the news all the time really do help in battle. Focus on your mission, men." "Yes, sir." Soon enough, the Sandman vessels were whittled down one by one. Numerous mechs met their end after a giant laser passed through their frames, but even so the survivors never wavered in their discipline. At the cost of 11 mechs and 8 precious mech pilots, the defense force managed to repel the Sandman fleet. By itself, the battle ended up in a massive victory for the humans. The Sandman fleet possessed a lot of power, but its poor configuration and battle tactics meant that much of its potential had never been utilized. Nonetheless, this was just one of many Sandman fleets about to batter the Bright Republic. The opening act had just begun, and thousands of Sandman fleets would soon arrive to devour every single occupied star system. With so many battles in store, the attrition would become unimaginably brutal. Almost no battle ended without at least a couple of casualties. No matter how well the defenders fought off the Sandmen, at least a number of mechs and mech pilots lost their lives. With how immense the Sandman civilization measured, the aliens had more than enough Sandman fleets to overrun entire states. Not bad, but it could be better. After the battle ended, Ves wiped his hand, clearing away the footage. He leaned back on his chair and placed his boots on his desk. It was their first battle, Gavin noted as he fiddled a bit with his data pad. The defenders in that recording simply faced a bog-standard Sandman fleet, Ves retorted. I've seen how easily they succumb when I was assigned to the Vandals. Ves did not fail to see that the performance of the mercenaries fell short. As the battle went on, their salvos had grown ragged. Mech pilots fired their rifles too rapidly, causing them to jam, run out too fast, or disrupt the rhythm of the coordinated salvos. The important thing now is that this is prime footage that shows the value of our desolate soldiers. Whether gathered together or dispersed throughout an allied force, their effects have proven pivotal in keeping up morale. I'm glad that my customers are using my products in the ways I intended them to be used. Ves smiled in satisfaction. He expected that some of his customers would misunderstand or misuse the special qualities of his desolate soldiers, but the outfit that employed them in the battle surprised him. They already knew how to best employ them on the battlefield. Many battle recordings are already being posted on the galactic net. Many news portals have broadcasted clips on their own platform. Let me guess, Benny. The sight of my desolate soldiers flying backwards while colorful stripes of vapor are generated from their chests makes for a very striking image, right? Exactly. Your choice of applying this module in this fashion has worked out great. All the news portals and the people watching the footage can't get enough of them. The more desolate soldiers in a formation, the grander this sight becomes. It has boosted the demand for our mechs even further. The LMC was well on track to sell over 100,000 desolate soldiers 2 months after release. All of the free publicity helped immensely in propagating the use of this brand new mech model. The desolate soldiers even started to steal the thunder from other mechs designed by well-known seniors. Even though their mech designs showcased their own strengths, much of it wasn't really relevant against a stupid foe like the Sandmen. Ves did his best to avoid becoming conceited, though. It was impossible for the established competition to accept the rise of an upstart mech designed by a mere journeyman. One of the reasons why he reserved his judgment was that the Sandmen fleets had already begun to improve and evolve. Every Sandman admiral started off from a standard template. They were like rookies who had never experienced any combat in their lives. However, as long as they survived a couple of battles, the stupid Sandman admirals would learn a lesson or two. In response to the tactics that their enemies have employed against them, these Sandman leaders would form various countermeasures. These experienced Sandman admirals were the biggest threats to the Bright Republic. Some would split up their Sandmen into thousands of smaller globs. Others would merge into one titanic entity. Already, the Sandmen had already exhibited a lot of variety. These mainstays of the Sandman invasion force had emerged continuously as they succeeded in overrunning the border states. Even if a lot of Sandman fleets had already been defeated, the addition of these abnormal Sandman fleets only increased the danger. For this reason, better performing mechs still played an important role. The desolate soldier was not the only viable mech by far. It was just that it performed very well against the most common form of Sandmen. Whether the desolate soldier would be able to hold up against more complex Sandman fleets remained to be seen. Keep an eye on how many abnormal fleets show up in the Bright Republic, Ves ordered his assistant. If there are too much of them, then our desolate soldiers might not be enough. Gavin nodded. Will do, boss. I think you should have more faith in your product, though. Everyone fears fighting against a tricky Sandman admiral. Having your mechs around would do wonders to stave off panic. He had a point. We'll see. Chapter 1571 Send-Off. Now that the Sandmen have begun to attack the Bright Republic, a solemn mood had swept over the entire state. Even as Ves, Kedis, and Gloriana collaborated on the prideful soldier project, many Brighters began to deploy to the front. The star systems facing the defunct Coman Federation were very clearly next. While a small number of Sandman fleets might skip the star systems at the border in favor of going deeper, most Sandmen admirals preferred to take more immediate hops. As a result, the fighting at the border between the Bright Republic and the former Coman Federation had already begun to flare up. Hundreds of mechs and mech pilots already started to fall as the Sandman race began to bleed the state of vital assets. Losing a mech wasn't so bad. The government freely spent its money to encourage every mech manufacturer to produce as many mechs as possible. The real problem was that mech pilots weren't so easily replaced. The Bright Republic had already lost many precious mech pilots during the previous war, and now the brave warriors and soldiers had to put their lives on the line yet again. If too many of them died, then eventually who would be left to pilot the mechs? There was no way a state could resist the Sandmen once their stock of mech pilots ran out. Already, the Mech Corps had begun to draft numerous potentates who quit their training or dropped out of the mech academies for whatever reason. No matter how deplorable they performed, as long as they could interface with a mech and point the muzzle of a rifle in the direction of a Sandman, that was enough. During this tense and uncertain times, the first detachments of avatars of myth and living sentinels were ready to set out for the front. Ves, Gloriana, and Kedis personally arrived at the landing zone in order to send off to the volunteers. Kedis, who was clutching Lucky in her arms, admired the desolate soldiers entering the mech bays of the landed light carriers with an emotional sigh. There's not a single melee mech among them. I feel as if I've been born in the wrong time. Ves patted her back. Don't look too down. This is simply part of what it means to dedicate yourself to a narrow category of mechs. You've made your choice. Instead of regretting it, you should be looking forward to the times when a swordsman mech is the best possible solution to a difficult problem. I know, Ves. You don't have to console me. I'm not as dim-witted as I used to be. Lately, Ves had been spending a lot of time with Gloriana, which meant he hadn't been able to get up to speed with Kedis. It was difficult for him to juggle his time because his girlfriend always demanded much of his time. His relationship with his student wasn't as close as it used to be. Kedis had grown up now. She was used to acting on her own and no longer needed him to hold her hand all the time. In some way, that was good. Ves was confident that Kedis could already make it as an independent mech designer. However, another part of him regretted the loss of the dynamic he had formed with her before his journey to Centerpoint. He belatedly tried to make it up by reminding himself to pay more attention to her. So far, he hadn't achieved much success. Fortunately, he wasn't alone. Despite some indeterminate tension between the two, Gloriana was more than willing to provide some guidance to Kedis. Mech designers with Class 6, Class 7, and Class 8 design philosophies often band up with other mech designers. That way, they won't be rendered helpless when they face a situation like yours. Staying with us is the best decision you have made. In the times where you won't be able to make your mech designs useful, you can lean on Ves and I to cover your moment of weakness. That sounded surprisingly insightful. Ves nodded in agreement. Gloriana is right. While mech designers are mostly fine when they work by themselves, it is so much better to work in a team. They chatted for a bit until the Avatar commander and the Sentinel commander stepped forward. Compared to the mature and grizzled Magdalena, Melker appeared way too young. Nonetheless, the authority he projected was sufficient for him to hold his ground. Ves predicted that as long as Melker saw more action and gained more experience in commanding his troops in battle, his commanding demeanor would soon match that of the former Mech Corps captain standing beside him at the moment. Both commanders saluted Ves once they reached him. "Sir!" Ves tiredly waved his hand. "I thought I told you to cut it with the salutes and stuff. We're not the Mech Corps and we shouldn't pretend we are. The avatars of myth are supposed to be champions and heroes. Strict discipline is even less appropriate for the Sentinels. A lot of mech pilots join the Sentinels because they don't like the rigid structure of the military." Magdalena Larkinson frowned. "These are trying times. Military customs and courtesy can do wonders in maintaining discipline and confidence." In other words, she had no intention of cutting her act. When Ves turned his gaze towards Melker, the visored man said nothing, but his rigid stance signaled that he agreed with his aunt. Among the desolate soldiers entering the carriers, a number of Aurora Titans stepped into the ships. The Avatars and Sentinels only needed these two mech models. No more. "Who will be rotating to the front first?" Ves asked. "I am, sir," Melker stated. "Between the two of us, I'm in dire need of experience." "It'll be dangerous." Ves slightly frowned. "People are still figuring out how to deploy the desolate soldiers in the most optimal fashion. If you participate in the opening act, you'll have to figure things out on the fly." "I believe I am up to the challenge, Ves." Though Melker was never an intense person, the quiet confidence he radiated possessed its own form of intensity. Ves felt that Melker was someone with something to prove. Having sat out most of the previous Bright-Visual War, his cousin was probably unwilling to remain on the sidelines. Now that the Avatars had matured into a smaller but more focused mech force, Melker had all the tools he needed to excel in the coming battles. As if thinking the same, Magdalena nodded at Melker in respect. "Every Larkinson must answer the call of duty. This is the greatest conflict the Bright Republic has ever faced. Our state has never been pushed so close to the edge. To resist the Sandman and protect the lives of trillions of Brighters is a noble calling." Melker nodded. "I know. I'm not just doing this for myself. I'm fighting on behalf of our home state." As trivial and weak as the Bright Republic seems on the galactic level, it was still their home. Each and every Larkinson had been born and raised on a planet of the Republic. This gave them an indescribable connection to the state. Once Ves was satisfied with Melker's resolve, he shared one last hug with his cousin. As soon as Melker turned around and marched to his carrier, the Avatars standing in ranks began to shout. "We shall sweep the stars of the Sandmen. We will crush every grain of sand into dust. We must protect the Republic with our lives." "Why?" "Because we are the Avatars of myth." The Avatars shouted those cries with such intensity that Ves could feel the raw emotions in their voices. His eyes widened for a short moment as he recognized a familiar sensation. The flagrant Vandals projected a similar sense of unity, camaraderie, and purpose. Of course, the Avatars were nothing alike from the Vandals, but both of them had cultivated the essential qualities that bound mech pilots together. Brotherhood. As Ves studied the older Avatars and the younger Avatars, he noticed that all of them showed nothing but trust to each other and trust towards Melker. For Melker to have bonded his highly skilled Avatars together in such a unified fashion, his command skills weren't for show. That made Ves feel a lot better about sending Melker off to the front. As for Commander Magdalena, it was best for her to remain at Cloudy Curtain in order to hold the fort. The mech nursery and all the other properties of the LMC on the planet still needed protection. Leaving at least one senior commander behind ensured that the avatars and sentinels left behind wouldn't be running like headless chickens in the event of an emergency. Ves stood at the side of his older aunt as they watched the light carriers close up and begin to boost off the ground. "Those light carriers can't sustain many hits from Sandman lasers," Magdalena remarked in a deceptively casual tone. "It's a bit of a pity that for all of the money the LMC is earning right now, we haven't been able to get our hands on a single combat carrier." Her words carried an implicit rebuke towards Ves. Even as the LMC earned hundreds of billions of bright credits in the past month, the company was spending most of their newfound wealth in building up its infrastructure. In particular, Ves heavily pushed for to construct more manufacturing facilities. He wanted his company to become less dependent on third-party manufacturers. "We have already discussed this, Commander." Ves pursed his lips. "Every shipyard is chock full of orders. The demand for starships is insane. The second-hand market has been swept clean of savvy vultures. The price of starships has already tripled, and still demand hasn't subsided yet. How can I possibly buy combat carriers under these circumstances? Aren't you supposed to be a mech designer with allies and connections? From what I've heard, you're a man of importance in the Bright Republic." Ves grimaced. "That's true, but I'm hardly the top dog in the Republic. I still stand no chance against the members of the founding families, the established senior mech designers, and the powerful business families that have kept the economy in their grip for generations. All of these people have far better connections." Magdalena let him off after hearing that. "I see. You're still a long way from joining their ranks. What about your girlfriend, then? Can't she help?" "It's not politically wise to leverage her identity to obtain advantages in the Bright Republic. I'll just piss a lot of people off and make more enemies." "What about ordering the combat carriers from the hegemony?" "It will take months to deliver my order. The war will at least be halfway done by the time they fall into our hands. Besides, I don't think the hexadric hegemony is in any position to fulfill these kinds of orders. From what I've read in the news, their shipyards are already occupied with the Komodo War." Both of them adopted grave expressions when they thought about the destructive conflict between the coalition and the hegemony. The Komodo War already claimed many billions of lives. The amount of powerful second-class mechs that had fallen simply boggled the mind. If all of those second-class mechs had been sent to fight the Sandmen, then the aliens would have probably lost so hard that they wouldn't even be able to set foot in the Bright Republic. "What an enormous waste!" Magdalena lamented. Ves nodded in agreement. "Even when the aliens are harvesting so many human lives, the coalition and the hegemony are still preoccupied with their private vendettas." Both of them felt inordinately disappointed at the conduct of the second-rate states of their star sector. Many third-raters looked up to the second-rate states for leadership. In a moment that was prime for them to showcase their power and magnanimity, they perplexingly decided to forsake their responsibility to the star sector. At least Melker answered the call of duty. Chapter 1572 Resentful Soldier. Sending off Melker and the first rotation of avatars and sentinels to war only served as a small diversion. Ves, Kedis, and Gloriana quickly turned back to work and began to shape the prideful soldier in rapid tempo. After picking out the appropriate parts, they quickly substituted them into the design and began to mesh them together as best as possible. Because of the similarity of parts, this did not require too much effort. The only problem was that a lot of tiny tweaks still had to be done because the reduced parameters of so many parts had fundamentally altered the balance of the design. After roughly a week, the small design team finished making most of the major alterations. "The design is 95% finished." Ves nodded in satisfaction. It's the remaining 4% that's a bit difficult. The prideful soldier is already a decent mech, but we need to perform more simulations and testing in order to optimize its design. Kedis furrowed her brows. That only comes up to 99% in the end. What about the last percent? Ves smiled mysteriously at her. The final percent is the final touch which I'll add at the end. I already have that covered, so you don't have to be concerned about that part. After a bit of discussion, they decided to let Kedis manage the simulation and prototype testing phases. It would occupy her for a couple of weeks and allow her to be in charge for a while. Of course, she still needed to check in with Ves to make any serious alterations to the design in response to the results she gained. Though Kedis was still rather young and inexperienced, Ves believed she was competent enough to manage these phases by herself. Offloading the work to Kedis allowed Ves and Gloriana to move on to the Militant Soldier Project and Peaceful Soldier Project without any excessive delays. What do you think, Gloriana? Ves asked. His girlfriend eyed their 4 interns with a speculative expression. We need more manpower. While I enjoy nurturing these 4 kids, they're not exactly useful at their current stage. We need real professionals with degrees in mech design to help us manage all of these projects. Having Kedis here is already a huge help to us. Think of how we can increase our productivity if we have 10 of her around. Ves sighed. You're right, but it's harder than it sounds to recruit mech designers. There are so many employment opportunities out there that working for me is hardly anyone's first choice. If he wanted to, he could probably recruit some bottom-tier mech designers who were starving on the streets. Yet what good would that do? These failed mech designers were either too incompetent to be trusted with even the most unimportant tasks, or too untrustworthy that no employer dared to hire them. Adding them to his design team would do more harm than good. Right now, the mech industry was undergoing a major upheaval. Plenty of mech designers already fled the Bright Republic. Many already found jobs elsewhere or accepted one of the many job offers from prestigious employers such as Seniors or the Mech Corps. Working for a journeyman was ordinarily a decent option to low-ranking mech designers, but Ves was still too young and erratic to be seen as an attractive employer. Even if his desolate soldiers sold extremely well at the moment, it might have just been a fluke. His current success did not guarantee future success, which was something very important to many low-ranking mech designers looking for a tall tree to shelter under. You need to expand your recruiting efforts, Gloriana advised him. You don't have to do everything yourself. Just tell your managers to set up a recruiting operation that is dedicated to scouting universities and job markets for mech designers that meet your requirements. You're right. Ves sighed. I should have thought of that myself. I'll send a message to Kelsey right away. Even if it's a little too late at this stage, it's better than nothing. We really need some extra hands to handle all of our future work. As Ves composed a brief message to Kelsey, he recalled the time he held a guest lecture at Rawlings University in the Sentinel Kingdom. In normal circumstances, the students who signed preliminary employment contracts with him should have been on the way to the LMC after some time. Unfortunately, the Sandman invasion disrupted everything. The Sentinel Kingdom was still a fair distance away from the border to the frontier, so the powerful state had little to fear from the Sandmen. Which Sentinel mech designer would be crazy enough to leave their safe harbor and go travel to a state directly under threat by the Sandmen? Ves had already received notifications that the mech design students he recruited at Rawlings had broken their contracts. They would rather pay the penalty and stay home at Sentinel than brave the dangers of working in a Sandman-infested state. He did not blame them for their choices. Not every mech designer was like him who didn't mind a little excitement every now and then. The only surprising part was that Mayor Torto hadn't torn up his contract yet. Apparently, he was still committed to work for the LMC when he graduated. Will he truly stay? Ves frowned. Maybe Mayer believed he could still gain the most under his tutelage than working for someone else. Well, I won't let him regret his choice. Talents like Mayer Torto were not that easy to get a hold of. Every institution that taught mech design was filled with scouts and recruiters who kept their eyes on promising future mech designers. In addition, ambitious mech designers rarely sat still and waited for offers to come to them. Oftentimes, they proactively applied for internships in prestigious mech companies, hoping to transition their temporary jobs into permanent jobs. The LMC was still too new and volatile to attract any serious consideration from mech design students. No matter, he muttered. The LMC can slowly build up their recruitment capabilities. If VS wanted to get his design teams up to speed, then he needed at least 2 teams with 10 mech designers each. They didn't have to be particularly smart or talented. As long as they possessed a strong grasp on the fundamentals, VS could teach them the necessary knowledge to allow them to perform their tasks. Before the pair of journeymen tackled their next projects, VS finally received the message he had been waiting for. He tapped Gloriana's shoulder. Let's head to the infirmary. William has finally recovered from his treatment. He's awake? That's great. We can finally complete his custom mech. The two walked to the infirmary and entered William's room. The Urbish clansman looked awake and alert. His back was straight as he sat rigidly on his bed. His intense eyes glared at VS with silent resentment. VS smiled. You dare? William didn't respond immediately. Instead, he glowered at VS as if he wanted to do nothing than skewer this mech designer that had put him through so much torture. Good. VS nodded in satisfaction. He paid no attention to William's grievances towards him. I like the way you look. It doesn't matter what you think of me. As long as you can think aggressively, you're light years ahead of your old self. William didn't respond. In fact, VS found it rather unnerving that William kept staring at him like a bug to be squashed. How much of Nixie's influence had warped William's mentality? VS had a sneaking suspicion that the ancient alien spiritual entity had contaminated William's mind a bit more severely than he planned. Can you even talk? Yes, William finally said with a hoarse voice. Even though he finally opened his mouth, William somehow appeared even more unsettling. There was something very wrong with the mech pilot. Nonetheless, VS did his best to repress his latent fear and suspicion. Right now, William showed a remarkable amount of courage. This was not something which VS wanted to lose. As long as William was not a coward, nothing else mattered. VS waved his hand. Gloriana, I think it's best if your bodyguards take him back to the lab. Go perform your examinations and such. We'll finalize William's custom mech after we understand his new condition. Is that all right? Mem. Gloriana wordlessly nodded while studying William with an analytical expression. As someone who specialized in matching mech pilots to mechs, she was very observant when it came to people. She immediately recognized that William possessed a radically different demeanor after recovering from his strange treatment. Whatever VS did to William, her boyfriend succeeded in altering the Urbish clansman's personality. The only worry they both held was the repercussions of the treatment. How many side effects had occurred? How much damage did William sustain? Gloriana was determined to answer these questions. As Gloriana and her bodyguard guided the taciturn William out of the infirmary, VS lingered behind as he processed what he sensed with his spiritual senses. From what he perceived, William's spiritual potential had achieved a new state of balance. His spirituality managed to tentatively integrate the foreign spiritual attributes left over from Nixie's failed attempt to take over his mind. A profound mental and spiritual transformation had taken place. In fact, William's mentality was still in flux. It might take weeks or months for William's personality to settle down. Ves welcomed the change. Anything was better than the old William. As for the many deficiencies and side effects that ensued as a result of his spiritual treatment, that wasn't his problem. William should be glad to gain the opportunity to advance. Don't you think so, Lucky? His cat lazily clung to his shoulder. Meow. Ves affectionately patted Lucky on the head. Both Ves and Gloriana diverted a few days to work on completing William's custom mech. The desolate soldier had gone through major alterations. Though it still used the same parts, Ves found it astounding to how much it diverged from the base model. A true custom mech designed for a single mech pilot always ended up as an intrinsically unique iteration. A mech model that served the masses featured so many compromises that not a single mech pilot would ever be able to achieve a perfect fit with such a machine. While Gloriana preoccupied with studying William's new condition and tweaking the design of their custom mech in response, Ves largely devoted his attention to the spiritual component. For the new William, the standard X factor of the desolate soldier was too unsuitable. His mass-market products centered heavily around the concept of duty. Right now, William didn't appear to be the type of person who would sacrifice his life to do his duty. Instead, according to the personality tests that Gloriana had conducted, William had become a bit more aggressive and assertive. Combined with his old traits such as self-centeredness and egotism, the new William was anything but altruistic. I'll have to do something similar to the prideful soldier then, Ves concluded. He came up with an altered concept and also settled for a fitting name for William's custom mech. What do you think about calling our custom mech the resentful soldier? Ves suggested to Gloriana. That doesn't sound very pleasant, Ves. It fits, though. I've tweaked the spiritual component of the resentful soldier by mixing the spiritual component it inherited from the desolate soldier with an extra flavor. It feels a lot more resentful. The addition of Nixie's semi-purified mode of spirituality gave the resentful soldier a very different character. Its duty-oriented aura and X-factor had been heavily warped by this deceptively small influence. Duty had warped into purpose. Anything that hinted at responsibility had disappeared, and in its place was a kind of anger and selfishness that made it abundantly clear that the resentful soldier did not fight on behalf of others. The resentful soldier purely fought on behalf of itself. What a huge change, Gloriana remarked when they finalized their design. I can feel how different it is from the base model. Ves smiled in satisfaction. You can do a lot with a couple of minor changes. I think this is sufficient. Shall we go and fabricate this mech? Gloriana instantly perked up. I've waited too long for this moment. Let's see how close we can get to fabricating a masterwork mech. With all the work we've put into the resentful soldier design, I refuse to accept a substandard outcome. Chapter 1573 Masterwork Attempt. The fabrication process of a perfect vessel is a ritual, Gloriana told Ves in a solemn voice. The mech has to be produced successfully at the very first attempt. I don't think the worst-case scenario will happen. Ves smiled at her. Regardless of how much we customized it, the resentful soldier is still a simple mech design. With our level of skill, it's impossible for us to fail our first attempt. The two had moved over to the workshop hall where they awaited the delivery of the raw materials required to fabricate their mech. Ves had already spent some time familiarizing himself with Gloriana's high-quality production equipment. The 3D printer, assembly system, and so on surpassed anything the LMC possessed. With such high-quality equipment, the chance of fabricating a masterwork mech was a little bit better than normal, which was exactly what Gloriana wanted. With how much effort we put into this mech, we have to aim for masterwork, Gloriana declared with a determined expression. She raised her dainty fist at Ves. You better make sure to put in your full effort. Show me the strength that enabled you to fabricate your first masterwork. Her intense demand forced Ves to take this job a lot more seriously than he initially planned. In truth, Ves did not regard his chances highly. Their collaborating in this project had not been very smooth. They barely achieved some synergy, and there was still a lot more room for improvement. On a creative level, he also wasn't very emotionally invested in the resentful soldier. He cared little for William Urbish and mainly saw the project as an introductory work to see how well he collaborated with Gloriana. As long as the mech came out decently well, Ves was already satisfied. Obviously, Gloriana saw the project in a different light. She wanted their first collaboration to be as perfect as possible. Perhaps sensing that Ves wasn't as motivated as her, she prodded him plenty of times in order to get him to adopt a serious attitude. Okay. He raised his hands. I'll put in my best effort, okay. Just give me some time. I work best when I enter into a focused and inspired mood. Gloriana clearly didn't need any preparation. She had been looking forward to this moment. Since the very start she designed a custom mech with Ves. The outcome of this fabrication attempt served as concrete proof of how well they collaborated with each other. If their mech ended up as a disappointment, then that would seriously affect her confidence in continued collaboration attempts. Ves didn't share her concerns. The resentful soldier not only inherited much of its simplicity from the desolate soldier, it also contained some wondrous interactions between their respective design philosophies. As Ves studied the finalized design carefully, he sensed that the mutual strengthening effect was very much present. Gloriana's specialty naturally leaned towards empowering the specialties of other mech designers. Ves himself had tweaked the spiritual foundation of the resentful soldier to be more receptive towards her ideals. All of their efforts resulted in a slightly more powerful expression of X factor than the desolate soldier. Resentment, aggression, and desperation poured out of the mech design as if the beast inside desperately wanted to escape its prison. That suddenly reminded Ves of something. Nixie's influence was very pervasive in this project. Not only did he form the main ingredient of the design spirit of the mech, he also gained more direct influence due to the direct addition of his mote of spirituality. If that wasn't enough, William's treatment also left the mech pilot with a contaminated mind and spiritual potential. The alien entity trapped inside the ancient sarcophagus had wormed his way so deeply into William's psyche that the man was nothing like his old self now. Having surmised all of this, Ves began to ask a very disconcerting question. What will happen if William and the resentful soldier are put together? Nixie left a very heavy footprint in both of them. They could even be seen as an extension of the ancient alien's influence. Perhaps something very significant might happen once William interfaced with the resentful soldier. Even so, Ves wasn't deterred. He only cared about completing his assignment. Right now, that meant designing a mech that allowed William to participate in the battles at the front. The conflict between the Sandmen and the humans living in the Komodo Star sector became known as the Sand War. Though the name was fairly unimaginative, no one laughed or made light of it. The two words put together invoked a lot of fear and anger from people. The Sandmen were too difficult an opponent to deal with. Their vast numbers and endless fleets had already battered more than a dozen states in the Star sector. Any single battle against the Sandmen resulted in at least some deaths. No mech pilot looked forward to facing the Sandmen for that reason. However, Ves did not entirely see that as a negative. A typical Sandman fleet wasn't very difficult to defeat. The occasional casualties suffered by the defenders was not excessive, at least at first. With a relatively high survival rate for mech pilots, the circumstances seemed ideal for stimulating mech pilots into breaking through. This is the perfect stage to push William past his limits. Though risky, Ves wanted William to gain some actual battle experience for a few months. If William did not come close to advancing to expert candidate after participating in numerous battles, that was fine. Ves would just have to visit in person and subject William to another experiment. After his last experiment, he gained an increased understanding in the nature of spirituality and how it tied to the mind of a living human. Was he confident enough to develop a treatment that uplifted a mech pilot with spiritual potential into an expert candidate? Not really. He still had ideas, though. As long as Ves understood the nature of force of will a little better, he was confident he could crack the code. Are you ready, Ves? Gloriana asked. I don't want to delay too long. Ves shook his head and peppered himself up. I'm prepared. Let's begin. The two journeymen formally started their fabrication run. The workshop hall began to hum as several machines went active. Because Gloriana wanted Ves to express his ability to the fullest, she insisted on letting him do the bulk of the work. I'll assist you on the side and make sure that all of the materials and parts will go to the right places. Gloriana explained her own role. I'll also inspect all of the parts thoroughly to make sure they don't have any faults. Their start had been fairly shaky. Despite familiarizing himself extensively with Gloriana's production equipment, Ves still needed some hands-on experience in order to increase his fluency in operating all of the advanced machines. Just the 3D printer alone was a marvel of advanced hegemony technologies. 1 out of 5 parts that Ves had fabricated came out as defective in Gloriana's standards. Not good enough! She yelled at Ves while throwing down a delicate sensor part against the deck. Are you being lazy, Ves? Ves frowned deeply at her. I already told you. I'm still getting used to your tools. If you had just left my old equipment in place, I would have been able to hit the ground running. Gloriana smacked him in the side. Aren't you supposed to be good at fabricating mechs? Even Clixie can spit out better parts than you. Meow? Clixie raised her head for a moment. Meow. Lucky pressed her head back down with his paw. The two journeymen ignored their cats and went back to work as best as possible. After a few learning pains, Ves finally achieved the necessary fluency he needed to operate the machines smoothly. Afraid of earning Gloriana's ire, Ves made sure to concentrate as much as possible as he fabricated part after part. For her part, Gloriana actually began to smile again as the quality of the parts all surpassed her acceptable threshold. To someone with standards as high as Gloriana, that was very difficult. Once they completed all of the parts, they inspected them again and replaced those that seemed to be a little wrong with substitutes. Only when they became satisfied with the quality of all of the parts did they begin to move to the assembly stage. The pair worked slower than usual in assembling their mech together. Gloriana was especially sensitive towards mistakes. With Ves continuing to take the lead, the resentful soldier started to become more and more whole. The more the mech became complete, the more its aura became evident. Its spiritual nature already started to affect the moods of everyone in the vicinity. Gloriana slowed down. Their bodyguards held their weapons tighter. Lucky and Clixie leapt back until they reached the other end of the hall. Only Ves remained unaffected. Since he created it, why should he fall under its influence? Now that Gloriana no longer watched over his back, Ves finally loosened up and entered his groove. He focused on his vision as best he could to ensure its X-factor remained as pure and untainted as possible. This is kind of difficult, Ves muttered with a slight frown. Holding on to a positive emotion is much more helpful in fabricating a mech than concentrating on a negative emotion. The resentful soldier, as its name suggested, mostly carried in ill will. Its bad temperament and negative attitude were not very pleasant to maintain. He still persevered. If he couldn't even handle a difficulty like this, then he might as well give up on fabricating mechs. I won't back down from this challenge. The resentful soldier became more and more complete. As Ves slowly put the final pieces together, the mech pulsed on a level that only Ves could sense. Complete, he whispered. He calmly stepped back and admired the finished product alongside Gloriana. They both studied the finished mech carefully. Only after several minutes went by did Gloriana finally react. She sighed. Not a masterwork. A pity. Ves gently caressed her back. It is too unrealistic to expect to fabricate a masterwork upon our first collaboration. Our teamwork still needs some work. Shortly after he started the fabrication run, he could already tell that there was little chance that the resentful soldier would end up as a masterwork. Ves encountered too many problems, and Gloriana's frequent demands and interruptions constantly interrupted his flow. With all of these complications, it wasn't surprising that Ves failed to enter an inspired state. It's okay. I'm fine, she said. The resentful soldier is still a success. Just not a great one. Its quality is more than satisfactory. Even if Ves hadn't done a perfect job, that didn't mean he had done a sloppy job. With a single masterwork under his belt, his mech affinity had risen to a height that was difficult for others to reach. With the help of his increased mech affinity, Ves could still rely on his strong intuition and grasp on his skills to fabricate a very fine mech. The quality is more than enough to outshine the works of most journeymen and seniors, Ves confidently stated. To be honest, Ves had hoped to achieve more. If the quality of the mech was higher, then Ves could apply one of Lucky's gems to cheat his way into completing his second masterwork. Even if this method was a little dishonest, the increase to his mech affinity was very real. With such a rich reward on the line, Ves would readily give up one of Lucky's rarest gems to obtain a permanent improvement in his ability to work with mechs. Sadly, that wouldn't happen today. As Ves was about to order the resentful soldier to be shipped to a testing ground, Gloriana raised her hand and halted him for a moment. The resentful soldier isn't very expensive, Ves. It doesn't cost us anything to fabricate another copy. Why don't we try again? That was a very valid question. Should they try again or settle with the current copy of the resentful soldier? Chapter 1574 The Weight of Meaning. Ves shook his head. No. Why not? Gloriana glared at him. Our first attempt was hardly a stellar example in perfect teamwork. You messed up so much at the start that you weren't working at your best throughout the first run. You know that the first copy of a new design is always the most significant, right? A second attempt will have less meaning. It will be difficult for me to produce something that surpasses our first copy. Both Gloriana and Ves looked a bit regretful. What he said was true. Masterwork products were exceptionally hard to make and almost always arose through special circumstances. The very first attempt was a process of discovery, fulfillment, and completion. The meaning and emotions it provoked simply couldn't be replicated a second time. Ves was aware enough to realize that he probably wouldn't be able to enter into an inspiring mood. Only in rare cases did someone manage to fabricate a masterwork mech after making many attempts. These special situations mostly occurred with professional fabricators who knew a mech design from inside out. As long as they entered into a transcendent state, they gained a chance to merge all of their insights of a particular mech design into a brilliant reproduction. Such an exceptional event required a large dose of luck as well as years of accumulation. Ves had no patience to spend such an excessive amount of time for a single custom mech. There is a second reason why I think it's better to settle with this attempt. Time itself is a valuable resource. Fabricating additional copies of our custom mech is not a good use of our time. The Sandman tide has already reached the Bright Republic. The fighting has only just begun. In these circumstances, we should prioritize mechs that can equip the most people as opposed to mechs that only helps a single mech pilot. Though Gloriana was unwilling to give up, she could not ignore his logic. His arguments were sound and she knew that he was right. Fine. She clenched her fist. I don't like this at all. There are still too many imperfections in our mech. Then how did you manage to fabricate your own custom mechs? I all considered them disappointments. Not a single mech I've designed and fabricated in my career has ever come close enough to reaching my standards. That was certainly an extreme position. Ves tried to console her as best as possible. Now that we have worked out some of the kinks, we can do better next time. I'm sure of it. We just have to complete our next 2 projects to give us 2 more attempts. You're right. I'm tired today. Let's wrap this up and go home. The 2 of them cleaned up the workshop and made sure to deliver the resentful soldier to the testing ground. Though they didn't intend to submit the design to the MTA, it still needed to be checked. Since the machine is designed for William, he will need to come to the testing ground and pilot our mech under our auspices. Ves spoke. I agree. His girlfriend nodded. We should witness the initial tests in person to see how well our specialties played out. I think the resentful soldier will make quite an impression tomorrow. Now that they finished all of the hard work, they took some time out and retired to the Cloud Estate to relax. As Gloriana began to chat with some aunties, some of the younger Larkinsons approached him with curious expressions. I have a question, Ves. A teenage female Larkinson asked. Go ahead and ask. Are we turning into hexers? Ves almost puked out blood. No! Absolutely not! Don't let Gloriana stuff any strange ideas in your head. You're a brighter, not a hexer. Remember your roots. Ah, yes, sir. Sorry, sir. The teenager actually appeared disappointed by his answer. Fortunately, the boys looked just as scandalized as Ves. What are you saying? Do you want us to turn into babies under your care? We'll never embrace the hegemony. Once Ves entertained the squabbling teenagers for a while, he waved them off. Since they had been taught to always respect Ves, they didn't object to his dismissal. As Ves watched them go, he continued to frown and scratch his head. The Larkinsons had no reason to pick a side in the Komodo War. While the Friday Coalition shared many ties with the Bright Republic, the Larkinson family wasn't among the groups with ties. However, the Larkinsons would not get along with the Hexadric hegemony. Ves always had the impression that the family always leaned towards masculinity due to its military orientation. Both men and women earned the same regard as long as they proved themselves. To fall under the sway of the hegemony and adopt their contempt for male gender would not sit well with half of the family. In fact, Ves believed that even the women among the Larkinsons would object. What was good for them wasn't necessarily good for the family, and vice versa. It is best if they can just come with me on my grand expedition, he whispered. That way, regardless of who won or lost the Komodo War, the Larkinsons maintained most of their identities and traditions. Ves yawned and stretched his arms. I should sound out more Larkinsons to see if they're interested in coming along. My expedition can use a lot of reliable manpower. Meow. Lucky crawled over his lap and began to purr. Oh, you want some company as well, do you? Meow. As Ves spent the rest of the day playing with Lucky, chatting with the Larkinsons and hanging out with Gloriana, he received a surprise visitor. Calabast! You scared me! Ves dramatically clutched his heart as the spy popped out from behind. His strategic partner smirked at Ves. We should talk. Let's go inside your home office in your mansion. It's secure there. Ves followed after Calabast, bringing Lucky with him but no one else. Though Gloriana saw where the two were going, Calabast merely waved her hand at his girlfriend to halt her attempts to follow. This silent interaction revealed that Calabast and Gloriana had already come to an understanding with each other. Otherwise, his girlfriend would never allow him to sneak off somewhere else in the company of a gorgeous woman. Are you surprised? Calabast teasingly asked as if she knew what he was thinking. Ves merely shrugged. You have a girlfriend, right? Evidently, you're one of those hexers who look down on boys. I'm not your typical hexer, kid. I've long shed my biases and preconceptions when I underwent training. After all, we wouldn't make for good spies if we constantly despised the men around us, would we? That makes sense. Ves nodded in agreement. How do you actually see the hegemony, then? Even though I'm not a typical hexer, I haven't abandoned my roots. The hegemony is still my home, just as the Bright Republic is your home. These ties will always have meaning for us. To uproot yourself and let go of your home is not a pleasant way to live. The Spaceborne clans do just fine. That's because they made their ships their home. Isn't that what you're planning? Maybe. Ves shrugged. I haven't really formed any concrete plans for my grand expedition other than getting out of here. I suggest you think deeper on what you want. While it's possible to roam the galaxy forever, I don't recommend you do. Everyone needs a place to settle down for a while. Do you have any suggestions? Let's enter your office first. They walked to the top floor of the mansion and entered his opulent office. As soon as Calabast activated the necessary security precautions, they sat down and began to talk. Where have you been, Calabast? Around, she said cryptically. I've mostly been taking care of the Sword Maidens while building up my infrastructure in the state. Since the Sandman invasion has turned everything into disarray, this is a golden opportunity for me to put my men into place. How many people are working for you? What do they do? She smiled at him but didn't answer his question. He knew better than to insist. Fine. Keep your secrets then. Can you at least tell me if you've accomplished anything that I should know of? It's hard to appreciate your presence when you keep withholding information. Calabast reached out and tapped her finger against his forehead. There's a very good reason for that, kid. Most of the information I've collected is unreliable and unverified. It would do you no good for me to pass on rumors and scattered clues to you. One of the reasons it took so long for me to get back to you is because I needed to verify my intel. So what did you want to tell me? Ves curiously asked. The woman adopted a serious expression. I have several pieces of intelligence to pass on. Let me start with the biggest one first. While not reliable, I think this news is important enough for you to hear. There are signs that the MTA will soon be announcing the next mech generation. The next mech generation. This was an event that every mech designer in the galaxy had been anticipating. How soon? I'm not sure. I don't have an inside source in the MTA. My best estimate is that it shall commence within a year. Ves frowned. That's helpful, but not as much as I've hoped. The range is a little large. It already lines up with my own guess. There's more, Ves. From what I've gathered, the MTA stalled the commencement because they plan to make another major announcement. One that will affect all of human space. Now that sounded interesting. Ves immediately sat more upright and paid more attention. Do you have any idea what the MTA has in store for us all? It's a major, galaxy-wide announcement. From what I can gather, their second announcement likely has a relation to the MTA's period of dormancy. I think it hasn't escaped you that the Big Two have been staying quiet over the past couple of decades. You don't have to be an intelligence analyst to guess that the biggest human powers are preparing for something. It seems that we will soon have our answers. Ves quietly processed her words. What she told him certainly matched his own impression of the Big Two. The MTA had especially been quiet lately, to the point of abandoning some of their duties. If the MTA wasn't so preoccupied with something else, they would have dispatched a powerful force to crush the Sandmen. Their continued inaction made every citizen from the beleaguered state bitter, including Ves. The MTA better have a good reason for ignoring the Sandmen. Calabas smiled at him but shook her head. The MTA has better things to do than worry about the opinions of some trivial citizens from the galactic rim. I wanted to tell you this to prepare you beforehand. I believe whatever the MTA intends to announce will involve all of humanity. This means that there might be an opportunity for you to mix with them or assist them in whatever they are doing. That sounded intriguing to Ves. However, he knew that it would be far more complicated than Calabas suggested. The people who were worthy to work alongside the MTA were almost always exceptional. Someone like Ves still needed to distinguish himself in some way to become eligible to any opportunities that arose. This made his mission from the Rim Guardians all the more important. Ves needed to prioritize turning William into an expert candidate. Okay. I think I get it. I'll make sure not to piss the MTA off during this time. Is there anything else? Yes. Calabas nodded. My second piece of intelligence is related to the Wodens. I believe that it is very possible that some of her relatives will come to visit you soon. What? Aren't the Wodens busy fighting the Komodo War? Why would they come out all the way here? Ves already had his fill of hexers with Calabas and Gloriana. He could not handle any more, especially Gloriana's relatives. Chapter 1575 Actions in the Dark. By passing on valuable and relevant intelligence, Calabas showcased her value to him. Even if she blackmailed him into becoming his partner back at the Starlight Megalodon, a one-sided relationship never ended well. If she exploited him without giving anything in return, Ves would only grow more resentful at her. This meant that she would have to continue to find more ways to coerce Ves while watching her back for any betrayals. Instead of pursuing this short-sighted course of action, Calabas made a decision that reflected the best of her hexer heritage. She decided to take advantage of the situation to become an equal partner to Ves. Though Ves didn't want to admit it, her approach was working. To ride the transit shuttle, you needed to pay the fare. Providing intelligence and working to protect Ves in the dark was Calabas' way of paying the fare. By keeping Ves content, she could continue to ride him all the way up to top. This way, both of them benefited from each other. As long as nothing altered this balance, neither of them had any reason to break their mutually beneficial relationship. After warning Ves about the MTA's coming announcements and the possible arrival of some of Gloriana's relatives, Calabas turned to more local matters. Your desolate soldier mechs have continued to make a lot of waves. In fact, they're even starting to be fielded in states such as the Reynald Republic and the Hertog Dominion. She spoke. I know that. Many states are just as in danger as the Bright Republic. Since my product is useful in my home state, it should also be useful in foreign states. A lot of people have taken note of the explosive popularity of your desolate soldier model, Calabas said gravely. Disrupting the market to this degree and attracting this much attention is not always desirable, kid. You're just a newly risen journeyman and already you're starting to sell as many mechs as an experienced journeyman, or a relatively fresh senior. What do you think I'm supposed to do, then? My desolate soldier is just that good. Now that it has gained some market traction, it's impossible to ignore the value proposition of my design. Its attractive price point, its ease of maintenance, its adequate performance against the Sandmen, its lack of wasteful gimmicks, and most of all its ability to inspire duty all combined into an immensely attractive package. Against ordinary Sandman fleets, it really didn't matter too much if a rifleman mech performed 10 or 20% better than the Desolate Soldier. More expensive mechs fell just as easily as cheaper mechs when struck by a devastating Sandman laser beam. Only when a mech became as tough as an Aurora Titan or a heavy mech would a machine stand a chance of blocking such a powerful attack. Any mech that failed to reach this degree of defense might as well strip its armor down to the bare minimum and rely on dodging and evasion to confound Sandman targeting systems. Therefore, even without its aura, the Desolate Soldier already won some praises from the market. Do you think the competition is sitting still? Calabast pointed her finger at him. I've already managed to ascertain that a group of Ansel senior mech designers have come together to design a direct competitor to your Desolate Soldier design. They are aware of the threat your mech poses to their dominance in the mech market. VS grinned and crossed his arms. As long as it's fair competition, I'm not afraid of challengers. The market is always fair. They can decide for themselves which product is more attractive. Your competitors aren't limiting themselves to fair competition. They've also been pulling strings in the dark, you know. I still don't have a complete picture of what they are doing. Can you tell the schemes you did manage to discover? She nodded. Let's see. So far, I've detected a number of attempts to hinder you. They range from demanding the Ministry of Economic Development to limit you from contracting third-party manufacturers, getting various authorities to forbid you from exporting your mechs abroad, and attempting to drag you over to trial in front of the Bentheim Mech Court. That last one should have made VS jump in fright. Instead, he just raised a single eyebrow. On what charge? Brainwashing and influencing people's minds without their consent. That sounded very grave, though VS retained his calm. Why haven't I heard anything from the Mech Court then? The Ministry of Defense and the Mech Corps immediately put a halt towards any attempts to accuse you of any crimes. Calabast nodded to VS with a measure of respect. You have powerful allies in the government. Even without any backers, the central government would have intervened on your behalf. They value your Desolate Soldier design too much to allow a bunch of jealous seniors to ruin its proliferation. Sounds like the government knows what is best for the Republic. VS smiled in satisfaction. I wouldn't be so smug if I were you. Seeing that any solicitations to the government have fallen on deaf ears, your enemies, which doesn't just include Ansel, have taken to employing detestable means. Haven't you heard about certain irregularities in supply? You mean the raided shipments and the bombing of production facilities? VS frowned. Lately, bewildering incidents like this took place everywhere. With how every state had fallen into crisis, a lot of people became discontent and started to lash out. Strangely enough, the Bentheim Liberation Movement wasn't among the troublemakers this time. The rebel group kept oddly quiet during this time, though VS did not find that too surprising. As a group that advocated for Bentheim's independence, any attacks on the Bright Republic were self-defeating. Once the Bright Republic fell, Bentheim would fall as well, because the Sandman completely disregarded political affiliations. Certain people have hired pirates and dark mercenaries to harass the infrastructure involved with producing your Desolate Soldiers as much as possible. She spoke. Since the Mech Corps is fully preoccupied with fighting the Sandmen along with many other mercenary corps, it's difficult to secure the shipment of goods and mechs, even in the rear. VS shrugged. The scale of these attacks are fairly small. It's impossible for my enemies to sabotage every shipment or production facility. If they become more brazen, then the government will definitely take notice, and that will be very bad for the masterminds behind this scheme. Besides, the attacks have only struck our external partners so far. The LMC itself has remained unaffected thanks to the protection of the living sentinels. Though VS and the LMC already dispatched a portion of living sentinels to the front, plenty more remain behind to protect the LMC's existing assets and shipping routes. There was no way to attack any property owned by the LMC without employing a huge amount of mechs. As for the damage suffered by third-party manufacturers, that was none of the LMC's business. It was their fault that they skimped on security. Even if an external partner lost the ability to produce desolate soldiers, the LMC could simply dump them and hand over the contract to another company. The actions in the dark aren't limited to harassing the operations of your third-party manufacturers. They're also targeting you in person. Ha! VS laughed. I'm already used to that. Let alone my avatars of myth, any assassins will have to go through the Glory Battalion before they get to me. I've survived so many crises that you can call me a space cockroach. Calabash pursed her lips at him. The people who are plotting against you are well aware of that. Instead of attempting a series of feeble assassination attempts, they're preparing for something grander. They know that they can only make a single attempt at your life before the government becomes alarmed. Who are these people exactly? I'm not sure. They're being very careful, as can be expected when so many interests are at stake. I'm certain that at least a couple of seniors from the Ansel alumni network are involved, but it's difficult to pin down their names. Doesn't the entire network pretty much hate me due to my association with Professor Ventag? Ansel is not a monolithic entity, kid. From what I've heard, Professor Pendleton, who you've already met, is fairly persistent in trying to beat you fair and square. He believes that mech designers should beat other mech designers in the arena of the mech market. He's one of the lead designers of the collaborative design project meant to form a solution against your desolate soldiers. That sounded surprisingly fair of his old foe. While VS always disliked Professor Pendleton, he admired the senior's principles. VS mentally tipped his hat to Professor Pendleton. I'm eager to see how these Ansel folks plan to upstage my desolate soldiers' value proposition. He grinned in anticipation. Calabash shook her head at the sight. VS wasn't taking her warnings seriously. Fortunately, she wasn't entirely on her own. In addition to the organization she built up, she also snapped up the Sword Maidens as well as other desperate outfits. In truth, VS did appreciate her forewarnings. Having someone like Calabash passing on crucial information would allow him to prepare for threats in advance. That was much better than before, where he had to deal with many dangers out of the blue. The two began to talk about less acute developments. For example, Calabash shared some of her thoughts on what the government was doing at this time. It's all hands on deck at the central government, she said. They can barely afford to divert some of their time towards you and your desolate soldier model. In particular, they've reached out to numerous states and organizations for entreaties. What does that mean? The Bright Republic is looking for allies to shoulder the burden. That sounds hard. It is, but the government believes it's worthwhile to forge greater cooperation. You'll probably hear the results within a couple of months. Aside from this, Calabash didn't really offer anything that aroused his interest. After she finished informing VS of what he needed to know, she revealed some of her own plans. Right now is an especially volatile time. A lot of elements are moving and a lot of opportunities have arisen. I'd be remiss if I don't take advantage of this situation as much as possible. Will you be gone then? She nodded. You can already take care of yourself to an extent. With my existing arrangements, I'm confident I can stop or hinder any small actions targeted against you or your company. I'll have an assistant visit you periodically in order to inform you what my organization has achieved. Does your organization have a name? You can call us the Seamen. Ves immediately chortled in reaction. What kind of name is that? I'm just joking, kid. Calebasse shook her head at his infantile reaction. I haven't settled on a name yet. It's very difficult to come up with a name that makes my people proud while giving away as little as possible to our enemies. You previously worked for a hexer intelligence agency called Diva, right? I see you've fallen into its trap. Diva is an acronym meant to make people underestimate the organization. Its propensity to hire agents from the prominent dynasties of the hegemony means that men are especially prone to underestimating what it's capable of. If you think that Diva is filled with vain and airheaded divas, then think again. Ves stopped smiling. I see. After they were done laughing, Calebasse stood up and turned to the exit. This will be my last visit for a while. We'll keep in touch through other means. Until then, stay out of trouble. I know. You're not my mom, Calebasse. I might as well be. Once she left, Ves sat back down and processed what he learned. He obtained a decent amount of critical information, though he heard nothing too pertinent that demanded him to take immediate action. What concerned him the most was the MTA's imminent announcement and the development of a direct competitor to his desolate soldier. While Ves believed that his monopoly on spiritual components gave him a huge advantage, he was not the only mech designer who could offer something unique. A lot of seniors developed their own advantages which they relied on to gain a solid footing in the market. If a single senior designs a mech, then I shouldn't be worried, he considered while rubbing his chin. If 5 of them have banded together, then that is something different,